Finally, the United States cannot profitably coerce states to engage in free trade at the point of a gun, nor order them under threat of attack to cut back their generation of greenhouse gases. The coercive use of American military power for both these purposes is a losing proposition and beyond America's military might. Instead, a more indirect approach is called for. America's best hope for achieving its desirable interests is to protect its vital interests. If the line against the spread of weapons of mass destruction can be held, if the world's access to Gulf oil is assured, and if the deep peace among the great powers can be maintained, then what results is an international system that is more peaceful, more prosperous, and more benign than would otherwise be the case. A more peace-like world is an important means for preserving international openness, and openness, in turn, helps generate the wealth that facilitates democratic transitions and that will be necessary to deal with what is likely to prove to be humankind's biggest challenge yet, averting global climatic disaster. A more warlike world, to the contrary, is likely to be less prosperous, more contentious, and less cooperative, and none of these things benefits the United States. In sum, by advancing its vital interests through its military power, the United States can indirectly contribute to realizing its desirable interests and in the process do some good for others. The alternatives to selective engagement showing that selective engagement has virtues is not equivalent to demonstrating that it is the best grand strategy. That requires a comparison with the 6 alternatives to it: dominion, global collective security, regional collective security, cooperative security, containment, and isolationism. I argue that the first 4 are not feasible, the 5th is feasible, but can be readily folded into selective engagement, the 6th is feasible but not desirable. The alternative's dominion is a strategy by which the United States literally rules the world. It represents the Roman option: the United States uses its military power to impose order among all states and to make all of them conform internally to its values. Under the American dominion, world peace, and 190-odd American lookalikes would be the results. Dominion is the world policeman role, and for that reason is financially and militarily beyond America's resources. Thus dominion is infeasible. Next to dominion, collective security is the most demanding grand strategy. Its goal is to stop interstate war, and hence bring interstate peace to all areas where it is imposed. Whether implemented globally or regionally, all states that join a collective security organization take the collective security pledge, all agree to protect one another from aggression from any and all aggressors. If this system is to work, however, it requires about a 100% success rate. Collective security cannot be a sometimes affair. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. No state will entrust its protection to an organization that purports to protect it from all aggression, but that chooses to do so only selectively. In the past, moreover, states have not been willing to yield national control over the use of force and give to an international organization a blank check upon which to draw in order to resist or punish aggression. Nor will they do so in the future. Rather, states have retained national control, reserving for themselves the right to decide whether to empower the international organizations they have constructed to punish aggressors. Consequently, the world's 2 best institutional attempts to prevent aggression on a global scale, the League of Nations and the United Nations, were never genuine collective security organizations, but rather informal concerts of the great powers clothed in collective security rhetoric. For that reason, their combined punish the aggressor record is weak. 10 Finally, there have been no instances in recorded history of an effective regional collective security organization. The closest approximations in modern times occurred during the Cold War, the Rio Treaty for the Western Hemisphere and the NATO Alliance for Western Europe. Neither, however, was a regional collective security organization. Rather, both were regional imperiums run and operated by the United States. For all these reasons, then, collective security, too, is politically infeasible and therefore a bad grand strategy for the United States. The last of the infeasible strategies is cooperative security, the 1990s update of collective security. It consists of 2 elements. First, a rigorous arms control approach that aims to make aggression difficult by banning possession of NBC weapons, reducing armaments, emphasizing transparency in military matters, and most important, constructing only defensive weapons, and second, a residual collective security system to protect the victims of aggression in case the arms control measures fail to prevent it. With these 2 measures, cooperative security seeks to reduce significantly, if not wholly eliminate, aggressive wars. This strategy has 3 problems. First, because cooperative security incorporates a residual collective security system, it depends on a fail-safe procedure that has proven impossible to implement. Second, defensive military systems are incompatible with the requirement for punishing aggressors, because punishment demands that some entity have the offensive military power to punish. Third, cooperative security lodges the punishment power in an entity, the United States and some of its great power allies, that is politically unacceptable. Cooperative security is in fact a guise for the lesser states of the world to accept a great power military condominium to impose peace on them. The overwhelming majority of the world states, however, are not going to accept this and will not practically disarm themselves while the great powers do not. For these reasons, cooperative security is infeasible. The last 2 strategies, containment and isolationism, are feasible. Containment is a strategy that seeks to cut down hostile candidate states that aspire to regional or global hegemony before they emerge, or if they do, that prevents them from either expanding territorially or exerting overweening influence over the political and economic affairs of states that come within the aspiring hegemon's orbit. Containment requires military power to prevent territorial expansion, and oftentimes economic and political aid to states on the front line to sustain them in maintaining their independence. For now, there is no state placed to strive for global hegemony, therefore, if the United States applies containment, it will be done regionally. For that reason, it can be easily folded into the strategy of selective engagement in those areas deemed of importance to the United States. Thus, by a process of elimination, the only serious competitor to selective engagement is isolationism. The grand strategy of isolationism does not call for economic autarky, political non-involvement with the rest of the world, or abstention from the use of force to protect American interests. Indeed, isolationism is compatible with extensive economic interaction with other nations, vigorous political interactions, and the occasional use of force, often in conjunction with other states, to defend American interests. Rather, the defining characteristics of strategic isolationism are, 1. Insistence that the United States make no binding commitments in peacetime to use American military power to aid another state or states, and, 2. The most minimal use of force and military involvement abroad. Understood in this sense, isolationism is a unilateralist strategy that retains complete freedom for the United States to determine when, where, how, for what purpose, against whom, and with whom it will use its military power, combined with a determination to do as little militarily as possible abroad. Isolationism, in short, is the policy of the free hand and the lightest military touch. Selective engagement versus isolationism. In America, gone isolationist would cancel all its military alliances because they are peacetime pledges to use American military power to protect other states, would bring all its military forces home, save for its powerful navy periodically sailing the seas and making occasional port stops, and last, would eschew most military involvement overseas. Is this a better option than selective engagement for the United States? I believe not, and think selective engagement preferable to isolationism on 4 grounds. First, today's isolationists do not embrace all 6 national interests prescribed above, whereas selective engagers embrace them all. Point 11. For example, isolationists maintain relative indifference to nuclear spread, and some of them even believe that it may be beneficial because it reduces the probability of war. They assert that America's overseas economic interests no longer require the projection of American military power, and see no great stake in keeping Persian Gulf reserves divided among several powers. To the extent that they believe a deep peace among the Eurasian great powers is important to the United States, they hold that offshore balancing, keeping all American troops in the United States, is as effective as onshore balancing, keeping American forces deployed forward in Eurasia at selected points, and safer. Indeed, most isolationists are prepared to use American military power to defend only 2 vital American interests: repelling an attack on the American homeland and preventing a great power hegemon from dominating Eurasia. As a consequence, they can justifiably be called the most selective of selective engagers. Second, isolationism forgoes the opportunity to exploit the full peacetime political utility of America's alliances and forward-deployed forces to shape events to its advantage. Isolationism's general approach is to cope with events after they have turned adverse rather than to prevent matters from turning adverse in the first place. Thus, even though it does not eschew the use of force, isolationism remains at heart a watching and reactive strategy, not, like selective engagement, a precautionary and proactive one. Third, isolationism makes more difficult the warlike use of America's military power, when that is required, because it forgoes peacetime forward deployment. This provides the United States with valuable bases, staging areas, intelligence gathering facilities, in-theater training facilities, and most important, close allies with whom it continuously trains and exercises. These are militarily significant advantages and constitute valuable assets if war needs to be waged. Should the United States have to go to war with an isolationist strategy in force, however, these assets would need to be put together under conditions ranging from less than auspicious to emergency-like. Isolationism thus makes war waging more difficult than it need be. Fourth, isolationism is not as balanced and diversified a strategy as is selective engagement, and not as good a hedge against risk and uncertainty. Selective engagement achieves balance and diversity from its hybrid nature. It borrows the good features from its 6 competitors but endeavors to avoid their pitfalls and excesses. Like isolationism, selective engagement is wary of the risks of military entanglement overseas, but unlike isolationism, it believes that some entanglements either lower the chances of war or are necessary to protect important American interests even at the risk of war. Unlike collective security, selective engagement does not assume that peace is indivisible, but like collective security, it believes in operating multilaterally in military operations wherever possible to spread the burdens and risks, and asserts that standing alliances make such operations easier to organize and more successful when undertaken. Unlike global containment, selective engagement does not believe current conditions require a full court press against any great power, but like regional containment, it knows that balancing against an aspiring regional hegemon requires the sustained cooperation of the other powers in the area, and that such cooperation is not sustainable without a visible American military presence. Unlike dominion, selective engagement does not seek to dominate others, but like dominion, it understands the power and influence that America's military primacy brings. Finally, like cooperative security, selective engagement seeks transparency in military relations, reductions in armaments, and the control of NBC spread, but unlike cooperative security, it does not put full faith in the reliability of collective security or defensive defense should these laudable aims fail. Compared to selective engagement, isolationism is less balanced because it is less diversified. It allows standing military coalitions to crumble, forsakes forward deployment, and generally eschews attempts to control the armaments of the other great and not so great powers. Isolationism's outstanding virtue is that it achieves complete freedom for the United States to act or not to act whenever it sees fit, but the freedom comes at a cost, the loss of a diversified approach. Most isolationists, of course, are prepared to trade balance and diversity for complete freedom of action, because they see little worth fighting for, save for the two interests enumerated above, because they judge that prior military commitments are not necessary to protect them, and because they calculate that alliances will only put the United States in harm's way. In sum, selective engagement is a hedging strategy, isolationism is not. To hedge is to make counterbalancing investments in order to avoid or lessen loss. Selective engagement makes hedging bets, primarily through alliances and overseas basing, because it does not believe that the international environment, absent America's pre-committed stance and forward presence, will remain benign to America's interests, as apparently does isolationism. An isolationist America in the sense defined above would help produce a more dangerous and less prosperous world. An internationalist America, a more peaceful and prosperous one. As a consequence, engagement rejects the free hand for the selectively committed hand. Thus, for these four reasons the goals it posits, its proactive stance, its war-fighting advantages, and its hedging approach, selective engagement beats isolationism. Notes 1. The differences between rogue and normal states are as follows. Rogue states are usually dictatorships of one sort or another that share three attributes. First, they are opposed to the territorial status quo, committed to expanding their borders at the expense of another state or states. Second, they are prepared to use force, or already have a track record of having used force, to do so. Third, they sponsor terrorists to expand their territory or to achieve other foreign policy objectives. By these criteria, rogue states are committed expansionists, and Iran, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and North Korea fulfill the criteria. But China, for example, does not. It has not resorted to terrorism. The territories it now claims are either accepted as part of China, Taiwan, or are the subject of contestation and are claimed by many states. The Sprat lies in the South China Sea, for example. Finally, China has agreed to settle the Spratly issue diplomatically. By contrast, normal states harbor little or no expansionist designs, are committed to the peaceful resolution of their border and other disputes, and eschew resorting to terrorism for political gain. For a useful survey of America's policy toward the present-day rogues, see Raymond Tanter, Rogue Regimes, Terrorism and Proliferation, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1998. 2. I have borrowed these traits from Stephen Van Evera, The Causes of War, Power and the Roots of War, Ithaca, NY, Cornell University Press, 1999, Chap. 8. 3. The first Waltz quotation is from Kenneth N. Waltz and Scott D. Sagan, The Spread of Nuclear Weapons, A Debate, New York, W.W. Norton, 1995, p. 96. The second, from Waltz, Peace, Stability, and Nuclear Weapons, unpublished MS, January 1997, p. 19. 4. First, there appear to be only two recorded instances of a terrorist group resorting to NBC weapons, the June 1995 sarin, nerve gas, attack on the Japanese city of Matsumoto, which killed 7 people and wounded more than 150, and the March 1995 sarin attack on the Tokyo subway, which killed 12 people and injured thousands of others, both of which were carried out by the Japanese cult group Aum Shinrikyo. Second, apart from the unrestrained use of chemical weapons during World War I, there have been only 12 other known instances of NBC use by states, only one of which was nuclear, the United States against Japan in 1945, only one biological, Japan against China and the Soviet Union from 1937 to 1945, and the rest chemical, with only 3 since 1945 that count as rogue state attacks, 2 of which involved Iraq. Third, in every one of these 12 cases, the NBC attacks were made on a state or group that could not retaliate in kind. See William J. Broad, How Japan Germ Terror Alerted World, New York Times, May 26, 1998, p. Al, on the first point, and Richard A. Falconrod, Robert D. Newman, and Bradley A. Thayer, America's Achilles Heel, Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Terrorism and Covert Attack, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 1998, p. 91, on the second. For in-depth analyses of the Tokyo sarin attack, see Jessica Stem, Terrorist Motivations and WMD, unpublished MS, pp. 5-13, and Falconrod, Newman, and Thayer, America's Achilles Heel, Box 1, pp. 19-26-5. Notice I have not argued that the United States has an interest in preventing all wars in Eurasia. Non-great power wars, those between a great and a smaller power or among smaller powers, affect American interests only to the extent that they dramatically enhance the risk of a great power war, stimulate WMD spread, lead to mass murder, or threaten U.S. alliances. 6. The dampening effects of security competitions on trade is not an ironclad law because the former do not invariably reduce the latter. Peter Lieberman has done the best published research to date on the relation between security competitions and trade and concludes that it had little effect in the cases he looked at. I have done research on some of his cases as well as on others, and found that security competitions did significantly reduce trade. C. Lieberman, Trading with the Enemy, Security and Relative Economic Gains, International Security 21, No. 1, Summer 1996 pp. 147-76, and Robert J. Art, Security Competitions and Trade in Historical Perspective, Unpublished M.S., Brandeis University, July 1998. 7. I favor oil prices that are high enough to encourage conservation and that make alternative sources of energy competitive. For the United States, this requires a higher tax on oil and especially on gasoline because almost 2/3 of America's daily oil consumption goes for transportation. 8. There are those who argue that openness hurts the United States because the United States cannot compete with states that pay lower wages. Openness, these critics assert, is the primary cause of America's loss of manufacturing capacity and lower wages for its unskilled labor. The evidence does not support either proposition. The United States remains the world's most competitive economy because it maintains greater openness to international competition, and trade plays only a small role, about 20%, in the decline in wages for unskilled labor. 9. The static gains estimate comes from Paul Krugman, The Age of Diminished Expectations, U.S. Economic Policy in the 1990s, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 1990, p. 104. It represents Krugman's estimate of the cost to the United States of its protectionist measures in force around 1990. It should also be noted that large economies like the United States reap smaller static gains from free trade because they have already reaped considerable economies of scale from their large internal markets. C. Krugman and Maurice Obstfeld, International Economics, Theory and Practice, 3D ed. New York, HarperCollins, 1994, pp. 228-29, for a discussion of static and dynamic gains from trade. 10. There were 32 interstate wars between 1922 and 1991. The League and the United Nations attempted collective security enforcement, punishment of interstate aggression, only 3 times. The first, League action against Italy in 1936, was a fiasco and effectively destroyed the League. The second, assistance to South Korea to repel a North Korean attack in 1950, was a United Nations operation in name, but in fact an American affair, and took place only because the Soviet Union happened to boycott the Security Council meeting on the day that the action was voted. The third, the 1991 Gulf War to evict Iraq from Kuwait, was another American-run affair and was blessed by the UN. The 32 inter-state wars for these 70 years can be found in Correlates of War Project, International and Civil War Data, 1816-1992, ICPR 9905, Inter-University Consortium for Political and Social Research, Ann Arbor, Michigan, April 1994. 11. I realize that not every one of today's isolationists holds to every one of the propositions portrayed by the sketch in this paragraph. All of today's isolationists, however, do adhere to most of them. Therefore, although this picture distorts to a degree, as all composites do, still it is a rough approximation of the outlook of today's isolationists. America's Imperial Ambition. G. John Eikenberry. The lures of preemption in the shadows of the Bush administration's war on terrorism, sweeping new ideas are circulating about U.S. grand strategy and the restructuring of today's unipolar world. They call for American unilateral and preemptive, even preventive, use of force, facilitated if possible by coalitions of the willing but ultimately unconstrained by the rules and norms of the international community. And the extreme, these notions form a neo-imperial vision in which the United States arrogates to itself the global role of setting standards, determining threats, using force, and meting out justice. It is a vision in which sovereignty becomes more absolute for America even as it becomes more conditional for countries that challenge Washington's standards of internal and external behavior. It is a vision made necessary at least in the eyes of its advocates by the new and apocalyptic character of contemporary terrorist threats and by America's unprecedented global dominance. These radical strategic ideas and impulses could transform today's world order in a way that the end of the Cold War, strangely enough, did not. America's nascent neo-imperial grand strategy threatens to rend the fabric of the international community and political partnerships precisely at a time when that community and those partnerships are urgently needed. It is an approach fraught with peril and likely to fail. It is not only politically unsustainable but diplomatically harmful. And if history is a guide, it will trigger antagonism and resistance that will leave America in a more hostile and divided world. 321. Proven legacies. The mainstream of American foreign policy has been defined since the 1940s by 2 grand strategies that have built the modern international order. One is realist in orientation, organized around containment, deterrence, and the maintenance of the global balance of power. Facing a dangerous and expansive Soviet Union after 1945, the United States stepped forward to fill the vacuum left by a waning British Empire and a collapsing European order to provide a counterweight to Stalin and his Red Army. The touchstone of this strategy was containment, which sought to deny the Soviet Union the ability to expand its sphere of influence. Order was maintained by managing the bipolar balance between the American and Soviet camps. Stability was achieved through nuclear deterrence. For the first time, nuclear weapons and the doctrine of mutual assured destruction made war between the great powers irrational. But containment and global power balancing ended with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. Nuclear deterrence is no longer the defining logic of the existing order, although it remains a recessed feature that continues to impart stability in relations among China, Russia, and the West. This strategy has yielded a bounty of institutions and partnerships for America. The most important have been the NATO and US Japan alliances, American-led security partnerships that have survived the end of the Cold War by providing a bulwark for stability through commitment and reassurance. The United States maintains a forward presence in Europe and East Asia. Its alliance partners gain security protection as well as a measure of regularity in their relationship with the world's leading military power. But Cold War balancing has yielded more than a utilitarian alliance structure. It has generated a political order that has value in itself. This grand strategy presupposes a loose framework of consultations and agreements to resolve differences. The great powers extend to each other the respect of equals, and they accommodate each other until vital interests come into play. The domestic affairs of these states remain precisely that, domestic. The great powers compete with each other, and although war is not unthinkable, sober statecraft and the balance of power offer the best hope for stability and peace. The other grand strategy, forged during World War II as the United States planned the reconstruction of the world economy, is liberal in orientation. It seeks to build order around institutionalized political relations among integrated market democracies, supported by an opening of economies. This agenda was not simply an inspiration of American businessmen and economists, however. There have always been geopolitical goals as well. Whereas America's realist grand strategy was aimed at countering Soviet power, its liberal grand strategy was aimed at avoiding a return to the 1930s, an era of regional blocs, trade conflict, and strategic rivalry. Open trade, democracy, and multilateral institutional relations went together. Underlying this strategy was the view that a rule-based international order, especially one in which the United States uses its political weight to derive congenial rules, will most fully protect American interests, conserve its power, and extend its influence. This grand strategy has been pursued through an array of post-war initiatives that look disarmingly like low politics. The Bretton Woods institutions, the World Trade Organization, WTO, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development are just a few examples. Together, they form a complex layer cake of integrative initiatives that bind the democratic industrialized world together. During the 1990s, the United States continued to pursue this liberal grand strategy. Both the first Bush and the Clinton administrations attempted to articulate a vision of world order that was not dependent on an external threat or an explicit policy of balance of power. Bush the elder talked about the importance of the transatlantic community and articulated ideas about a more fully integrated Asia-Pacific region. In both cases, the strategy offered a positive vision of alliance and partnership built around common values, tradition, mutual self-interest, and the preservation of stability. The Clinton administration likewise attempted to describe the post-Cold War order in terms of the expansion of democracy and open markets. In this vision, democracy provided the foundation for global and regional community, and trade and capital flows were forces for political reform and integration. America's historic bargains. These two grand strategies are rooted in divergent, even antagonistic, intellectual traditions. But over the last 50 years they have worked remarkably well together. The realist grand strategy created a political rationale for establishing major security commitments around the world. The liberal strategy created a positive agenda for American leadership. The United States could exercise its power and achieve its national interests, but it did so in a way that helped deepen the fabric of international community. American power did not destabilize world order, it helped create it. The development of rule-based agreements and political security partnerships was good both for the United States and for much of the world. By the end of the 1990s, the result was an international political order of unprecedented size and success, a global coalition of democratic states tied together through markets, institutions, and security partnerships. This international order was built on two historic bargains. One was the U.S. commitment to provide its European and Asian partners with security protection and access to American markets, technology, and supplies within an open world economy. In return, these countries agreed to be reliable partners providing diplomatic, economic, and logistical support for the United States as it led the wide Western post-war order. The other is a liberal bargain that addressed the uncertainties of American power. East Asian and European states agreed to accept American leadership and operate within an agreed-upon political economic system. The United States, in response, opened itself up and bound itself to its partners. In effect, the United States built an institutionalized coalition of partners and reinforced the stability of these mutually beneficial relations by making itself more user-friendly, that is, by playing by the rules and creating ongoing political processes that facilitated consultation and joint decision-making. The United States made its power safe for the world, and in return the world agreed to live within the U.S. system. These bargains date from the 1940s, but they continue to shore up the post-Cold War order. The result has been the most stable and prosperous international system in world history. But new ideas within the Bush administration crystallized by September 11 and U.S. dominance are unsaid. Trailing this order and the political bargains behind it, a new grand strategy for the first time since the dawn of the Cold War, a new grand strategy is taking shape in Washington. It is advanced most directly as a response to terrorism, but it also constitutes a broader view about how the United States should wield power and organize world order. According to this new paradigm, America is to be less bound to its partners and to global rules and institutions while it steps forward to play a more unilateral and anticipatory role in attacking terrorist threats and confronting rogue states seeking WMD. The United States will use its unrivaled military power to manage the global order. This new grand strategy has 7 elements. It begins with a fundamental commitment to maintaining a unipolar world in which the United States has no peer competitor. No coalition of great powers without the United States will be allowed to achieve hegemony. Bush made this point the centerpiece of American security policy in his West Point commencement address in June. America has, and intends to keep, military strengths beyond challenges, thereby making the destabilizing arms races of other eras pointless, and limiting rivalries to trade and other pursuits of peace. The United States will not seek security through the more modest realist strategy of operating within a global system of power balancing, nor will it pursue a liberal strategy in which institutions, democracy, and integrated markets reduce the importance of power politics altogether. America will be so much more powerful than other major states that strategic rivalries and security competition among the great powers will disappear, leaving everyone, not just the United States, better off. This goal made an unsettling early appearance at the end of the first Bush administration in a leaked Pentagon memorandum written by then Assistant Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, he wrote, the United States must act to prevent the rise of peer competitors in Europe and Asia. But the 1990s made this strategic aim moot. The United States grew faster than the other major states during the decade, it reduced military spending more slowly, and it dominated investment in the technological advancement of its forces. Today, however, the new goal is to make these advantages permanent, a fait accompli that will prompt other states to not even try to catch up. Some thinkers have described the strategy as breakout, in which the United States moves so quickly to develop technological advantages, in robotics, lasers, satellites, precision munitions, etc., that no state or coalition could ever challenge it. As global leader, protector, and enforcer. The second element is a dramatic new analysis of global threats and how they must be attacked. The grim new reality is that small groups of terrorists, perhaps aided by outlaw states, may soon acquire highly destructive nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons that can inflict catastrophic destruction. These terrorist groups cannot be appeased or deterred, the administration believes, so they must be eliminated. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld has articulated this frightening view with elegance. Regarding the threats that confront the United States, he said, there are things we know that we know. There are known unknowns. That is to say, there are things that we know we don't know. But there are also unknown unknowns. There are things we don't know we don't know. Each year, we discover a few more of those unknown unknowns. In other words, there could exist groups of terrorists that no one knows about. They may have nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons that the United States did not know they could get, and they might be willing and able to attack without warning. In the age of terror, there is less room for error. Small networks of angry people can inflict unimaginable harm on the rest of the world. They are not nation states, and they do not play by the accepted rules of the game. The third element of the new strategy maintains that the Cold War concept of deterrence is outdated. Deterrence, sovereignty, and the balance of power work together. When deterrence is no longer viable, the larger realist edifice starts to crumble. The threat today is not other great powers that must be managed through second strike nuclear capacity, but the transnational terrorist networks that have no home address. They cannot be deterred because they are either willing to die for their cause or able to escape retaliation. The old defensive strategy of building missiles and other weapons that can survive a first strike and be used in a retaliatory strike to punish the attacker will no longer ensure security. The only option, then, is offense. The use of force, this camp argues, will therefore need to be preemptive and perhaps even preventive, taking on potential threats before they can present a major problem. But this premise plays havoc with the old international rules of self-defense and United Nations norms about the proper use of force. Rumsfeld has articulated the justification for preemptive action by stating that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence of weapons of mass destruction. But such an approach renders international norms of self-defense enshrined by Article 5.1 of the UN Charter almost meaningless. The administration should remember that when Israeli jets bombed the Iraqi nuclear reactor at Osirak in 1981 in what Israel described as an act of self-defense, the world condemned it as an act of aggression. Even British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and the American ambassador to the UN, Jeane Kirkpatrick, criticized the action, and the United States joined in passing a UN resolution condemning it. The Bush administration's security doctrine takes this country down the same slippery slope. Even without a clear threat, the United States now claims a right to use preemptive or preventive military force. At West Point, Bush put it succinctly when he stated that the military must be ready to strike at a moment's notice in any dark corner of the world. All nations that decide for aggression and terror will pay a price. The administration defends this new doctrine as a necessary adjustment to a more uncertain and shifting threat environment. This policy of no regrets errs on the side of action, but it can also easily become national security by hunch or inference, leaving the world without clear-cut norms for justifying force. As a result, the fourth element of this emerging grand strategy involves a recasting of the terms of sovereignty. Because these terrorist groups cannot be deterred, the United States must be prepared to intervene anywhere, anytime to preemptively destroy the threat. Terrorists do not respect borders, so neither can the United States. Moreover, countries that harbor terrorists, either by consent or because they are unable to enforce their laws within their territory, effectively forfeit their rights of sovereignty. Here the war on terrorism and the problem of the proliferation of WMD get entangled. The worry is that a few despotic states, Iraq in particular, but also Iran and North Korea, will develop capabilities to produce weapons of mass destruction and put these weapons in the hands of terrorists. The regimes themselves may be deterred from using such capabilities, but they might pass along these weapons to terrorist networks that are not deterred. Thus another emerging principle within the Bush administration, the possession of WMD by unaccountable, unfriendly, despotic governments is itself a threat that must be countered. In the old era, despotic regimes were to be lamented but ultimately tolerated. With the rise of terrorism and weapons of mass destruction, they are now unacceptable threats. Thus states that are not technically in violation of any existing international laws could nevertheless be targets of American force if Washington determines that they have a prospective capacity to do harm. The recasting of sovereignty is paradoxical. On the one hand, the new grand strategy reaffirms the importance of the territorial nation-state. After all, if all governments were accountable and capable of enforcing the rule of law within their sovereign territory, terrorists would find it very difficult to operate. The emerging Bush doctrine enshrines this idea: governments will be held responsible for what goes on inside their borders. On the other hand, sovereignty has been made newly conditional. Governments that fail to act like respectable, law-abiding states will lose their sovereignty. The fifth element of this new grand strategy is a general depreciation of international rules, treaties, and security partnerships. This point relates to the new threats themselves, if the stakes are rising and the margins of error are shrinking. In the war on terrorism, multilateral norms and agreements that sanction and limit the use of force are just annoying distractions. The critical task is to eliminate the threat. But the emerging unilateral strategy is also informed by a deeper suspicion about the value of international agreements themselves. Part of this view arises from a deeply felt and authentically American belief that the United States should not get entangled in the corrupting and constraining world of multilateral rules and institutions. For some Americans, the belief that American sovereignty is politically sacred leads to a preference for isolationism. But the more influential view, particularly after September 11, is not that the United States should withdraw from the world, but that it should operate in the world on its own terms. The Bush administration's repudiation of a remarkable array of treaties and institutions, from the Kyoto Protocol on global warming to the International Criminal Court to the Biological Weapons Convention, reflects this new bias. Likewise, the United States signed a formal agreement with Russia on the reduction of deployed nuclear warheads only after Moscow's insistence. The Bush administration wanted only a gentleman's agreement. In other words, the United States has decided it is big enough, powerful enough, and remote enough to go it alone. Sixth, the new grand strategy argues that the United States will need to play a direct and unconstrained role in responding to threats. This conviction is partially based on a judgment that no other country or coalition, even the European Union, has the force projection capabilities to respond to terrorist and rogue states around the world. A decade of U.S. defense spending and modernization has left allies of the United States far behind. In combat operations, alliance partners are increasingly finding it difficult to mesh with U.S. forces. This view is also based on the judgment that joint operations and the use of force through coalitions tend to hinder effective operation. The Bush administration's security doctrine takes this country down the same slippery slope. Even without a clear threat, the United States now claims a right to use preemptive or preventive military force. At West Point, Bush put it succinctly when he stated that the military must be ready to strike at a moment's notice in any dark corner of the world. All nations that decide for aggression and terror will pay a price. The administration defends this new doctrine as a necessary adjustment to a more uncertain and shifting threat environment. This policy of no regrets errs on the side of action, but it can also easily become national security by hunch or inference, leaving the world without clear-cut norms for justifying force. As a result, the fourth element of this emerging grand strategy involves a recasting of the terms of sovereignty. Because these terrorist groups cannot be deterred, the United States must be prepared to intervene anywhere, anytime, to preemptively destroy the threat. Terrorists do not respect borders, so neither can the United States. Moreover, countries that harbor terrorists, either by consent or because they are unable to enforce their laws within their territory, effectively forfeit their rights of sovereignty. Here the war on terrorism and the problem of the proliferation of WMD get entangled. The worry is that a few despotic states, Iraq in particular, but also Iran and North Korea, will develop capabilities to produce weapons of mass destruction and put these weapons in the hands of terrorists. The regimes themselves may be deterred from using such capabilities, but they might pass along these weapons to terrorist networks that are not deterred. Thus another emerging principle within the Bush administration, the possession of WMD by unaccountable, unfriendly, despotic governments is itself a threat that must be countered. In the old era, despotic regimes were to be lamented but ultimately tolerated. With the rise of terrorism and weapons of mass destruction, they are now unacceptable threats. Thus states that are not technically in violation of any existing international laws could nevertheless be targets of American force if Washington determines that they have a prospective capacity to do harm. The recasting of sovereignty is paradoxical. On the one hand, the new grand strategy reaffirms the importance of the territorial nation-state. After all, if all governments were accountable and capable of enforcing the rule of law within their sovereign territory, terrorists would find it very difficult to operate. The emerging Bush doctrine enshrines this idea: governments will be held responsible for what goes on inside their borders. On the other hand, sovereignty has been made newly conditional. Governments that fail to act like respectable, law-abiding states will lose their sovereignty. The fifth element of this new grand strategy is a general depreciation of international rules, treaties, and security partnerships. This point relates to the new threats themselves. If the stakes are rising and the margins of error are shrinking. In the war on terrorism, multilateral norms and agreements that sanction and limit the use of force are just annoying distractions. The critical task is to eliminate the threat. But the emerging unilateral strategy is also informed by a deeper suspicion about the value of international agreements themselves. Part of this view arises from a deeply felt and authentically American belief that the United States should not get entangled in the corrupting and constraining world of multilateral rules and institutions. For some Americans, the belief that American sovereignty is politically sacred leads to a preference for isolationism. But the more influential view, particularly after September 11, is not that the United States should withdraw from the world, but that it should operate in the world on its own terms. The Bush administration's repudiation of a remarkable array of treaties and institutions, from the Kyoto Protocol on global warming to the International Criminal Court to the Biological Weapons Convention, reflects this new bias. Likewise, the United States signed a formal agreement with Russia on the reduction of deployed nuclear warheads only after Moscow's insistence. The Bush administration wanted only a gentleman's agreement. In other words, the United States has decided it is big enough, powerful enough, and remote enough to go it alone. Sixth, the new grand strategy argues that the United States will need to play a direct and unconstrained role in responding to threats. This conviction is partially based on a judgment that no other country or coalition, even the European Union, has the force projection capabilities to respond to terrorist and rogue states around the world. A decade of U.S. defense spending and modernization has left allies of the United States far behind. In combat operations, alliance partners are increasingly finding it difficult to mesh with U.S. forces. This view is also based on the judgment that joint operations and the use of force through coalitions tend to hinder effective operations. To some observers, this lesson became clear in the Allied bombing campaign over Kosovo. The sentiment was also expressed during the U.S. and Allied military actions in Afghanistan. Rumsfeld explained this point earlier this year, when he said, "The mission must determine the coalition must not determine the mission. If it does, the mission will be dumped down to the lowest common denominator, and we can't afford that." No one in the Bush administration argues that NATO or the U.S.-Japan alliance should be dismantled. Rather, these alliances are now seen as less useful to the United States as it confronts today's threats. Some officials argue that it is not that the United States chooses to depreciate alliance partnerships, but that the Europeans are unwilling to keep up. Whether that is true, the upgrading of the American military, along with its sheer size relative to the forces of the rest of the world, leaves the United States in a class by itself. In these circumstances, it is increasingly difficult to maintain the illusion of true alliance partnership. America's allies become merely strategic assets that are useful depending on the circumstance. The United States still finds attractive the logistical reach that its global alliance system provides, but the pacts with countries in Asia and Europe become more contingent and less premised on a vision of a common security community. Finally, the new grand strategy attaches little value to international stability. There is an unsentimental view in the unilateralist camp that the traditions of the past must be shed. Whether it is withdrawal from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty or the resistance to signing other formal arms control treaties, policymakers are convinced that the United States needs to move beyond outmoded Cold War thinking. Administration officials have noted with some satisfaction that America's withdrawal from the ABM Treaty did not lead to a global arms race but actually paved the way for a historic arms reduction agreement between the United States and Russia. This move is seen as a validation that moving beyond the old paradigm of great power relations will not bring the international house down. The world can withstand radically new security approaches, and it will accommodate American unilateralism as well. But stability is not an end in itself. The administration's new hawkish policy toward North Korea, for example, might be destabilizing to the region, but such instability might be the necessary price for dislodging a dangerous and evil regime in Pyongyang. In this brave new world, neo-imperial thinkers contend that the older realist and liberal grand strategies are not very helpful. American security will not be ensured, as realist grand strategy assumes, by the preservation of deterrence and stable relations among the major powers. In a world of asymmetrical threats, the global balance of power is not the linchpin of war and peace. Likewise, liberal strategies of building order around open trade and democratic institutions might have some long-term impact on terrorism, but they do not address the immediacy of the threats. Apocalyptic violence is at our doorstep, so efforts at strengthening the rules and institutions of the international community are of little practical value. If we accept the worst-case imagining of we don't know what we don't know, everything else is secondary: international rules, traditions of partnership, and standards of legitimacy. It is a war. And as Clausewitz famously remarked, war is such a dangerous business that the mistakes which come from kindness are the very worst. Imperial dangers pitfalls accompany this neo-imperial grand strategy, however. Unchecked U.S. power, shorn of legitimacy and disentangled from the post-war norms and institutions of the international order, will usher in a more hostile international system, making it far harder to achieve American interests. The secret of the United States' long brilliant run as the world's leading state was its ability and willingness to exercise power within alliance and multinational frameworks, which made its power and agenda more acceptable to allies and other key states around the world. This achievement has now been put at risk by the administration's new thinking. The most immediate problem is that the neo-imperialist approach is unsustainable. Going it alone might well succeed in removing Saddam Hussein from power, but it is far less certain that a strategy of counter-proliferation, based on American willingness to use unilateral force to confront dangerous dictators, can work over the long term. An American policy that leaves the United States alone to decide which states are threats and how best to deny them weapons of mass destruction will lead to a diminishment of multilateral mechanisms, most important of which is the non-proliferation regime. The specific doctrine of preemptive action poses a related problem. Once the United States feels it can take such a course, nothing will stop other countries from doing the same. Does the United States want this doctrine in the hands of Pakistan, or even China or Russia? After all, it would not require the intervening state to first provide evidence for its actions. The United States argues that to wait until all the evidence is in, or until authoritative international bodies support action, is to wait too long. Yet that approach is the only basis that the United States can use if it needs to appeal for restraint in the actions of others. Moreover, and quite paradoxically, overwhelming American conventional military might, combined with a policy of preemptive strikes, could lead hostile states to accelerate programs to acquire their only possible deterrent to the United States, WMD. This is another version of the security dilemma, but one made worse by a neo-imperial grand strategy. Another problem follows. The use of force to eliminate WMD capabilities or overturn dangerous regimes is never simple, whether it is pursued unilaterally or by a concert of major states. After the military intervention is over, the target country has to be put back together. Peacekeeping and state building are inevitably required, as are long-term strategies that bring the UN, the World Bank, and the major powers together to orchestrate aid and other forms of assistance. This is not heroic work, but it is utterly necessary. Peacekeeping troops may be required for many years, even after a new regime is built. Regional conflicts inflamed by outside military intervention must also be calmed. This is a long tail of burdens and commitments that comes with every major military action. When these costs and obligations are added to America's imperial military role, it becomes even more doubtful that the neo-imperial strategy can be sustained at home over the long haul. The classic problem of imperial overstretch. The United States could keep its military predominance for decades if it is supported by a growing and increasingly productive economy. But the indirect burdens of cleaning up the political mess in terrorist-prone failed states levy a hidden cost. Peacekeeping and state building will require coalitions of states and multilateral agencies that can be brought into the process only if the initial decisions about military intervention are hammered out in consultation with other major states. America's older realist and liberal grand strategies suddenly become relevant again. A third problem with an imperial grand strategy is that it cannot generate the cooperation needed to solve practical problems at the heart of the U.S. foreign policy agenda. In the fight on terrorism, the United States needs cooperation from European and Asian countries in intelligence, law enforcement, and logistics. Outside the security sphere, realizing U.S. objectives depends even more on a continuous stream of amicable working relations with major states around the world. It needs partners for trade liberalization, global financial stabilization, environmental protection, deterring transnational organized crime, managing the rise of China, and a host of other thorny challenges. But it is impossible to expect would-be partners to acquiesce to America's self-appointed global security protectorate and then pursue business as usual in all other domains. The key policy tool for states confronting a unipolar and unilateral America is to withhold cooperation in day-to-day relations with the United States. One obvious means is trade policy. The European response to the recent American decision to impose tariffs on imported steel is explicable in these terms. This particular struggle concerns specific trade issues, but it is also a struggle over how Washington exercises power. The United States may be a unipolar military power, but economic and political power is more evenly distributed across the globe. The major states may not have much leverage in directly restraining American military pull. I see, but they can make the United States pay a price in other areas. Finally, the neo-imperial grand strategy poses a wider problem for the maintenance of American unipolar power. It steps into the oldest trap of powerful imperial states, self-encirclement. When the most powerful state in the world throws its weight around, unconstrained by rules or norms of legitimacy, it risks a backlash. Other countries will bridle at an international order in which the United States plays only by its own rules. The proponents of the new grand strategy have assumed that the United States can single-handedly deploy military power abroad and not suffer untoward consequences. Relations will be coarser with friends and allies, they believe, but such are the costs of leadership. But history shows that powerful states tend to trigger self-encirclement by their own overestimation of their power. Charles V, Louis XIV, Napoleon, and the leaders of post-Bismarck Germany sought to expand their imperial domains and impose a coercive order on others. Their imperial orders were all brought down when other countries decided they were not prepared to live in a world dominated by an overweening coercive state. America's imperial goals and modus operandi are much more limited and benign than were those of age-old emperors. But a hardline imperial grand strategy runs the risk that history will repeat itself. Bring in the old wars change world politics, and so too will America's war on terrorism. How great states fight wars, how they define the stakes, how they make the peace in its aftermath all give lasting shape to the international system that emerges after. The guns fall silent. In mobilizing their societies for battle, wartime leaders have tended to describe the military struggle as more than simply the defeat of an enemy. Woodrow Wilson sent U.S. troops to Europe not only to stop the Kaiser's army but to destroy militarism and usher in a worldwide democratic revolution. Franklin Roosevelt saw the war with Germany and Japan as a struggle to secure the four great freedoms. The Atlantic Charter was a statement of war aims that called not just for the defeat of fascism but for a new dedication to social welfare and human rights within an open and stable world system. To advance these visions, Wilson and Roosevelt proposed new international rules and mechanisms of cooperation. Their message was clear: if you bear the burdens of war, we, your leaders, will use this dreadful conflict to usher in a more peaceful and decent order among states. Fighting the war had as much to do with building global relations as it did with vanquishing an enemy. Bush has not fully articulated a vision of post-war international order, aside from defining the struggle as one between freedom and evil. The world has seen Washington take determined steps to fight terrorism, but it does not yet have a sense of Bush's larger, positive agenda for a strengthened and more decent international order. This failure explains why the sympathy and goodwill generated around the world for the United States after September 11 quickly disappeared. Newspapers that once proclaimed, "We are all Americans," now express distrust toward America. The prevailing view is that the United States seems prepared to use its power to go after terrorists and evil regimes, but not to use it to help build a more stable and peaceful world order. The United States appears to be degrading the rules and institutions of international community, not enhancing them. To the rest of the world, neo-imperial thinking has more to do with exercising power than with exercising leadership. In contrast, America's older strategic orientations balance of power realism and liberal multilateralism suggest a mature world power that seeks stability and pursues its interests in ways that do not fundamentally threaten the positions of other states. They are strategies of co-option and reassurance. The new imperial grand strategy presents the United States very differently, a revisionist state, seeking to parlay its momentary power advantages into a world order in which it runs the show. Unlike the hegemonic states of the past, the United States does not seek territory or outright political domination in Europe or Asia. America has no empire to extend or utopia to establish, Bush noted in his West Point address. But the sheer power advantages that the United States possesses and the doctrines of preemption and counterterrorism that it is articulating do unsettle governments and people around the world. The costs could be high. The last thing the United States wants is for foreign diplomats and government leaders to ask, how can we work around, undermine, contain, and retaliate against U.S. power? Rather than invent a new grand strategy, the United States should reinvigorate its older strategies, those based on the view that America's security partnerships are not simply instrumental tools but critical components of an American-led world political order that should be preserved. U.S. power is both leveraged and made more legitimate and user-friendly by these partnerships. The neo-imperial thinkers are haunted by the specter of catastrophic terrorism and seek a radical reordering of America's role in the world. America's commanding unipolar power and the advent of frightening new terrorist threats feed this imperial temptation. But it is a grand strategic vision that, taken to the extreme, will leave the world more dangerous and divided and the United States less secure. Missile defense and American ambitions victory. At Gov, the long campaign to halt and reverse proliferation of nuclear weapons has had both setbacks and victories. There is little doubt that the campaign has been a major factor in keeping the number of nuclear states far below what was projected in the early years of the nuclear age. Still, the campaign has not prevented the number of nuclear states from expanding from 5 to at least 8 since the Non-Proliferation Treaty went into force in 1970. Moreover, at least 2 states with a history of aggression are currently pursuing nuclear weapons. Ballistic missiles and the technology to build them have also been proliferating. While this proliferation has been suppressed to some extent by the creation of the Missile Technology and Control Regime in 1987 and other export control efforts, some states are still exporting technology applicable to long-range missiles, and even selling complete missiles. At least 15 states already have ballistic missiles with a range of 1,000 kilometers or greater, and 9 have intercontinental range ballistic missiles or space launch capabilities. Further, at least 2 states with a history of aggression are seeking to upgrade their ballistic missiles to allow delivery of nuclear weapons to intercontinental ranges. Exactly how far along these various programs are at this point is uncertain. But no one can be confident that much improved ballistic missiles armed with nuclear or other weapons of mass destruction will not come into the hands of aggressive states within a few years. It is even possible that some unrevealed capabilities already exist to deliver a few nuclear-armed missile attacks to targets at intercontinental ranges. These commonplace observations directly support the American pursuit of 333 missile defenses. But the utility of effective missile defenses goes far beyond the simple fact that they would counter potential nuclear threats or largely reduce the damage caused if aggressive states were to use such weapons. First, if these threats are not countered, potential non-nuclear victims of aggression by nuclear-armed states could doubt that strong and reliable protection would be available. Second, the presumed absence of strong and reliable protection can be expected, before long, to lead to a highly proliferated nuclear world. And third, such a world will prove intolerable for reasons including the very plausible expectation that it will suffer the occasional nuclear war. The first of these points seems clear enough. The second two deserve some discussion. Accelerating proliferation. As proliferation continues, it generates increased pressures for further proliferation. For example, some states may be discouraged by each failure of international efforts to limit proliferation and come to see runaway proliferation as inevitable. Accordingly, such states may feel it prudent to make contingency preparations to become nuclear powers themselves, in turn causing other states to do the same. In addition, states may feel encouraged to develop WMD by the extra attention and other types of political and economic gains won by states that have previously done so. Indeed, some states will feel that they must have their own nuclear deterrent forces simply because their spread ultimately makes them a key symbol of a modem state. The strongest increases in pressures to proliferate are felt by states that see themselves as potential targets of aggression by those who have gone nuclear or are about to. Prospective victims cannot expect to counter an opponent's nuclear weapons solely by increases in their own conventional forces. Conventional forces alone cannot destroy an invader nearly as well as the invader could likely paralyze most victims with small numbers of nuclear strikes. Nor can prospective victims solve their problem solely by building defenses against attacks with nuclear weapons. Defenses are inevitably less than perfect, and an opponent who did not fear retaliation in kind would feel little reluctance to test them. Thus, states that feel they have been placed in jeopardy by an aggressor's proliferation will likely conclude they must also have nuclear weapons either directly or indirectly through alliance with a strong and reliable state that already has them. Pressures to develop nuclear weapons can also be driven by increases in the conventional military power of an aggressive state that prospective victims cannot match. And proliferation can be motivated by an aggressor's hope that its nuclear weapons would deter other states from coming to a prospective victim's aid. In all these cases, the most powerful way to minimize pressures for nuclear proliferation is to ensure the availability of reliable protectors strong enough to defeat aggression and capable of retaliation in kind. This logical argument for the anti-proliferation efficacy of powerful protectors seems reasonably well demonstrated by the history of nuclear proliferation. Even the original development of nuclear weapons by the United States was driven by the fear that Nazi Germany was trying to develop such weapons and the knowledge that only the US could counter this threat if it were to emerge. While a variety of different factors drove proliferation by each successive state that built nuclear weapons, each of the current nuclear states saw great danger from some prospective enemy that already had such weapons, combined with doubts that, lacking such weapons itself, it could get sufficiently strong and reliable protection from others. Further, the large number of states that became capable of building nuclear weapons over the years, but chose not to, can be reasonably well explained by the fact that most were formally allied with either the United States or the Soviet Union. Both these superpowers had strong nuclear forces and put great pressure on their allies not to build nuclear weapons. Since the Cold War, the US has retained all its allies. In addition, NATO has extended its protection to some of the previous allies of the Soviet Union and plans on taking in more nuclear proliferation by India and Pakistan, and proliferation programs by North Korea. Iran and Iraq, all involved states in the opposite situation, all judged that they faced serious military opposition and had little prospect of establishing a reliable supporting alliance with a suitably strong, nuclear-armed state. What would await the world if strong protectors, especially the United States, were no longer seen as willing to protect states from nuclear-backed aggression? At least a few additional states would begin to build their own nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to distant targets, and these initiatives would spur increasing numbers of the world's capable states to follow suit. Restraint would seem ever less necessary and ever more dangerous. Meanwhile, more states are becoming capable of building nuclear weapons and long-range missiles. Many, perhaps most, of the world's states are becoming sufficiently wealthy, and the technology for building nuclear forces continues to improve and spread. Finally, it seems highly likely that at some point, halting proliferation will come to be seen as a lost cause and the restraints on it will disappear. Once that happens, the transition to a highly proliferated world would probably be very rapid. While some regions might be able to hold the line for a time, the threats posed by wildfire proliferation in most other areas could create pressures that would finally overcome all restraint. Hazards of a highly proliferated world. Many readers are probably willing to accept that nuclear proliferation is such a grave threat to world peace that every effort should be made to avoid it. However, every effort has not been made in the past, and we are talking about much more substantial efforts now. For new and substantially more burdensome efforts to be made to slow or stop nuclear proliferation, it needs to be established that the highly proliferated nuclear world that would sooner or later evolve without such efforts is not going to be acceptable. And, for many reasons, it is not. First, the dynamics of getting to a highly proliferated world could be very dangerous. Proliferating states will feel great pressures to obtain nuclear weapons and delivery systems before any potential opponent does. Those who succeed in outracing an opponent may consider preemptive nuclear war before the opponent becomes capable of nuclear retaliation. Those who lag behind might try to preempt their opponent's nuclear program or defeat the opponent using conventional forces. And those who feel threatened but are incapable of building nuclear weapons may still be able to join in this arms race by building other types of weapons of mass destruction, such as biological weapons. Second, as the world approaches complete proliferation, the hazards posed by nuclear weapons today will be magnified many times over. 50 or more nations capable of launching nuclear weapons means that the risk of nuclear accidents that could cause serious damage not only to their own populations and environments, but those of others, is hugely increased. The chances of such weapons falling into the hands of renegade military units or terrorists is far greater, as is the number of nations carrying out hazardous manufacturing and storage activities. Increased prospects for the occasional nuclear shootout. Worse still, in a highly proliferated world there would be more frequent opportunities for the use of nuclear weapons. And more frequent opportunities means shorter expected times between conflicts in which nuclear weapons get used, unless the probability of use at any opportunity is actually zero. To be sure, some theorists on nuclear deterrence appear to think that in any confrontation between two states known to have reliable nuclear capabilities, the probability of nuclear weapons being used is zero. These theorists think that such states will be so fearful of escalation into nuclear war that they would always avoid or terminate confrontations between them, short of even conventional war. They believe this to be true even if the two states have different cultures or leaders with very eccentric personalities. History and human nature, however, suggest that they are almost surely wrong. History includes instances in which states known to possess nuclear weapons did engage in direct conventional conflict. China and Russia fought battles along their common border even after both had nuclear weapons. Moreover, logic suggests that if states with nuclear weapons always avoided conflict with one another, surely states without nuclear weapons would avoid conflict with states that had them. Again, history provides counterexamples. Egypt attacked Israel in 1973 even though it saw Israel as a nuclear power at the time. Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands and fought Britain's efforts to take them back, even though Britain had nuclear weapons. Those who claim that two states with reliable nuclear capabilities to devastate each other will not engage in conventional conflict risking nuclear war also assume that any leader from any culture would not choose suicide for his nation. But his Tory provides unhappy examples of states whose leaders were ready to choose suicide for themselves and their fellow citizens. Hitler tried to impose a victory or destruction policy on his people as Nazi Germany was going down to defeat. And Japan's war minister, during debates on how to respond to the American atomic bombing, suggested would it not be wondrous for the whole nation to be destroyed like a beautiful flower. If leaders are willing to engage in conflict with nuclear-armed nations, use of nuclear weapons in any particular instance may not be likely, but its probability would still be dangerously significant. In particular, human nature suggests that the threat of retaliation with nuclear weapons is not a reliable guarantee against a disastrous first use of these weapons. While national leaders and their advisors everywhere are usually talented and experienced people, even their most important decisions cannot be counted on to be the product of well-informed and thorough assessments of all options from all relevant points of view. This is especially so when the stakes are so large as to defy assessment and there are substantial pressures to act quickly, as could be expected in intense and fast-moving crises between nuclear-armed states. Instead, like other human beings, national leaders can be seduced by wishful thinking. They can misinterpret the words or actions of opposing leaders. Their advisors may produce answers that they think the leader wants to hear, or coalesce around what they know is an inferior decision because the group urgently needs the confidence or the sharing of responsibility that results from settling on something. Moreover, leaders may not recognize clearly where their personal or party interests diverge from those of their citizens. Under great stress, human beings can lose their ability to think carefully. They can refuse to believe that the worst could really happen, oversimplify the problem at hand, think in terms of simplistic analogies and play hunches. The intuitive rules for how individuals should respond to insults or signs of weakness in an opponent may too readily suggest a rash course of action. Anger, fear, greed, ambition, and pride can all lead to bad decisions. The desire for a decisive solution to the problem at hand may lead to an unnecessarily extreme course of action. We can almost hear the kinds of words that could flow from discussions in nuclear crises or war. These people are not willing to die for this interest. No sane person would actually use such weapons. Perhaps the opponent will back down if we show him we mean business by demonstrating a willingness to use nuclear weapons. If I don't hit them back really hard, I am going to be driven from office, if not killed. Whether right or wrong, in the stressful atmosphere of a nuclear crisis or war, such words from others, or silently from within, might resonate too readily with a harried leader. Thus, both history and human nature suggest that nuclear deterrence can be expected to fail from time to time, and we are fortunate it has not happened yet. But the threat of nuclear war is not just a matter of a few weapons being used. It could get much worse. Once a conflict reaches the point where nuclear weapons are employed, the stresses felt by the leaderships would rise enormously. These stresses can be expected to further degrade their decision-making. The pressures to force the enemy to stop fighting or to surrender could argue for more forceful and decisive military action, which might be the right thing to do in the circumstances, but maybe not. And the roars of the carnage already suffered may be seen as justification for visiting the most devastating punishment possible on the enemy. Again, history demonstrates how intense conflict can lead the combatants to escalate violence to the maximum possible levels. In the Second World War, early promises not to bomb cities soon gave way to essentially indiscriminate bombing of civilians. The war between Iran and Iraq during the 1980s led to the use of chemical weapons on both sides and exchanges of missiles against each other's cities. And more recently, violence in the Middle East escalated in a few months from rocks and small arms to heavy weapons on one side, and from police actions to airstrikes and armored attacks on the other. Escalation of violence is also basic human nature. Once the violence starts, retaliatory exchanges of violent acts can escalate to levels unimagined by the participants beforehand. Intense and blinding anger is a common response to fear or humiliation or abuse. And such anger can lead us to impose on our opponents whatever levels of violence are readily accessible. In sum, widespread proliferation is likely to lead to an occasional shootout with nuclear weapons, and that such shootouts will have a substantial probability of escalating to the maximum destruction possible with the weapons at hand. Unless nuclear proliferation is stopped, we are headed toward a world that will mirror the American Wild West of the late 1800s. With most, if not all, nations wearing nuclear six-shooters on their hips, the world may even be a more polite place than it is today, but every once in a while we will all gather on a hill to bury the bodies of dead cities or even whole nations. This kind of world is in no nation's interest. The means for preventing it must be pursued vigorously. And, as argued above, a most powerful way to prevent it or slow its emergence is to encourage the more capable states to provide reliable protection to others against aggression, even when that aggression could be backed with nuclear weapons. In other words, the world needs at least one state, preferably several, willing and able to play the role of sheriff, or to be members of a sheriff's posse, even in the face of nuclear threats. The missile defense alternative states that intend to confront aggressors armed with nuclear weapons should not be asked to depend on deterrence through devastating retaliation as their only protection against nuclear attack. The chances that nuclear deterrence might fail are too great, given the substantial differences between the security-related perspectives of nuclear-armed regional aggressors and those of the U.S. These differences are greater than those that came to exist between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, once both sides had learned the sobering lessons of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Lowering the prospects that nuclear deterrence will fail is a direct purpose of missile defenses. Differences in perspectives between the U.S. and regional aggressors are worth some discussion. First, in deciding to engage in aggression, the nuclear-armed regional challenger would have made the judgments that his stakes and risks strongly favor aggression, while those of potential protectors from outside the region strongly favor staying on the sidelines. The challenger would likely characterize its issues with the prospective victim as bilateral, perhaps with some significance for the region, but not of substantial importance for outsiders. The challenger would expect prospective protectors to see his commitment to whining as sufficient to make his escalation to the use of nuclear weapons a serious possibility. In contrast, he would expect that the prospective protectors would not value the stakes highly enough to run the risk of nuclear war. But the US and other protectors could see far broader implications. At a minimum, they would see the aggression as a fundamental challenge to international law and order that would likely lead to more such challenges in the same or other regions if not defeated. Second, and equally important, the challenger and prospective protectors could have very different perceptions of the political and military usefulness of owning nuclear weapons. The challenger could see his hard-won nuclear deterrent as the key to military freedom of action within his region. Again, protectors can be expected to take a broader view. For them, it would be a disaster to ignore aggression that would likely be opposed if the challenger did not have nuclear weapons. Tolerating nuclear-backed aggression would teach a dangerous lesson to everyone, that nuclear weapons could be effective offensive weapons rather than the strictly defensive weapons they have been since the end of the Second World War. This could help spur nuclear proliferation both by states with aggressive ambitions and by those who fear becoming victims. Third, the challenger and potential protectors might also have very different attitudes toward gambling with the lives of their citizens. For example, an aggressive leader might see the status quo as trapping his state in an intolerable economic and political position. Thus, he might view a challenge that could dramatically improve his nation's long-term prospects as worth a substantial risk that a large fraction of his citizens might be killed or that his regime might be totally defeated. As a less charitable example, an aggressive leader might have a psychological disposition toward taking highly risky initiatives. The leader might also think that the US and other potential protectors were too rich, too soft, or too politically vulnerable to be willing to run any significant risk of being struck with a nuclear weapon. Fourth, stress levels could also be very different for the challenger and the protectors. In particular, in standing up to aggression by regional states armed with a small number of nuclear weapons, the US would know that its own existence would not be at risk, but the challenger would not. In fact, the challenger might have expected the US to ignore its actions and thus be surprised and shocked to be confronted by a military giant. Finally, the more likely challengers tend to have very different forms of government with less trustful civil-military relations and cultures that are very different from those of the US and its allies. And they often have leaders with eccentric views. These differences can also refract clear thinking and interpretations of the meanings of other nations' actions and add to the potential that nuclear weapons might get used. Such differences in perspectives collectively make the probability of a regional war involving the use of nuclear weapons all too high. Accordingly, reducing the destruction that could result if deterrence of nuclear use by a regional aggressor were to fail is a second direct purpose for creating effective missile defenses. Indirect purposes of missile defenses for the states that may have to protect others from aggression backed with nuclear weapons are also important for other indirect purposes. First, by largely suppressing the effectiveness of a prospective aggressor's nuclear-armed missiles, defenses could ruin his confidence that potential protectors would see intervention as too risky and allow his aggression to succeed. Thus, defenses would largely restore the degree of effective deterrence of aggression that had existed before the prospective aggressor had acquired its missiles and nuclear weapons. Second, missile defenses are also important for drawing together and maintaining coalitions to confront nuclear-armed aggressors. Unless reasonably strong defenses can be provided, states other than the US and those immediately and directly threatened by the aggressor might not be willing to join. But the legitimacy provided by broad coalitions for the kinds of actions that might prove necessary in confronting nuclear-armed aggressors could be especially important. In particular, if nuclear retaliation were to prove necessary, the US should not be seen as having acted unilaterally. Third, if a nuclear-armed state did launch a nuclear attack, US and allied missile defenses could save significantly more lives than one might at first think. While reducing losses suffered by the US and its allies is the most important and direct purpose of the defenses, these reductions could also justify a less destructive retaliation. More specifically, every US or allied citizen saved by the defense could mean that one of the aggressor's citizens is saved as well. Fourth, missile defenses could substantially alleviate the pressures for quick action by the US and its allies. For example, by sharply reducing the potential damage an opponent's missiles might cause, defenses could allow protectors to take a wait-and-see approach to any initial aggression, rather than risk starting a war by a preemptive attack against the opponent's weapons. Avoiding unnecessary preemptive attacks would be especially important if destruction of the opponent's weapons were to impose high risks on people in surrounding areas. Similarly, by reducing the damage wreaked by an aggressor's initial attack, effective missile defenses could give decision-makers more scope to delay retaliation. Delay would allow more careful consideration of how to respond, in closer consultation with allies and others involved. This would be important in obtaining a broad legitimization of US actions. Of course, the US might not want to exploit this possibility in any given case, perhaps seeing very prompt retaliation as most likely to suppress the further use of nuclear weapons in the situation at hand. Effective defenses could also largely suppress any final lashing out by the attacker if he were faced with total defeat. This, of course, would make it easier for the US and its coalition partners to pursue the attacker's total defeat. Better yet, if the prospective protectors had missile defenses, a nuclear-armed state could no longer assume that its opponents could not afford to drive it to the point where it had nothing left to lose. With total defeat a more credible prospect, such aggression should be better deterred. Note that in all but the first of the foregoing arguments, the effect of missile defenses is to increase the freedom of action of the US and its allies. Defenses would permit less destructive or less immediate retaliation, make it less risky to forego or, alternatively, to carry out preemptive attacks, and would reduce the risks and potential costs of imposing total defeat on an aggressor. In some circumstances, the US and its allies might see no advantage in such increased freedom of action. But the enhancements to this freedom come bundled together, and on balance, seem well worth having. In general, increased freedom of action for the protectors should translate into less promising options for aggression. Defenses are also important for the morale of the states that would be expected to defend against aggression backed by nuclear weapons. If the need to confront such aggression arises, the US and its coalition partners would feel entitled to the added assurance that such defenses would provide. Facing aggression without such defenses, in the knowledge that they could have been provided, could create a certain resentment at having to run unnecessary risks. Correspondingly, if such defenses had been built, especially with the acquiescence of states seriously inconvenienced by their creation, the US would then feel more obligated to perform the duties of protector. Indeed, it would likely be the state best prepared to do so. What to expect from America? The arguments made thus far can be combined as follows. Continued nuclear proliferation will eventually accelerate, leading to a world where many and perhaps most states will have nuclear weapons, which occasionally will be used. Ensuring reliable, strong protection against nuclear-armed aggression is a most powerful way to delay, if not avoid, that dangerous world. Moreover, states that are expected to perform the protector's role, together with their coalition partners, should have the best possible defenses against nuclear attack. And, as the aggressive states seeking nuclear weapons have so far chosen ballistic missiles to deliver weapons to distant targets, effective defenses against nuclear attacks must include missile defenses. Nonetheless, even if equipped with such defenses, the protectors and their coalition partners would still risk substantial damage from the relatively few nuclear attacks that might leak through. If, as a result, they could not be counted on to provide the needed protection, other states should have little reason to accept the inconveniences and concerns that the missile defense initiative could cause them. So how much commitment to protecting non-nuclear states can be expected from the US and its allies? Two arguments seem relevant here. Missile defenses and US commitment. The first argument uses realist assumptions to explain the need for missile defenses. It suggests that the commitment of a state to defending any specific interest is largely determined by how the perceived value of the interest compares with the projected risks and other costs of protecting it. This point of view suggests that some less than vital interests might be sacrificed if the risk of defending them were to rise sharply, as would happen if a state that sought to challenge such an interest were to obtain nuclear-armed ballistic missiles. To capitalize on its new capabilities, the newly armed regional challenger would have to identify which interests the US and other prospective protectors no longer saw as worth the risk of defending. We should expect the challenger to think that important gains were possible, given the dramatic increase in risks that it could impose on possible defenders. Nor should we be surprised if the challenger demonstrates considerable confidence and skill in picking interests to test whose values are not the highest in the eyes of their prospective defenders, or at least not clearly appreciated. The function of effective defenses in this case should be obvious. If the defenses can largely suppress the threat posed by the challenger's nuclear weapons, the original relationship between the interests in dispute and the risks involved in defending them would be largely restored. Thus, defenses would have largely restored the original credibility of the protector's willingness to stand up to aggression against such interests. In other words, defenses would have restored something approaching the original level of deterrence of challenges to such interests. Two examples illustrate this point. First, it is sometimes claimed that the US would not have rolled back Iraq's 1990 invasion of Kuwait if Iraq had had nuclear-armed missiles at the time. This claim may or may not be true, but if the US and its allies had also possessed highly effective missile defenses, the situation would have been largely the same as that presented in 1990, and it is reasonable to suppose that the US would have gone ahead. Similarly, Chinese officials have argued that the US would not defend Taiwan at the risk of nuclear strikes against the US homeland. The claim is also disputable, but even if true, highly effective defenses against Chinese ICBMs clearly would make defense of Taiwan by the US more credible. This realist argument, in essence, is that reasonably effective missile defenses could largely offset the perceived unwillingness of the US and its partners to defend less than vital interests that are threatened by nuclear-armed aggressors. The argument is quite convincing, at least where the strength of the underlying US commitment is strong enough to offset the residual threat of damage posed by leakage through the defenses. The US is committed already. The second argument for missile defenses originates from the international security role that the US sees itself fulfilling. The long-standing and generally successful US campaign to shape a world much in its own image implies a strong and enduring commitment to protect that world and the US role in it. This commitment seems likely to draw the US into protecting non-nuclear states from aggressors with nuclear-armed missiles, even if the US does not have missile defenses and thus depends for its protection on the threat of nuclear retaliation. But if the US is coming to the rescue in any event, its moral claim to such defenses is overwhelming. Who could reasonably expect the US to forego such defenses, given their potential to save lives and perhaps even deter the use of nuclear weapons, or even to dissuade the challenges that might lead to such use? This argument does not rest upon missile defenses reducing potential damage to some low level at which the US would become willing to come to the rescue. Rather, missile defenses are to reduce as much as possible the potential damage if an aggressor were not deterred from using nuclear weapons, and to provide the other useful indirect values discussed earlier. A realist viewpoint suggests that the US should be motivated to stand up to regional aggression, because failure to do so risks not just an avalanche of proliferation but also, as a result, a radical transformation of the distribution of global military power. As argued above, if the US and the other influential states were to allow aggression backed by nuclear weapons to succeed, these weapons would be transformed from purely defensive weapons, which they have been since the end of the Second World War, into weapons that could enable successful aggression. Aggressive states already owning nuclear weapons could be expected to attempt to capitalize on the offensive potential of their weapons that had thus been revealed. Other states would soon seek nuclear weapons for offensive or defensive purposes. The resulting political realignments among states could be very dynamic, and the new global political map that ultimately emerged would look significantly different from the one we have today. The distribution of national power would derive less from historical fundamentals such as geographical size, natural resources, population, culture, and productivity. Power would be distributed more equally among all states with nuclear weapons. And, whether for good or evil in the eyes of others, the current military predominance and influence of the US would be reduced. All things considered, it seems likely that most states would be more comfortable with global power arrangements based on the historical fundamentals than with a power distribution based on nuclear weapons. But no matter how other states might answer this question, this prospective change in the distribution of power is easily foreseen and would be very painful for the US. Thus, its prospect can be expected to be a strong motivation for the US to confront such aggression. Considerations of bureaucratic politics also suggest a substantial US motivation to stand up to regional aggression. The role of US military forces for the last half a century or more has been to intervene overseas in defense of US interests. If US forces came to be judged as unusable or unnecessary for confronting or protecting a growing number of regional states that obtained nuclear weapons, they could seem less worth maintaining. The US military would not disappear, but its character would change dramatically. It would surely be smaller and spend far more time at home than today's US forces with their worldwide roles. An even stronger set of US motivations to confront regional aggression, even when backed with nuclear weapons, is that failure to do so would risk the United States' deeply held visions of what it is as a nation and the international role that it plays. It seems clear that most Americans believe that the international role that the US has played so successfully and for so long remains the right role for America. In addition, the US would see consequences of failing to confront nuclear-armed aggression not just in terms of the real values of the interests lost and put at risk, but more generally as a threat to the most basic of America's international good works, its long-term campaign to support the growth of democracy. Further, US pride would be at stake. The spectacle of the world's strongest nation averting its eyes while a far weaker state with a small number of nuclear weapons rolled over an even weaker non-nuclear opponent would be devastating to the US image and reputation, at home and abroad. US allies and friends would be shaken to the core and would show it. Unless the US found a way to reverse the damage resulting from a failure to confront nuclear-backed regional aggression, the movement towards a peaceful and cooperative democratic international community aspired to by most states would be thrown roughly into reverse. The US, which perceives itself as the guardian of this world order, would thus feel strongly obliged to confront such aggression. In summary, for a variety of mutually reinforcing realist, bureaucratic, political and historical psychological reasons, the US would likely stand up to aggression against other states, even when that aggression was backed by nuclear weapons. And while missile defenses can make US and other states more credible protectors, perhaps the stronger claim to such defenses is that it is immoral to ask the US and others to run the risks of performing this essential role without them. Finally, states Concerned by the U.S. pursuit of missile defenses should recognize that by fitting itself so well to continue to play the role of protector, the U.S. is strengthening its obligation to fulfill that role. Conclusion: ballistic missile defenses appear to be a necessary part of the all-important effort to stop nuclear proliferation. They are needed to assure non-nuclear states that the United States and other supporting nations would be willing to protect them from aggression, even when backed by nuclear-armed ballistic missiles. If the world came to doubt the availability of such protection, widespread nuclear proliferation seems inevitable both by would-be aggressors and by those who would fear becoming their victims. And for reasons elaborated above, a highly proliferated nuclear world will almost surely be marked by occasional bursts of spectacularly devastating nuclear warfare, not the universal peace that some have projected. On the other hand, seeing the U.S. move towards protecting itself from ballistic missile attacks can disturb not just the rogue states, but others who fear a U.S. with both overwhelming offensive military power and effective defenses. Again, for reasons elaborated above, it seems most unlikely that the U.S. could develop a military capability to dominate with impunity an unwilling world, or even that it could bring itself to try to establish such a degree of hegemony. Nonetheless, U.S. development and deployment of effective defenses against ballistic missile attacks seems likely to have substantial effects on how nuclear forces around the world evolve, on how the threat posed by nuclear proliferation is perceived, and more generally on how the world at large arranges for its security. Given the potential magnitude and uncertainties of these effects, and the many years that it will take to resolve them, the movement toward missile defenses will be a leap of faith for all concerned. How then can the U.S. and the larger international community make each other more comfortable with this endeavor? Improved understanding of each other's purposes and concerns would help. The U.S. can further clarify the role it expects to play in underwriting international security in the future and especially the general limits it will respect. Operating consistently within reasonable limits would go a long way to curb fears that the U.S. might abuse the great military power needed to underwrite adequate global stability. At the same time, the international community could do a lot more to clarify its views on practical political military means for maintaining global peace in a world where weapons of mass destruction could become possible for nearly any state or outlaw group. If there is a better and more feasible solution to this problem than that which the U.S. is moving toward, it is important to find it soon. And pending the appearance of a better solution, cooperation in making defenses work to the best advantage of global security and stability seems essential. Note 1. Chairman Stump to lead congressional delegation to commemorate VJ Day. Press release of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, 30 August 1995. Missile defenses and the multiplication of nuclear weapons. Kenneth N. Waltz. The value of missile defenses was debated from the late 1950s onward. Earlier, as now, it was claimed that a fanatical, lightly armed nuclear state might try to blackmail its neighbors, or even attack the United States. In 1967, for example, Secretary of Defense McNamara argued for erecting defenses against China's nascent nuclear capability. He found it conceivable that, even though a Chinese nuclear attack on the United States or its allies would be insane and suicidal, China might miscalculate one. Obviously, it was conceivable McNamara had just conceived of it. But for China then and for North Korea now, or for Iraq or whomever, the conception is preposterous. Mao Zedong did not reign from 1949 to 1976 by pursuing insane foreign and military policies, nor do Kim Jong-il, Saddam Hussein, or other rulers of so-called rogue states. Secretary Rumsfeld has noticed that the genie is out of the bottle. People are going to have very powerful weapons. And they don't care about safety, they don't care about reliability, they don't care about making big volumes of these things. If they get them, they have power and they can alter behavior. Too, they surely are altering ours, and we have made much bigger volumes of these things than they ever will. Although rogues do some terrible things, if they behaved as Rumsfeld imagines, they would have awfully short careers. A Secretary of Defense ought to pay some attention to how other states, including bad states, behave militarily. National missile defenses pose greater dangers to us and to others than the slow spread of nuclear weapons. The best thing about such defenses is that they won't work. The worst thing about them is that merely setting development and deployment in motion has damaging effects on us and on others. The many reasons why defenses against nuclear weapons won't work have been rehearsed often enough. According to Rumsfeld, it does not matter if defenses do not work well. Deploying them will make would-be attackers uncertain about how many of their weapons will slip past the shield, and uncertainty will deter them. Our deterrent forces already make them tremble with fear at the thought of the destruction that might await the perpetrator of a nuclear attack. In Rumsfeld's view, that is not enough to deter, but the prospect of our shooting some things down would be. Presumably they are smart enough to calculate the problematic effects of our future defenses, but too dumb to understand the risks of launching attacks that risk their own destruction. In October of 1964, Khrushchev boasted that the Soviet Union had a new missile that could hit a fly in the sky. That, of course, is not the problem. One would have to hit many flies in the sky after separating the flies from the fleas. Some warheads may get through, and the attacker and the attacked will both believe that. Missile defenses would be the most complicated systems ever deployed, and they would have to work with near perfection in meeting their first realistic test, the test of enemy fire. No president will rely on such systems but will instead avoid actions that might provoke an attack. With or without defenses, the constraints on American actions are the same. The would-be attacker who doubts that some of its warheads will get through has three simple recourses. One is to multiply warheads. Since offensive nuclear weapons are much cheaper than defensive measures, that is easily done. To play nuclear defense is to play the mug's game, a game that cannot be won. McNamara, Khrushchev, Brezhnev, Caspar Weinberger, Putin, Shazokang, and many others have said that if they deploy defenses, we will increase the numbers of our warheads. Point 3. The second way to defeat defenses is by mounting decoys on missiles and spreading chaff to confuse the defense. The third way to thwart missile defenses is to avoid them. ICBMs are the least likely way a rogue state would choose to deliver warheads, since they can easily be delivered in many other ways. Why would rogues not choose the easier ones? An Indian commentator has even suggested delivery by oxcart. One can multiply the ways of placing warheads on targets. An especially bothersome way is delivery by cruise missiles. The international commercial fleet has thousands of container ships, and American ports handle more than 13 million containers yearly. Even bulky cruise missiles, such as Chinese silkworms, fit into standard containers and can be fired at any port city in the world. Defending against cruise missiles is even more difficult than shooting ballistic missiles down. The threat of ballistic missile attacks by North Korea serves as an excuse, albeit a flimsy one, to build defenses that the administration hopes will be useful against China. When Secretary of State Colin Powell was briefed on the deal made by the Clinton administration to supply aid to North Korea in return for its easily verified promise not to develop and test medium and long-range missiles, he called it a splendid bargain. For his reaction less colorfully echoed George Shultz's earlier remark that trading Star Wars for reductions in the Soviet Union's nuclear arsenal would be like giving them the sleeves off our vest. 6. The new Bush administration nevertheless drew back from the arrangement that the Clinton administration had made. If it is possible to be extremely moderate, Chinese nuclear programs have been that. A light American defense with about 100 interceptors is expected to knock 25 warheads down. Impartial observers may not believe that the defenses will do that well, but China will assume that they may do even better, and it will arm itself accordingly. Where China leads, India and Pakistan will follow. The result, President Putin fears, may be a hectic uncontrolled arms race on the borders of our country. 6. The only effective response to a nuclear threat, or to a conventional threat that one cannot meet, lies in the ability to retaliate. In the nuclear world, defense looks like offense. SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, should have been labeled SWAT, Strategic Offense Initiative. The shield makes the sword usable. Reagan understood the offensive implications of nuclear defenses, but played them down. With a lack of political sensibility that would be astonishing in other administrations, the present Bush administration plays them up. As Bush has said, they seek weapons of mass destruction to keep the United States and other responsible nations from helping allies and friends in strategic parts of the world. 7. In short, we want to be able to intervene militarily whenever and wherever we choose. Our nuclear defenses would presumably make that possible even against countries lightly armed with nuclear weapons. The first effect of developing defenses is to cause other states to multiply the number of their nuclear weapons and to think of sneaky ways of delivering them. The cheapest way for Russia to overcome fears that American defenses will diminish their deterrent, however, is to place more warheads on their land-based missiles, one of the most dangerous forms of nuclear weaponry. The new Bush administration surpasses Clinton's in foolishness. An official of Clinton's administration told Russian officials that if our potential defenses should make Russia uneasy, it could simply keep 1,000 missiles on full alert. To implement Bush's and Rumsfeld's dreams of defense is more dangerous for us and the world than a small number of nuclear weapons in the hands of India and Pakistan, or North Korea or Iraq for that matter. Nuclear defenses destroy arms control agreements. Agreements to control and reduce nuclear weapons are more useful than attempts to defend against them. Some countries want us to be able to intervene militarily on their behalf, others do not. Given American nuclear and conventional dominance, what are the latter countries to do? Our dominance presses them to find ways of blocking our interventionist moves. As ever, dominance, coupled with immoderate behavior by one country, causes others to look for ways to protect their interests. China wants to incorporate Taiwan if only in loose form. Even if China has no intention of using force, and clearly it prefers not to, it believes that the prospect of American military protection of Taiwan removes the threat of force from China's set of diplomatic tools. Taiwan will have less reason to compromise. China reacts as one would expect it to. Acquiring Russian Oscar II class submarines, capable of disabling our aircraft carriers, is one response. Another is maintaining a minimal nuclear deterrent against the United States. American intelligence reports that our defenses may prompt China to multiply its nuclear arsenal by 10 and to place multiple warheads on its missiles. The mere prospect of American missile defense promotes the vertical proliferation of nuclear weapons. It also encourages the horizontal spread of nuclear weapons from one country to another. Japan, already made uneasy by China's increasing economic and military capabilities, will become uneasier still as China acts to counter America's prospective defenses. Since the new Bush administration has rent the fabric of agreements that brought nuclear weapons under a modicum of control, and since we offer nothing to replace it, other countries try harder to take care of themselves. North Korea, Iraq, Iran, and others believe that America can be held at bay only by deterrence. Weapons of mass destruction are the only means by which they can hope to deter the United States. They cannot hope to do so by relying on conventional weapons. During the Cold War we used nuclear weapons to offset the Soviet Union's conventional strength. Other countries may now use nuclear weapons to offset ours. Leigh Aspin, when he was chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, put this thought in the following words: a world without nuclear weapons would not be disadvantageous to the United States. In fact, a world without nuclear weapons would actually be better. Nuclear weapons are still the big equalizer, but now the United States is not the equalizer but the equalizing. 8. Our conventional dominance spurs other countries to resort to unconventional means. To understand others' reactions, we have to look to our own behavior. Bush emphasizes our readiness to consult other countries. In his lexicon, consult means that we explain our policies and then implement them whether other countries like them or not. One reads about the world's desire for American leadership only in the United States, a British diplomat has observed. Everywhere else one reads about American arrogance and unilateralism. 9. When we add to dominance and arrogance the unwillingness to ratify treaties made and the intention to renounce treaties ratified, we have a recipe for encouraging other states to go nuclear. The United States led the way in negotiating the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. 161 countries had signed the treaty as of July 6, 2001, and 77 had ratified it. Yet administration officials now look for ways of escaping from the treaty's restrictions. Moreover, in recent years we have pursued ways of improving the design of warheads and enhancing their power by using such methods as computer simulations, methods in which our abilities far exceed those of others. Why should we not welcome a treaty that so clearly serves our interests? Bush hopes that other countries will reduce the number of their nuclear weapons while we build defenses and improve our weapons. If his fantasy were to become reality, America would be able to act on its whims whenever and wherever it chose to. Because other countries know this, our policies promote the spread of nuclear weapons both upwards and sideways. Over a span of 6 decades, relations among nuclear countries have been peaceful beyond historical precedent. Nuclear pessimists have a simple explanation for this: we have been lucky. Kanthi Bajpayee believes that deterrence is fragile and fraught and in the long run unstable. Apparently, 50-some years is not a long enough run to confirm the stability of nuclear deterrence. General George Lee Butler, commander of STRATCOM before his retirement in 1994, believes that we escaped disaster by the grace of God. 10. God may, as Otto von Bismarck said, watch out for fools, drunkards, and the United States. Yet one wonders why he should favor the United States and just those other nations with nuclear weapons, while showing little mercy for many others. If indeed the world has skirted nuclear disaster by sustained good luck or by God's grace, then it would be high time to take matters in our own hands. Those who credit the good luck explanation sometimes propose remedies. Butler's is the abolition of nuclear weapons. Michael Mandelbaum's and Elliot Cohen's is preventive strikes at the nuclear facilities of would-be nuclear states. Reagan's was, and Bush's is, nuclear defense. Fortunately, all such remedies are fanciful. They would deny the peaceful benefits of nuclear weapons to those who need them. It is far more sensible to face the fact that nuclear weapons are here to stay, and that once in a long while, they will spread to another country or two. We should ask how we can continue to reap the benefits of nuclear weapons while reducing the dangers inherent in them. 2 obvious ways are by reducing the numbers in the absurdly large arsenals of the United States and Russia and by taking weapons off hair trigger alert. Dropping defensive measures is a third way. Even though in the nuclear business deterrence is cheap and easy while defense is costly and difficult, our thought seems to be that we can mount effective defenses because we have the money and the technology that others lack. When one side mounts defenses, however, others seek ways to defeat or outflank them. With conventional weapons, this may be difficult. With nuclear weapons, it is easy. Nuclear defenses attempt to pose an absolute defense against an absolute weapon. The logic of nuclear defense is the logic of conventional warfare. Conventional war pits weapons against weapons. That is exactly what nuclear defenses would do, thereby recreating the instabilities that plague countries armed only with conventional weapons. We know the dangers of offensive/defensive races from centuries of experience with conventional weapons. The major mischief of American defensive efforts is not only that they may sharpen the efforts of a few tries to make their own nuclear weapons but also that they may recreate the contest between offense and defense with all its unfortunate consequences. Why should anyone want to replace stable deterrence with unstable defense? How can we perpetuate peace without solving the problem of war? This is the question that states with nuclear weapons must constantly answer. Nuclear states continue to compete militarily. With each state tending to its interests as best it can, war is constantly possible. Although the possibility of war remains, nuclear weapons have drastically reduced the probability of its being fought by states having them. Wars that might bring nuclear weapons into play have become extraordinarily hard to start. Over the centuries, great powers have fought more wars and lesser states have fought fewer. The frequency of war has correlated less closely with the attributes of states than with their international standing. Yet, because of a profound change in military technology, waging war has more and more become the privilege of poor and weak states. Nuclear weapons have reversed the fates of strong and weak states. Never in modern history have great powers enjoyed a longer period of peace than we have known since the Second World War. One can scarcely believe that the presence of nuclear weapons does not greatly help to explain this happy condition. Notes 1. Robert S. McNamara, speech delivered before the editors of the United Press International, San Francisco, September 18, 1967. Excerpted in Robert J. Art and Kenneth N. Waltz, The Use of Force, Boston, Little, Brown, 1971, pp. 503 ff. 2 James Deo, Rumsfeld calls on Europe to rethink arms control. New York Times, June 11, 2001, p. A8. 3 Xia is Director of Arms Control and Disarmament in China's Foreign Ministry. 4 Powell, cited in Richard Cohen, Political Science, Washington Post, May 3, 2001, p. A21. 5 Schultz, 6 Patrick E. 9 quoted in Samuel P. What if Iraq had nuclear weapons? Barry R. Posing the problem of preventing nuclear proliferation has become one of the highest priority issues on the U.S. national security policy agenda. It is, nevertheless, quite possible that the U.S. will one day confront a situation in which a nuclear-armed regional power threatens to trespass upon, or actually has trespassed upon, a very important U.S. national interest. The U.S. military research and engineering establishment will not have produced an array of offensive and defensive weaponry which permits a senior military commander to assure the President of the United States that the adversary cannot successfully explode a nuclear weapon on the territory of a U.S. ally, or over a U.S. military force, or even on the United States itself. As far as one can tell, the consideration of how the United States would handle this situation has not proceeded very far. The national security policy community, in and out of government, is beguiled by the possibility of a happy ending. It is hoped that non-proliferation policy will prevent most proliferation and that a combination of weapons and tactics will negate the capabilities of those who slip through the policy net. This essay assesses why the United States might act forcefully in a confrontation with an expansionist state in possession of a modest nuclear retaliatory capability, and how it may proceed. The vehicle for this assessment is a counterfactual historical analysis of the U.S. reaction to Iraq's invasion of Kuwait in 1990. For heuristic purposes, I introduce a small nuclear force into the Iraqi arsenal, a half-dozen weapons and a means to deliver them regionally. These weapons cannot reliably be located for conventional or nuclear production, and their delivery TEMs are sufficiently capable that extant defensive weaponry cannot intercept them reliably. I postulate that Saudi leaders invite the United States to send forces to help deter an Iraqi attack on the kingdom immediately following the invasion of Kuwait. I then ask 2 questions. Should the United States consider the military liberation of Kuwait? If so, what strategy should it employ to do so? In the sections below entitled The View from 1990-91, I insert myself, with my premises and analytic tools, into the situation and offer the policy advice that I think I would have given. These premises are broadly consistent with the international relations theoretical tradition known as realism. The tools are offense-defense theory, deterrence theory, and limited war theory. I speculate, in the sections entitled The View from 1996, on the answers to 2 additional questions. To what extent would my advice to act have found a sympathetic hearing among some of the actual participants in the crisis? To what extent would my advice on how to act have found a sympathetic ear? I use evidence from the actual crisis to support my answers to these questions. Below I develop the following recommendations for the U.S. government about the hypothesized scenario. 1. The United States should have tried to liberate Kuwait because of the general strategic consequences of inaction, not because of the intrinsic strategic value of Kuwait. Indeed, the whole definition of the crisis should have changed to the first post-Cold War nuclear crisis. The likely consequences of inaction are developed at length, and provide the core of the argument for action. 2. To support a liberation campaign, the United States ought to have pursued a strategy of intra-war deterrence. It needed to make explicit and ferocious threats that nuclear retaliation would occur if Saddam Hussein used nuclear weapons on any member of the coalition. It had to explain to Saddam Hussein through a very sympathetic diplomatic campaign why the United States was compelled to liberate Kuwait, and would be forced to retaliate with nuclear weapons if Iraq employed them. 3. The coalition should, however, have pursued a military strategy of limited war in this operation. Both ends and means ought to have been restrained. This would have been the best way to control the risks. Therefore, to ensure the limitation of U.S. military operations, an intensive discussion on the nature and scope of these military operations among and between civilians and soldiers would have been essential. 4. Finally, I show that the participants in the crisis did in fact confront issues quite analogous to those I raise. I reason that actual behavior suggests that the 3 recommendations above would have found a sympathetic hearing. The risks of inaction. The view from 1990 to 91 U.S. decision makers must immediately face one very important fact. This is the first post-Cold War nuclear crisis. It is a defining moment. The actual stakes. Kuwait's oil and Iraq's power are probably secondary to the more fundamental question. What will nuclear weapons mean? The consensus at the end of the Cold War is that nuclear weapons deter nuclear attacks on oneself or one's allies, and arguably deter conventional invasion of one's own territory, and to a lesser and more debatable extent, the territory of one's allies. Will the United States and its allies, through inaction, allow nth country nuclear forces to become potent instruments of aggression against non-nuclear powers? If the Iraqi conquest of Kuwait is permitted to stand, nuclear weapons will come to be viewed as a shield that protects conventional conquests from any challenger, including a great power heavily armed with its own nuclear weapons. Conventional forces take, nuclear forces hold. The context will matter as well. Very important interests of the world's sole surviving superpower will have been successfully trampled by a state of modest conventional and tiny nuclear capabilities. The The United States has explicitly asserted a vital interest in the independence of the various Gulf oil states, and in the free flow of oil out of the region, since the fall of the Shah of Iran. The United States has programmed and deployed military forces and assets for the explicit purpose of protecting this interest. The United States has employed military force in Operation Earnest Will to defend the free flow of oil. Since 1973, the United States has devoted considerable diplomatic effort and financial resources to the achievement of a settlement of the Arab-Israeli conflict. It is fair to say that there is no place else in the world where the United States has been so active diplomatically and militarily without formal treaty relationships. Capitulation to Saddam Hussein's coup de main will therefore enhance the image of nuclear weapons as great equalizers. Indeed, their successful exploitation to deter a conventional counterattack to liberate ill-gotten gains makes them seem even more valuable. It is important to note that nuclear weapons have not been used by any state in this way since the dawn of the nuclear age. No state has engaged in large-scale conventional aggression, and then explicitly or implicitly tried to protect its gains from a conventional counterattack through nuclear deterrent threats. This gambit is so alien to the ways both theorists and statesmen have understood nuclear weapons that there is almost nothing written about it even from a theoretical perspective. The situation would be analogous to a half-successful Warsaw Pact invasion of West Germany, which stalled after a 100 km gain, going on. Counterattacked by the conventional forces of NATO because of a Soviet claim that its nuclear deterrent umbrella now covered its new real estate. The closest one can come in the nuclear deterrence literature to an explicit treatment of the question of how conventional aggression could occur between nuclear-armed adversaries is the stability-instability paradox. This predicts that two states armed with mutual assured destruction capabilities may resort to conventional warfare with each other because they do not fear escalation. The strategic balance is so stable, and the consequences of nuclear war so obvious, that neither side would find it reasonable to employ nuclear weapons, and both would know it. The paradox, however, logically cannot predict conventional attacks without also predicting conventional counterattacks. Even states that achieved large-scale territorial gains through what were essentially conventional counterattacks did not try to secure their gains with nuclear deterrence, nor did the mere possession of nuclear weapons in fact deter challenges. The United States took North Korea in a counteroffensive, but did not make nuclear threats to dissuade a Chinese challenge to that offensive, even after the appearance of Chinese troops in October 1950. The Chinese were obviously not deterred from entering the war by the known U.S. nuclear capability. The Israelis never formally invoked nuclear weapons to secure their gains of 1967, and obviously their rumored possession of nuclear weapons was not enough to deter an Egyptian and Syrian challenge. Effectively, the toleration of an Iraqi success in Kuwait would change nuclear weapons from defenders of the status quo to instruments of aggression. The consequences for world politics are likely to approximate those that theorists have associated with offense-dominant worlds, at least until most states can acquire secure second strike capabilities. International politics will suddenly turn very competitive. Ambitious states will be the quickest to take lessons from the episode. Aggressors will strive harder to get these weapons because their utility as conquest protectors will have been demonstrated starkly. States that get or already have nuclear weapons, and have claims against their non-nuclear neighbors, would feel substantially freer to enforce those claims. Because their neighbors understand this, and will surely try to get their own nuclear weapons to ensure themselves, the ambitious will jump through the window of opportunity. The failure to act to reverse Iraqi aggression would thus also increase the desire of status quo powers for their own nuclear weapons. Status quo states would have to assume that non-nuclear states with claims against them would soon embark on nuclear weapons programs. Whatever existential deterrence the nuclear superpowers or middle powers have provided will also have been eroded once a few nuclear weapons deter their action to secure a critical interest. Threatened status quo states will thus find it prudent to try to acquire quickly an independent nuclear capability. The utility of over-the-horizon allies in a conventional war will have been reduced if not eliminated. It will have been demonstrated that the nuclear aggressor can deter the intervention of allies to take back lost territory. If a status quo power is inferior conventionally to a nuclear-armed challenger, it would have to act quickly to try to redress the conventional balance on its own. It might also seek the permanent presence of substantial allied conventional forces on its soil. Even if a status quo power can compete conventionally, however, it will never be certain that its conventional defenses will hold in war. Thus, it will want its own nuclear weapons to ensure that, in the event the nuclear adversary achieves military gains, that adversary will not be able to deter a conventional counterattack. Against a nuclear-armed aggressor, only the county whose sovereignty or real estate is at risk has the necessary will to risk a nuclear confrontation. Ambitious states will see many incentives for preventive war. In particular, evidence of nascent nuclear weapons programs in their prospective victims could spark a conventional attack, because this would be the last opportunity for aggrandizement. Aside from the inclination to take long-coveted land in the event of a window of opportunity, a temporary military advantage, one can also imagine a wave of Osirak-type attacks, in which both status quo and aggressor states attempted to wipe out one another's nascent nuclear capabilities conventionally. To evade preventive attacks, both conventional and nuclear, even status quo states would have powerful incentives to pursue secret nuclear weapons programs, and to try to acquire black market bombs. Other weapons of mass destruction that might be secretly developed, such as biological, would also become attractive. This would in turn create new opportunities for those with small nuclear weapons. Programs in one region to sell weapons to threaten states in other regions. It would also create incentives for theft. Rumors of secret nuclear weapons programs would be rife, causing still more countries to contemplate nuclear acquisition. The Non-Proliferation Treaty would simply be swamped by violations and suspected violations. This singular failure to act could thus usher in a dynamic pattern of international security competition in which even the good guys would have to play a rough game. It would certainly make for regional nuclear and conventional arms races. The incentives for preventive war would intensify. Nuclear weapon states would perceive aggression against non-nuclear states to be relatively easy, whenever their conventional capabilities appeared sufficient to achieve success. After years of trouble, the world might settle down to many stable relationships of mutual deterrence, a series of micro-Cold Wars. This process could, however, take a long time, and be very exciting. A number of plausible real-world problems consistent with these general predictions can be identified. Taiwan and South Korea will face the starkest choices. These non-nuclear states face nuclear or near-nuclear rivals with strong claims against them. Both are competitive conventionally with their adversaries, but hardly dominant. The South Koreans have a direct U.S. military presence, but they will likely clamor for even more U.S. troops sufficient to block confidently any North Korean attack virtually at its initiation. Seoul's proximity to the border is too tempting a target for the large North Korean standing army, against the record of a United States too intimidated by a few nuclear weapons to even try to take back lost territory. Taiwan is not even as well placed as South Korea, since U.S. forces are not present, and U.S. diplomacy has to some extent conceded the legitimacy of the Chinese claim to Taiwan. Both states have the scientific and industrial capability, and the wealth, to build nuclear weapons, and both once had nascent nuclear weapons programs that U.S. policies managed to stop. It is implausible that Japan can hold fast to its non-nuclear status. Though free of claims by any state against most of its territory, can it ride out a sudden surge of proliferation on its periphery? It seems unlikely that such a capable state would want to remain dependent on U.S. deterrent promises in such a competitive world. The United States will also likely find itself facing a new round of doubts in the Federal Republic of Germany about the credibility of the U.S. nuclear commitment. The course of world politics can be changed dramatically for the worse if the United States fails to act to reverse Iraqi aggression. Effectively, the relative U.S. power position will be undermined. The perceived utility of nuclear weapons will be enhanced. Thus, the incidence of war in general will probably increase, at least in the near term. The probability of nuclear accidents and ecological disasters associated with crash, low-budget nuclear weapons programs will also increase. Most seriously, there will be a greater risk of regional nuclear war. Can the United States find a plausible strategy to live comfortably in such a world? If not, then these dangers seem sufficiently compelling to warrant U.S. action against Iraq. Could the United States live in such a world? 3 alternative U.S. strategies suggest themselves if these events are set in motion by a failure to act against Iraq, an intensified counter-proliferation policy, a conventional buildup to provide an ability to defend U.S. allies confidently against conventional aggression, a Fortress America policy. Failure to act against Iraqi aggression would prove to U.S. decision-makers that a few nuclear weapons in the hands of a prospective enemy can utterly paralyze U.S. policy. If the United States is to maintain any freedom of action in the world, then nuclear proliferation must be stopped before it happens. The political aftermath of the conquest of Kuwait would make it difficult to place a new emphasis on the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Too many states would have incentives to get nuclear weapons to be placated with great power promises. Instead, the United States would have to concentrate much more on active measures. States bent on getting nuclear weapons, with policies inimical to U.S. interests, have to be denied the completion of their programs. Any means, fair or foul, would be employed to this end. U.S. intelligence agencies would be turned loose to sabotage nascent programs. If these measures failed, then preventive conventional war would be undertaken. These measures would only be acceptable before aspiring nuclear weapon states completed a working bomb. States with a working weapon would have to be left alone. A second policy effectively calls for the creation of little NATO's forward-deployed U.S. capabilities sufficient for a tenacious local defense, plus institutionalized nuclear guarantees wherever the United States has important interests that might be threatened by a nuclear state. To convince prospective victims not to get nuclear weapons, the United States or another superpower would have to guarantee their security with sufficient force to actually stop a conventional aggressor in its tracks. Programs of nuclear cooperation, similar to those arranged between the United States and its NATO allies, might also have to be considered. Desert Shield may last for decades. U.S. forces in Korea will have to be beefed up. The planned drawdown of U.S. troops stationed in Europe may need to be cancelled. The fundamental decision about whether or not to fight for Taiwan can no longer be postponed. The United States would now be called upon to offer nuclear hostages to any ally threatened by a nuclear aggressor. One important function that U.S. troops served in Germany during the Cold War. If Germany had been subjected to nuclear attack, U.S. troops, and their dependents, would also have suffered. This increased the probability that the United States would retaliate. The likely indignation of U.S. leaders alone raised the risk of a nuclear response. Failure to respond might also have eroded the credibility of the U.S. nuclear deterrent to discourage nuclear attacks on North America. If U.S. Soldiers and citizens could be attacked with nuclear weapons with impunity abroad, U.S. Decision makers would have had reason to fear that the next step might be that an ambitious aggressor would misperceive his freedom to threaten Americans at home. This fear would have provided an additional incentive for a strong response. Extended nuclear deterrence is unlikely to go even as smoothly as it did during the Cold War. The failure to act to counter aggression by a small nuclear weapon state like Iraq would surely raise new doubts about the value of these U.S. hostages. Even during the height of the Cold War, the question was frequently asked whether the United States would trade Boston for Bonn in the event it was called upon to retaliate for a Soviet nuclear attack. Greater doubts would arise under these new conditions. Though the previous two policies could be executed separately, they would probably be combined. Perhaps, after considerable assertive counter-proliferation and a substantial U.S. military build-up, the proliferation incentives that would arise from a failure in Kuwait could be dampened. Aggressors would find it dangerous to initiate nuclear programs, status quo powers would find a United States ready to offer the coin of real, in-place conventional military power to forestall invasions, and incidentally provide hostages against coercive nuclear threats. The human and material costs of this strategy are substantial. One cannot be sure that even these measures would prove adequate against future proliferators. Forcible occupation of their countries could prove necessary. This seems probably in the cases of North Korea and Iran, for example. These countries have large populations, baby booms, and conscript armies. They will thus be difficult to conquer and even more difficult to police. The little NATO's aspect of the strategy could require a force structure equal or greater than that sustained by the United States during the last years of the Cold War. U.S. forces in the center region of NATO might shrink somewhat, but greater standing forces would be necessary in the southern region, particularly in Turkey. Forces stationed in South Korea may have to grow. A new permanent force in the Persian Gulf region will prove necessary. Ready forces for new commitments would prove useful to create a general expectation among states that the United States would come to their assistance in the event that their neighbors turned nasty. If coupled with the preventive war option, an additional strategic reserve offensive force would prove necessary. Fortress America is a distinct, third alternative national strategy. The task of U.S. policy would be to divert nuclear competition and the risks of nuclear war away from its own territory. The United States would simply accept that a hellishly competitive world will emerge. The first step would be a change in U.S. foreign policy in the direction of disengagement. By staying out of overseas political competitions, the United States would reduce the incentives for new nuclear powers to threaten the United States or its forces. U.S. theater forces would not be jeopardized by nth country nuclear forces because there would not be any U.S. theater forces. The United States would rely more forthrightly on its own nuclear deterrent power. Policymakers would stress their intention to respond to any direct attack on the United States with a devastating retaliation. Renewed efforts in the realm of strategic defense would be justified. Just in case others doubt U.S. they will also face formidable obstacles to a successful attack. Moreover, in a world of many, not fully competent nuclear powers, one cannot rule out the possibility of an errant weapon coming the way of the United States. U.S. intelligence services would focus intensively on reducing the possibility that nuclear weapons might be smuggled into the United States. More importantly, intelligence agencies would act to backstop U.S. deterrent threats by creating the strong expectation that the United States will determine the return address of any weapon smuggled into the country and find some group or place against which a retaliation can be directed. This policy would require a major change in the way the United States has conducted its foreign policy since the Second World War, but disengagement from world politics is not unprecedented for this country. Disengagement would, however, require enormous self-control to stay out of political disputes abroad. That may arouse our passions or idealism. It would also require steady nerves. The view from 1996, the actual thinking and behavior of U.S. decision-makers during the crisis suggests that the foregoing analysis, or something similar, would have been conducted and would have found a ready audience. Though the nuclear issue apparently did not arise in early discussions, there is considerable evidence that broad strategic considerations influenced the thinking of several players, that key decision-makers worried about the consequences of letting the Iraqi success stand both globally and regionally. It was feared that Iraqi power would grow, and that the credibility of U.S. threats to deter future Iraqi action would weaken. More broadly, U.S. credibility would suffer, perhaps enough to set off a wave of challenges. Brent Scowcroft, the president's national security advisor, favored strong action against Iraq's seizure of Kuwait. In one of the earliest National Security Council meetings on the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, on 3 August 1990, Scowcroft reportedly opened the meeting with this statement: "We have got to examine what the long-term interests are for this country and for the Middle East if the invasion and taking of Kuwait become an accomplished fact. We have to begin our deliberations with the fact that this is unacceptable. Yes, it's hard to do much. There are lots of reasons why we can't do things, but it's our job." The conversation in this meeting reportedly moved in the direction of a consensus that Iraq had created a major strategic problem for the United States. Secretary of Defense Richard Cheney reportedly had ambitious objectives from the outset of the crisis. He was apparently concerned about the future political and military threat Saddam Hussein could pose if he controlled Gulf oil. This must be interpreted as fear of what Iraq could and would do if it became even more powerful. Already, on 2 August, he saw the question as whether the U.S. goal should be just the liberation of Kuwait, or also the overthrow of Saddam Hussein. Dennis Ross, the State Department's Director of Policy Planning, and a key aide to Secretary of State James Baker, saw Saddam Hussein's aggression as an indicator that Iraq had become a threat to the entire Middle East. He apparently concluded that Saddam Hussein's regime would need to be eliminated. Ambassador Thomas Pickering believed that U.S. credibility in the Middle East would suffer if nothing was done about the invasion of Kuwait. Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger was also a strong early proponent of rollback. He worried about the precedent that successful Iraqi aggression would set for all the Qaddafi and Kim Il-sungs of the world, indicating to them that the end of the Cold War had created exploitable power vacuums. At the 4 August Camp David meeting, one unnamed participant made a mirror image augment. I think if we succeed this time, the next such crisis might not take all this much agony. In other words, if potential aggressors believe in advance that the civilized world is going to behave in a certain way, they will tend to lure their actions. President George Bush seems to have had a 1930s perspective on Iraqi aggression. He was concerned that if he practiced appeasement, it would have the same consequences it had in the 1930s. One unnamed presidential advisor observed, George Bush is deathly afraid of appeasement. His generation had to fight a war over it, and he feels that if he blinks today, he will be leaving a real mess for the next generation to clean up. Bush characterized his views this way in subsequent communications with the staff of U.S. News. The bottom line was that aggression could not stand. If he was permitted to get away with that, heaven knows where the world would have gone and what forces would have been unleashed. For this was clearly a perspective expressed by Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in a meeting with Bush in Aspen, Colorado, on 2 August. She made an analogy explicitly to Nazi aggression in the 1930s, an analogy which Bush employed repeatedly. Later in the crisis, in a 24 December meeting, Bush indicated that he would no longer settle for an unconditional Iraqi withdrawal. He wanted a military campaign and victory. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Colin Powell reports Bush's reasoning: if the Iraqis withdrew now, it would be with impunity for their crimes. A pullback would also mean that Saddam would leave Kuwait intact with his huge army intact, ready to fight another day. 5. The president appears to have been concerned that a lesson needed to be taught: the aggressor must be punished, and deprived of capabilities for future mischief. Had the United States confronted a nuclear-armed Iraq, the choices would have been difficult. A decision to launch a military operation to liberate Kuwait would have involved immediate and obvious nuclear risks. The consequences of inaction outlined above, and the relatively unpleasant range of possible U.S. alternative policies in the new world thus created, would surely have been enumerated by some. 1. The costs and risks of inaction, however, would have seemed theoretical and distant. The risks of confrontation with a nuclear Iraq would have seemed clear and imminent. One cannot say with confidence how the consensus among the key decision-makers would have actually evolved. This analysis, however, does suggest that the often implied proposition that the United States would easily have been deterred by Iraq should be subjected to much closer scrutiny. There were strong reasons for the United States to act. There is also much circumstantial evidence from the way the crisis was actually handled to suggest that these reasons would have resonated with the decision-makers. Even if the kind of analysis I conducted above did produce a rough consensus in favor of action, a final decision to act would not have been taken without a credible plan for success. Someone would have had to propose a strategy that promised political and military success, with low risks of escalation. Below, I tried to develop such a strategy. The reversal of Iraqi aggression. The view from 1990 to 91. Though the economic embargo on Iraq is taking hold, and ought to be given a fair chance to pressure Saddam Hussein into withdrawal from Kuwait, we cannot count on the success of this strategy. It may fail altogether, or simply succeed at such a slow pace that Iraq will have plenty of time to devise diplomatic strategies to erode the integrity of the US-led coalition. Sooner or later, the United States and its allies will have to consider military action to eject Iraq from Kuwait. There is no way to devise a reliable algorithm that will tell the United States exactly when it should switch from embargo to war. It is unreasonable to wait until the coalition begins to suffer erosion. 4. Planning purposes, if Iraq is not out of Kuwait by autumn 1991, the United States and its partners should place themselves in a military position to initiate offensive operations at that time. Intra-war deterrence. Perhaps the most important issue that the coalition faces is how to neutralize any attempt by the Iraqis to exploit their nuclear weapons to deter a coalition attack of any kind, or to thwart a coalition victory. 2 methods suggest themselves: a splendid first strike, or intra-war deterrence. It is clear that we would prefer to knock out Iraqi nuclear weapons in a splendid first strike with conventional ordnance. It seems improbable that the military can provide a high-confidence option to do this. Thus, our strategy must be to wage a conventional war with Iraq while deterring its resort to nuclear weapons. Deterrence depends on capability and will. There is no doubt that the United States and its allies command massive conventional and nuclear capability. It ought not to be impossible to explain to Iraq what the United States can do in response to an Iraqi use of nuclear weapons. The problem is convincing Saddam Hussein that the United States will retaliate in particularly horrible ways if he employs nuclear weapons. Only diplomacy can convince Saddam Hussein that U.S. will is stronger than his. The United States must persuade Iraq that it cares more about the liberation of Kuwait than Iraq cares about holding it. Deterrent diplomacy is exactly that. The explanation aspects matter as much as or more than the military ones. The problem is difficult. Iraq is a local power, has developed an historical, albeit trumped up, claim to the land, has tried to seize the country once before, can claim, with some legitimacy, a number of injuries inflicted by Kuwait, and has just seized the country. Iraq probably perceives that its bargaining position is very strong relative to ours. Heretofore, we have cared about Kuwait largely for economic reasons. Kuwait has a lot of oil, but there is plenty more in Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf states, and those are now, or soon will be, well protected by the forces entering the region for Desert Shield. Why should Saddam not believe that nuclear treats will stop a coalition offensive, and, if need be, that a single nuclear explosion will not cause us to reconsider our entire position? The United States, and its many allies, must disabuse Iraqi leaders on this belief. The United States and its friends must explain to Iraq just how terrible the political world appears to us if Iraq is allowed to enjoy its conquest. The method for accomplishing this is to tell and retell the story outlined above, which spells out our expectations about the grave security situation that will result if Iraq is allowed to deter the coalition from liberating Kuwait. This story is somewhat analogous to the "we don't deal with terrorists and hostage takers" position that many Western countries, including the United States, have taken. Of course, the United States did, to its great discredit, deviate from this position. We say we will not deal with terrorists because it leaves one open to future exploitation. Failure to counter Iraqi aggression would effectively do the same, and much more. Given the Cold War experience with coercive diplomacy, it may be reasonable to move some nuclear weapons toward the theater to enhance the credibility of the threat of ferocious retaliation in the event of an Iraqi nuclear attack. There is no particular technical utility to such action. It would be purely a diplomatic signal. Some joint coalition planning for the retaliatory use of such weapons probably ought to occur. Rumors of such consultations would have an additional diplomatic effect. At the same time, such consultations would lend credibility to the message that this is a contingent threat. If Iraq does not use nuclear weapons, neither would we. The view from 1996, the issue of intra-war deterrence did, in fact, arise in a muted way during the planning for Desert Storm. Secretary of State Baker, in his 9 January 1991 meeting with Tariq Aziz, carried a letter from Bush that threatened somewhat underspecified, but nevertheless horrible consequences in the event that Iraq used chemical or biological weapons. Indeed, Aziz thought that these were nuclear threats. Though Iraq had plenty of chemical weapons, it did not use them. Against a nuclear threat, it seems plausible that even more explicit retaliatory threats would have been leveled. It would have been argued that Iraq had to be threatened with nuclear retaliation. Dealing with a nuclear-armed Iraq would have demanded a political-military strategy of intra-war deterrence. Such a strategy depends both on will and capability. Will, in particular, must be systematically communicated to the adversary. Evidence from the actual crisis on the matter of Iraqi chemical weapons use shows that such a strategy was followed. Numerous public and private, formal and informal, messages were quite deliberately sent to Iraq. These messages threatened a massive response in the event that Iraq employed chemical weapons. The threats were sufficiently frequent and ferocious that Iraqi officials claim after the fact that they were taken as nuclear threats. Circumstantial evidence suggests that even some of our own allies may have been concerned that the United States was contemplating a nuclear response. The only thing missing from the actual experience is evidence that a particularly comprehensive explanation accompanied the threat to Saddam. The closest thing we see to an explanation is the passage in Bush's 9 January letter to Saddam: "The American people would demand the strongest possible response," a proposition reiterated verbally to Tariq Aziz by Baker. For purposes of my argument, one would have liked to see a statement to the effect that we will have no choice but to retaliate massively, because we must expect to encounter adversaries in the future who are armed with these weapons, and who must be made to understand the grave consequences of using them against the United States. Nevertheless, we may conclude that the concept of intra-war deterrence, and the mechanics of deterrent diplomacy were well understood by the Bush administration, and were indeed employed. This lends credibility to the proposition that the kind of strategy one outlined above would have met a receptive audience of high-level policymakers. The strategy of the war. The view from 1990 to 91 intra-war deterrence is one key means to control the risks of a large-scale conventional war with a nuclear-armed Iraq. A second potential means is the limitation of coalition war aims, and constraints on coalition military operations consistent with these aims. In stark terms, intra-war deterrence aims to discourage Iraq from employing nuclear weapons out of calculation. We must also consider how to avoid provoking the Iraqis into using their nuclear weapons out of desperation. What should coalition war aims be? It is the coalition's irreducible requirement to eject Iraqi forces from Kuwait. Moreover, if this needs to be done by force, it is reasonable to strive for the maximum destruction of Iraqi military capabilities in Kuwait and proximate to it. The Iraqis must be taught a lesson that aggression does not pay. Also, it is a good idea to take this opportunity to whittle down Iraqi military power as a means to help stabilize the region. There are other plausible objectives beyond these, however. They are tempting, but it may be imprudent to pursue them. It would be wonderful if we could be rid of Saddam entirely. If Saddam's regime cannot be eliminated, it would be beneficial not only for the region, but for the future of U.S. non-proliferation policy. size, to eliminate Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. Unhappily, for the sake of avoiding Iraqi resort to nuclear weapons out of desperation, the coalition probably must forego these objectives. The goals of the war need to be depersonalized. The coalition should not even hint that Saddam Hussein is the target of the war. Indeed, it should explicitly say that neither he, nor the sovereignty of Iraq within its prior boundaries, is at issue. Only Kuwait is at issue. A cornered rat with a nuclear weapon is a pretty dangerous animal. Leave the rat a bolt hole. Can Iraq's nuclear weapons program safely be included as a military objective of coalition conventional military attack? Given that Iraq already has a bomb, this project seems too dangerous. It runs the risk of putting Iraq in a use or lose situation. During the Cold War, it was generally believed that United States and Soviet nuclear forces were the family jewels. Though each side targeted the other's nuclear forces, neither side's leadership was under any illusions about the grave risks associated with the initiation of a counter-force campaign. Though Iraq is new to the nuclear club, and possesses only a few weapons, it is reasonable to assume that they place a high value on these weapons. Although it is Iraqi aggression that will have precipitated the coalition attack, it is nevertheless possible that conventional attacks on Iraqi weapons would be perceived as a prelude to something much worse if they prove successful. The coalition ought not to count on Saddam Hussein accepting his gradual nuclear disarmament. It is plausible that he would fear that once the nuclear weapons were gone, the coalition would feel free to do anything it wanted, perhaps even use a nuclear weapon on him. Though the last possibility might seem slight, an attempt to topple the regime would seem quite plausible. Saddam might calculate that the use of a single nuclear weapon, perhaps only as a demonstration, would be enough to cause the coalition to cease its military campaign to disarm him. To ensure that Saddam does not overestimate the hostile intent of the coalition, considerable restraint in military operations seems in order. Most notably, the coalition will have to forego the bulk of the strategic bombing campaign now under consideration. Coalition political leadership will need to draw some notional lines to constrain our own military operations. The boundaries of what we are now calling the Kuwait Theater of Operations, Kuwait, and southern Iraq, suggest themselves. Intense military operations will be permitted inside the KO, only limited operations would be permitted in the rest of Iraq. Because Saddam will not want to be forced to pay a cost for his aggression in terms of damage to his country, the full cost would be extracted from Iraqi-held forces. Annihilation to Iraqi combat forces in the theater should be an explicit military goal. The troops can go home, but the equipment stays. The message to Saddam, and to those who might follow, is that the forces one employs for aggressive war simply do not see home again. What you invest, you lose. The view from 1996: what is the likelihood that these notions of limited war would have found their way into actual coalition behavior? In the aftermath of Vietnam, and the generally negative appraisal of constraints placed both on military means and political ends in that war, limited war has become a very problematical concept in security poll. IC circles, civilian, and military. U.S. planning for conventional war with the Soviet Union did not demonstrate any great sensitivity to the question of whether conventional threats against nuclear forces might be escalatory. Yet, both the objectives and conduct of Desert Storm were wrapped in political constraints. Positive and negative civilian intervention into military operational planning on both diplomatic and domestic political grounds occurred. Indeed, Cheney went to considerable lengths to educate himself to facilitate such intervention. A limited war aim is the principal form of restraint practiced during the war, though the precise political reasons for this limitation are murky. Specifically, it was understood from the beginning that the coalition would not invade and occupy Iraq with an eye toward changing its government. Former Secretary of State Baker states that a march to Baghdad was never on the table, because everyone understood it was costly and unnecessary. General Powell suggested that the Hitler rhetoric be toned down because it could imply that Saddam would in fact be ousted, which was not a primary war aim. At the 27 February 1991 Oval Office meeting where the decision to end the war was made, Baker argued, "We have achieved our aims. We have gotten them out of Kuwait." 6. Powell believed that the war had a specific, limited, objective, and in the Kant rover style endgame supported a rapid termination of the ground war since this limited objective, the liberation of Kuwait, had been achieved. The decision to end the war was made against the backdrop of the fact that Saddam Hussein was still in power. Moreover, though the key decision makers were more optimistic about the damage to Iraqi weapons of mass destruction than ultimately proved warranted, they knew then that Iraq still possessed chemical weapon stocks. Initial accounts of the war suggested that the United States was somehow restrained from intervention inside Iraq by its regional coalition partners. 2 of the more thorough scholars of the war argue the opposite. Both Saudi Arabia and Turkey supported intervention during the Iraqi civil war that followed Desert Storm. Therefore, in spite of the ambitious rhetoric that provided the public rationale for the war, and local support for direct intervention in Iraq, it seems reasonable to conclude that the United States was not willing to pay very much to overthrow Saddam Hussein. U.S. war aims were limited because of sensitivity to costs. If aims were limited, so were means. Cheney went to great lengths to develop his personal ability to assess professional military advice. He asked for, and received, what was essentially a 15-briefing short course in military operational planning. He apparently told Paul Wolfowitz that though he did not intend to micromanage the preparation of the war plan, he did intend to own it when it's finished. He also did not prove to be shy about making his own suggestions. The initial briefings by the CENTCOM planners for a possible counter-offensive into Kuwait disturbed him. Colin, I have been thinking about this all night. I can't let Norm do this high diddle-diddle up the middle plan. I just can't let him do it. 7. Cheney proceeded to make his own inquiries and became an advocate of a large-scale, two-division, raid into western Iraq. Though this suggestion was ultimately parried by Schwarzkopf and Powell, it did contribute to the development of the ultimate left hook plan. Limitations were also suggested on the air war. Bush was particularly concerned that targets of special historical or cultural significance not be struck. He raised his concerns at 2 different briefings, one in October, and one in January. A different kind of discussion arose over the issue of direct attacks on presumed Iraqi biological weapons storage facilities. Out of fear of the collateral damage that could have been produced had the agents been inadvertently released, Cheney wanted to be quite sure that there was a very high probability of complete destruction. War outcome: how would the war have gone had these restraints been observed? Would Iraq have used nuclear weapons? Would the conventional victory have been as splendid? What kind of message would have been sent to other aggressors? What kind of message to those contemplating a nuclear weapons program? I doubt that Iraq would have used nuclear weapons under these conditions. There would have been no political or military incentive, and many disincentives. Saddam did not use chemical or biological weapons under conditions of conventional disaster. Why would he have used nuclear weapons? The more important question, however, is whether Western leaders would have believed that they could deter nuclear escalation by Iraq. It is difficult to judge. My argument is that once they had taken reasonable steps to control the risks, the costs and risks of inaction would have seemed greater than the costs of action. Important lessons about what nuclear weapons are not good for would have been taught. They are not shields for conventional conquests. Where important great power interests are engaged, they are not the great equalizer. Moreover, the often expensive, conventional forces that one must bet to try to grab these gains face a great risk of annihilation. This lesson might affect those who are meant to take orders, not merely those who give them. Nevertheless, a lesson will have been taught about what nuclear weapons are good for. They are great instruments to deter threats against one's homeland, even conventional threats, even by great powers, even when you are in the wrong. Moreover, by invoking nuclear deterrence, the coalition would itself have demonstrated in the broadest sense the continued utility of nuclear weapons in international politics. Thus, any hopes of delegitimizing these weapons, or sustaining a confidence game regarding their supposed inutility, will be dashed. Some damage will have been done to the cause of non-proliferation, but not nearly as much as would have been done by a failure to act. The future: the United States is indeed working energetically to limit the number of nuclear powers in the world. Policymakers struggle to ensure that only one nuclear power emerged from the wreckage of the Soviet Union, and success seems within their grasp. They have worked with considerable effectiveness to dismantle Iraq's nuclear industry and have at least limited North Korea's nuclear materials production capability. Some U.S. policy analysts call for the abolition of nuclear weaponry, in part to strengthen the legitimacy of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT. The problem of fulfilling the Article 6 treaty pledges of the nuclear weapon states to seek complete nuclear disarmament was a key issue of the NPT Review Conference. It is hoped that there will be further accessions to the treaty, especially by countries widely suspected to have nuclear weapons such as Israel, India, and Pakistan. The Pentagon has a counter-proliferation initiative which includes, among other projects, research and development on various offensive and defensive measures to neutralize nth country nuclear weapons with conventional means in the event of crisis. These means must be conventional rather than nuclear in order to protect the devaluation of nuclear weaponry now presumed to be necessary to support non-proliferation diplomacy. Some hint that these capabilities could be employed preventively, to ensure that nascent nuclear weapon states never complete their programs. Operational and tactical adaptations that might reduce the vulnerability of U.S. military forces to weapons of mass destruction are also under study. The coalition diplomacy of such confrontations has also received some attention. Although a combination of international legal instruments and unilateral military means may do much to reduce the proliferation problem, it is unlikely that the success will be total. North Korea's future cooperation simply cannot be counted upon. New nuclear hopefuls will surely arise, with Iran as perhaps the most likely candidate. It is more likely than not that the United States will someday face a crisis caused by aggression of an nth nuclear power against an important U.S. interest. It is unlikely that should this occur the United States will have a splendid conventional counter-force capability, a combination of offensive and defensive capabilities that could eliminate an adversary's nuclear forces. Thus, the United States will face a defining moment of the kind I have outlined. If so, we will have to assess the very factors discussed here. It seems plausible that the highly competitive political world that could follow U.S. inaction will be perceived as uninviting. Nevertheless, more thinking needs to be done about how the United States might live in that world. Are any of the 3 alternative strategies outlined above, preventive war, little NATOs, or isolationism, acceptable alternatives for U.S. foreign and security policy? Perhaps I have overlooked other diplomatic and military strategies that would be preferable to the risks of a nuclear confrontation. If the United States chooses to act, however, it is difficult to see any other foundation upon which to rest our action but intra-war nuclear deterrence, and limited war. Notes 1. Bob Woodward, The Commanders, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1991, 217-18. 2 U.S. News and World Report, Triumph Without Victory, The Unreported History of the Persian Gulf War, New York, Random House, 1992, 72. 3 Stephen J. Wayne, President Bush Goes to War, In the Political Psychology of the Gulf War, Leaders, Publics, and the Process of Conflict, ed. Stanley Renchon, Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh Press, 1993, 39. 4 Triumph Without Victory, 48. 5 Colin Powell, with Joseph Persico, My American Journey, New York, Random House, 1995, 499. 6 Michael Gordon and Bernard Traynor, The General's War, The Inside Story of the Conflict in the Gulf, Boston, Little, Brown, 1995, 416. 7 Gordon and Traynor, The General's War, 141. Nuclear Instability in South Asia. Scott D. Sagan. The emerging nuclear history of India and Pakistan strongly supports the pessimistic predictions of organizational theorists. Military organizational behavior has led to serious problems in meeting all 3 requirements for stable nuclear deterrence: prevention of preventive war during periods of transition when one side has a temporary advantage, the development of survivable second strike forces, and avoidance of accidental nuclear war. These problems have now appeared in India and Pakistan. It should be acknowledged from the start that there are important differences between the nuclear relationship emerging between India and Pakistan and the Cold War system that developed over time between the United States and the Soviet Union. While the differences are clear, however, the significance of these differences is not. For example, the nuclear arsenals in South Asia are, and are, likely to remain, much smaller and less sophisticated than were the US and Soviet arsenals. This should make each arsenal both more vulnerable to a counter-force attack, an attack on the adversary's own nuclear forces, and less capable of mounting counter-force attacks, and thus the net effect is uncertain. There are also important differences in civil-military relations in the 2 cases, but these differences, too, are both stabilizing and potentially destabilizing. The Soviets and the Americans both eventually developed an assertive command system with tight high-level civilian control over their nuclear weapons. Also, India has an extreme system of assertive civilian control of the military, with, at least until recently, very little direct military influence on any aspect of nuclear weapons policy. Pakistan, however, is at the other end of the spectrum, with the military in 370 complete control of the nuclear arsenal, and with only marginal influence from civilian political leaders, even during the periods when there was a civilian-led government in Islamabad. There are, finally, important differences in mutual understanding, proximity, and hostility. India and Pakistan share a common colonial and pre-colonial history, have some common cultural roots, and share a common border. They also have engaged in 4 wars against each other, and are involved in a violent 50-year dispute about the status of Kashmir. In contrast, the Americans and Soviets were on opposite sides of the globe and viewed each other as mysterious, often unpredictable adversaries. The Cold War superpowers were involved in a deep-seated ideological rivalry, but held no disputed territory between them and had no enduring history of armed violence against each other. There is also, however, a crucially important similarity between the nuclear conditions that existed in Cold War and those that exist in South Asia today. In both cases, the parochial interests and routine behaviors of the organizations that manage nuclear weapons limit the stability of nuclear deterrence. The newest nuclear weapons will not make exactly the same mistakes with nuclear weapons as did their superpower predecessors. They are, however, also unlikely to meet with complete success in the difficult effort to control these weapons and maintain nuclear peace. The problem of preventive war. Pakistan has been under direct military rule for almost half of its existence, and some analysts have argued that the organizational biases of its military leaders had strong effects on strategic decisions concerning the initiation and conduct of the 1965 and 1971 wars with India. In contrast, India has a sustained tradition of strict civilian control over the military since its independence. These patterns of civil-military relations influence nuclear weapons doctrine and operations. In India, the military has traditionally not been involved in decisions concerning nuclear testing, design, or even command and control. In Pakistan, the military largely runs the nuclear weapons program, even during the periods in which civilian prime ministers have held the reins of government. They have neither been told the full details of the nuclear weapons program nor been given direct control over the operational arsenal. An organizational theory lens suggests that it is very fortunate that it was India, not Pakistan, that was the first to develop nuclear weapons in South Asia. Military rule in Islamabad, and military influence during periods of civilian rule, certainly has played an important role in Pakistani decision-making concerning the use of force. See the discussion of the Kargil conflict below. But the Pakistani military did not possess nuclear weapons before India tested in 1974, and thus was not in a position to argue that preventive war now was better than war late after India developed a rudimentary arsenal. The preventive war problem in South Asia is a complex one, however, and new evidence suggests that military influence in India produced serious risks of preventive war in the 1980s, despite strong institutionalized civilian control. The government of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi considered, but then rejected, plans to attack Pakistan's Kawatan nuclear facility in the early 1980s, a preventive attack plan that was recommended by senior Indian military leaders. Yet, as occurred in The United States, the preferences of senior officers did not suddenly change when civilian leaders ruled against preventive war. Instead, the beliefs went underground, only to resurface later in a potentially more dangerous form. These beliefs emerged from the shadows during the 1986-87 Bras-Tacs crisis. This serious crisis began in late 1986 when the Indian military initiated a massive military exercise in Rajasthan, involving an estimated 250,000 troops and 1,500 tanks, including the issuance of live ammunition to troops and concluding with a simulated counter-offensive attack, including Indian Air Force strikes, into Pakistan. The Pakistani military, fearing that the exercise might turn into a large-scale attack, alerted military forces and conducted exercises along the border, which led to Indian military counter-movements closer to the border and an operational Indian Air Force alert. The resulting crisis produced a flurry of diplomatic activity and was resolved only after direct intervention by the highest political authorities. The traditional explanation for the Bras-Tacs crisis has been that it was an accidental crisis, caused by Pakistan's misinterpretation of an inadvertently provocative Indian Army exercise. For example, Devin Haggerty's detailed examination of New Delhi's intentions in conducting Bras-Tacs concludes that India's conduct of normal exercises rang alarm bells in Pakistan. Subsequently, the logic of the SECU righty dilemma structured both sides' behavior, with each interpreting the other's defensive moves as preparations for offensive action. Point 1. A stronger explanation, however, unpacks New Delhi's intentions to look at what different Indian decision-makers in the capital wanted to do before and during the crisis. The key is to understand the preventive war thinking of the then Indian Chief of the Army Staff, General Krishnaswamy Sundarji. Sundarji apparently believed that India's security would be greatly eroded by Pakistani development of a usable nuclear arsenal and thus deliberately designed the Bras-Tacs exercise in hopes of provoking a Pakistani military response. He hoped that this would then provide India with an excuse to implement existing contingency plans to go on the offensive against Pakistan and to take out its nuclear program in a preventive strike. According to the memoirs of Lieutenant General P. N. Hoon, the commander-in-chief of the Western Army during Bras-Tacs, Bras-Tacs was no military exercise. It was a plan to build up a situation for a fourth war with Pakistan. And what is even more shocking is that the Prime Minister, M.R. Rajiv Gandhi, was not aware of these plans for war. The preventive war motivation behind Sundarji's plans helps to explain why the Indian military did not provide full notification of the exercise to the Pakistan NIS and then failed to use the special hotline to explain their operations when information was requested by Pakistan during the crisis. A final piece of evidence confirms that Sundarji advocated a preventive strike against Pakistan during the crisis. Considerations of an attack on Pakistani nuclear facilities went all the way up to the most senior decision-makers in New Delhi in January 1987. Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi now considered the possibility that Pakistan might initiate war with India. In a meeting with a handful of senior bureaucrats and General Sundarji, he contemplated beating Pakistan to the draw by launching a preemptive attack on the Army Reserve South. This would have included automatically an attack on Pakistan's nuclear facilities to remove the potential for a Pakistani nuclear riposte to India's attack. Relevant government agencies were not asked to contribute analysis or views to the discussion. Sundarji argued that India's cities could be protected from a Pakistani counterattack, perhaps a nuclear one, but, upon being probed, could not say how. One important advisor from the Ministry of Defense argued eloquently that India and Pakistan have already fought their last war, and there is too much to lose in contemplating another one. This view ultimately prevailed. The Kargil conflict and future problems optimists cannot accept that the Bras-Tacs crisis may have been a deliberate attempt to spark a preventive attack, but they might be reassured by the final outcome, as senior political leaders stepped in to stop further escalation. The power of nuclear deterrence to prevent war in South Asia, optimists insist, has been demonstrated in repeated crises, the Indian preventive attack discussions in 1984, the Bras-Tacs crisis, and the 1990 Kashmir crisis. There is no more ironclad law in international relations theory than this. Devin Haggerty's detailed study concludes, nuclear states do not fight wars with each other too. In the spring and summer of 1999, however, 1 year after the exchange of nuclear tests, India and Pakistan did fight a war in the mountains along the line of control separating the portions of Kashmir controlled by each country, near the Indian town of Kargil. The conflict began in May, when the Indian intelligence services discovered what appeared to be Pakistani regular forces lodged in mountain redoubts on the Indian side of the line of control. For almost 2 months, Indian army units attacked the Pakistani forces and Indian Air Force jets bombed their bases high in the Himalayan peaks. Although the Indian forces carefully stayed on their side of the line of control in Kashmir, Indian Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee informed the U.S. government that he might have to order attacks into Pakistan. U.S. spy satellites revealed that Indian tanks and heavy artillery were being prepared for a counter-offensive in Rajasthan. The fighting ended in July, when Pakistani Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif flew to Washington and, after receiving political cover in the form of statement that President Bill Clinton would take a personal interest in resolving the Kashmir problem, pledged to withdraw forces to the Pakistani side of the line of control. Over 1,000 Indian and Pakistani soldiers died in the conflict, and Sharif's decision to pull out was one of the major causes of the coup that overthrew his regime in October 1999. The 1999 Kargil conflict is disturbing not only because it demonstrates that nuclear-armed states can fight wars, but also because the organizational biases of the Pakistani military were a major cause of the conflict. Moreover, such biases continue to exist and could play a role in starting crises in the future. This increases the dangers of both a preventive and preemptive strike if war is considered inevitable, as well as the risk of a deliberate, but limited, use of nuclear weapons on the battlefield. Three puzzling aspects of the Kargil conflict are understandable from an organizational perspective. First, in late 1998, the Pakistani military planned the Kargil operation, paying much more attention, as organization theory would predict, to the tactical effects of the surprise military maneuver than to the broader strategic consequences. Ignoring the likely international reaction and the predictable domestic consequences of the military incursion in India, however, proved to be a significant factor in the ultimate failure of the Kargil operation. Second, the Pakistani army also started the operation with the apparent belief, following the logic of what has been called the stability/instability paradox, that a stable nuclear balance between India and Pakistan permitted more offensive actions to take place with impunity in Kashmir. It is important to note that this belief was more strongly held by senior military officers than by civilian leaders. For example, at the height of the fighting near Kargil, Pakistani army leaders stated that there is almost a red alert situation, but they nevertheless insisted there is no chance of the Kargil conflict leading to a full-fledged war between the two sides. Although Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif apparently approved the plan to move forces across the line of control, it is not clear that he was fully briefed on the nature, scope, or potential consequences of the operation. The Prime Minister's statement that he was trying to avoid nuclear war and his suggestion that he feared that India was getting ready to launch a full-scale military operation against Pakistan provide a clear contrast to the confident military assessment that there was virtually no risk of an Indian counterattack or escalation to nuclear war. Third, the current Pakistani military government's interpretation of the Kargil crisis, at least in public, is that Nawaz Sharif lost courage and backed down unnecessarily. This view is not widely shared by Pakistani scholars and journalists, but such a stab-in-the-back thesis does serve the parochial self-interests of the Pakistani army, which does not want to acknowledge its errors or those of the current Musharraf regime. The New Delhi government's interpretation, however, is that the Indian threats that military escalation to counterattack across the international border would be ordered, if necessary, force Pakistan to retreat. These different lessons learned could produce ominous outcomes in future crises. Each side believes that the Kargil conflict proved that if its government displays resolve and threatens to escalate to new levels of violence, the other side will exhibit restraint and back away from the brink. Future military crises between India and Pakistan are likely to be nuclear crises. Proliferation optimists are not concerned about this likelihood, however, since they argue that the danger of preventive war, if it ever existed at all, has been eliminated by the development of deliverable nuclear weapons in both countries after May 1998. The problem of preventive war during periods of transition in South Asia is only of historical interest now, optimists would insist. I am not convinced by this argument for two basic reasons. First, there is an arms race looming on the horizon in South Asia. The Indian government has given strong support to the Bush administration's plans to develop missile defense technology and has expressed interest in eventually procuring or developing its own missile defense capability. I believe that the Indian nuclear program is strongly influenced by the fact that hawkish nuclear policies are popular among Indian voters and thus serve the domestic political interests of Indian politicians. China is likely to respond to the U.S. decision to build national missile defenses by increasing the size and readiness of its own missile force. This will in turn encourage the Indian government to increase its own missile deployments and develop defense technology. These deployments in India, however, will threaten the smaller nuclear deterrent forces in Pakistan, and this would inevitably reopen the window of opportunity for preventive war considerations. Military biases, under the preventive war logic of better now than later, could encourage precipitous action in either country if the government had even a fleeting moment of superiority in this new kind of arms race. The second reason to be pessimistic is that, in serious crises, attacks might be initiated based on the belief that an enemy's use of nuclear weapons is imminent and unavoidable. While it is clear that the existence of nuclear weapons in South Asia made both governments cautious in their use of conventional military force in 1999, it is also clear that Indian leaders were prepared to escalate the conflict if necessary. Pakistani political authorities, however, made nuclear threats during the crisis, suggesting that nuclear weapons would be used precisely under such conditions. Moreover, according to U.S. officials, the Pakistani military, apparently without the Prime Minister's knowledge, took initial steps to alert its nuclear forces during the Kargil conflict. This dangerous alerting pattern was repeated in the South Asian crises that occurred after the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks in the United States and the December 13, 2001, terrorist attack on the parliament in New Delhi. In both cases, the Pakistani government feared that its nuclear forces would be attacked and therefore took alert measures to disperse the nuclear weapons and missiles to new locations away from their storage sites. Pakistani fears that attacks on their nuclear arsenal were being planned may not have been entirely fanciful. After the September 11 Pentagon and World Trade Center attacks, President Bush warned Islamabad that Pakistan would either side with the United States in the new war against terrorism or else be treated as a terrorist state. The development of military plans for U.S. commando raids against the Pakistani nuclear weapon sites was soon widely reported. President Musharraf defused the crisis by deciding to abandon support for the Taliban regime in Afghanistan and to provide logistical and intelligence support for the U.S. war there. After the December 13 terrorist attack against the Indian Parliament, the Indian government sent massive military forces to the Pakistani border and threatened to attack unless Musharraf cracked down on the radical Islamic groups that supported terrorist operations in Kashmir and New Delhi. Before Musharraf could respond, General S. Padmanabhan, the Indian Army chief, issued a bellicose statement announcing that the military build-up was not an exercise. A lot of viable options, beginning from a strike on the camps to a full conventional war, are available. We can do it. If we go to war, jolly good. 4 senior Indian political authorities criticized the army chief for making the statement, and diplomats in New Delhi speculated that General Padmanabhan had deliberately made it more difficult for the Pakistanis to back down in this crisis, thus increasing the likelihood of war. Again, President Musharraf defused the crisis, at least temporarily, by initiating a crackdown on Islamic jihadi groups promoting terrorism in Kashmir and the rest of India. What lessons should be drawn from these dangerous crises? Optimists will look at only the final result and assume that it was inevitable. Deterrence and coercion worked, as serious threats were issued, the Pakistani president compromised, and no war occurred. At a deeper level, however, 2 more ominous lessons should be learned. First, President Musharraf's decision to back down was by no means inevitable, and he was subject to significant criticism from Islamic parties and some military circles for his conciliatory stance. Other Pakistani leaders could have gone the other way, and, indeed, Musharraf may be less prone to compromise in the future precisely because he was forced to change policies under the threat of attack in these crises. Second, the Pakistani fear that a preventive or preemptive strike against its nuclear arsenal was imminent forced it to take very dangerous military alerting steps in both crises. Taking nuclear weapons and missiles out of their more secure storage locations and deploying them into the field may make the forces less vulnerable to an enemy attack, but it makes the weapons more vulnerable to theft or internal attacks by terrorist organizations. Given the number of Al-Qaeda members and supporters in Pakistan, this hidden terrorist problem may well have been the most serious nuclear danger of the crises. In short, the crises of 2001 and 2002 demonstrate that nuclear weapons in South Asia may well produce a modicum of restraint, but also momentous dangers. In future crises in South Asia, the likelihood of either a preventive or preemptive attack will be strongly influenced by a complex mixture of perceptions of the adversary's intent, estimates about its future offensive and defensive capabilities, and estimates of the vulnerability of its current nuclear arsenal. Organizational biases could encourage worst-case assumptions about the adversary's intent and pessimistic beliefs about the prospects for successful strategic deterrence over the long term. Unfortunately, as will be seen below, inherent organizational characteristics can also produce vulnerabilities to an enemy strike. Survivability of nuclear forces in South Asia. The fear of retaliation is central to successful deterrence, and the second requirement for stability with nuclear weapons is therefore the development of secure, second strike forces. Unfortunately, there are strong reasons to be concerned about the ability of the Indian and Pakistani military to maintain survivable forces. 2 problems can already be seen to have reduced, at least temporarily, the survivability of nuclear forces in Pakistan. First, there is evidence that the Pakistani military, as was the case in the Cold War example cited earlier, deployed its missile forces, following standard operating procedures, in ways that produce signatures giving away their deployment locations. Indian intelligence officers, for example, identified the locations of planned Pakistani deployments of MLL missiles by spotting the placement of secret defense communication terminals nearby. A second, and even more dramatic, example follows a Cold War precedent quite closely. Just as the road engineers in the Soviet Union inadvertently gave away the location of their ICBMs because construction crews built roads with wide radius turns next to the missile silos, Pakistani road construction crews have inadvertently signaled the location of the secret MLL missiles by placing wide radius roads and roundabouts outside newly constructed garages at the Sargodha military base. Finally, analysts should also not ignore the possibility that Indian or Pakistani intelligence agencies could intercept messages revealing the secret locations of otherwise survivable military forces, an absolutely critical issue with small or opaque nuclear arsenals. The history of the 1971 war, for example, demonstrates that both states' intelligence agencies were able to intercept critical classified messages sent by and to the other side. Perhaps most dramatically, on December 12, 1971, the Indians intercepted a radio message scheduling a meeting of high-level Pakistani officials at Government House in Dhaka, which led to an air attack on the building in the middle of the meeting. Normal accidents and unauthorized use in nuclear South Asia. Will the Indian and Pakistani nuclear arsenals be more safe and secure than were the US and Soviet arsenals during the Cold War? It is clear that the emerging South Asian nuclear deterrence system is both smaller and less complex today than was the case in the United States or Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War. It is also clear, however, that the South Asian nuclear relationship is inherently more tightly coupled, because of geographical proximity. With inadequate warning systems in place and with weapons with short flight times emerging in the region, the timelines for decision-making are highly compressed and the danger that one accident could lead to another and then lead to a catastrophic accidental war is high and growing. The proximity of New Delhi and Islamabad to their potential adversaries' border poses particular concerns about rapid decapitation attacks on national capitals. Moreover, there are legitimate concerns about social stability and support for terrorists inside Pakistan, problems that could compromise nuclear weapon safety and security. Proliferation optimists will cite the small sizes of India and Pakistan's nuclear arsenals as a reason to be less worried about these problems. Yet the key from a normal accidents perspective is not the numbers, but rather the structure of the arsenal. Here there is both good and bad news. The good news is that under normal peacetime conditions, neither the Indians nor the Pakistanis regularly deploy nuclear forces mated with delivery systems in the field. The bad news, however, is twofold. First, Pakistani nuclear weapons do not have PALs, permissive action links, the advanced electronic locks on U.S. nuclear weapons that require a special code for the weapons activation on them. Second, Pakistan has started to alert its nuclear weapons in crises. It did so in 1999 during the Kargil crisis and then again in September and December of 2001, in response to fears of Indian, and maybe U.S. military action after the terrorist attacks in New York, Washington, and New Delhi. From an organizational perspective, it is not surprising to find evidence of serious accidents emerging in the Indian nuclear and missile programs. The false warning incident that occurred just prior to the Pakistani nuclear tests in May 1998 demonstrates the dangers of accidental war in South Asia. In the crucial days just prior to Prime Minister Sharif's decision to order the tests of Pakistani nuclear weapons, senior military intelligence officers informed him that the Indian and Israeli air forces were about to launch a preventive strike on the test site. The incident is shrouded in mystery, and the cause of this warning message is not clear. Although it is certainly possible that Pakistani intelligence officers simply misidentified aircraft in the region, a more likely explanation is that inter-service intelligence (ISI) officials did not believe there was any threat of an imminent Indian-Israeli attack in 1998, but deliberately concocted, or exaggerated, the warning of a preventive strike to force the Prime Minister, who was wavering under U.S. pressure, to test the weapons immediately. It is not clear which of these is the more worrisome interpretation of the incident. False warnings could be catastrophic in a crisis whether they are deliberate provocations by rogue intelligence officers, or genuinely believed, but inaccurate, reports of imminent or actual attack. It is important to note that the possibility of a false warning producing an accidental nuclear war in South Asia is reduced, but is by no means eliminated, by India's adoption of a nuclear no-first-use policy. Not only might the Pakistani government, following its stated first-use doctrine, respond to intelligence, in this case false, that India was about to attack successfully a large portion of Pakistani nuclear forces, but either government could misidentify an accidental nuclear detonation occurring during transport and alert activities at one of their own military bases as the start of a counter-force attack by the other state. Pakistani officials should be particularly sensitive to this possibility because of the 1988 Ashiri incident, in which a massive conventional munitions explosion at a secret ammunition dump near Rawalpindi caused fears among some decision-makers that an Indian attack had begun. The possibility of this kind of accident producing a false warning of an attack cannot, however, be ruled out in India either, as long as the government plans to alert forces or mate nuclear weapons to delivery vehicles during crises. In addition, there should be serious concern about whether both countries can maintain centralized control over their nuclear weapons. Although government policy in this regard is, for obvious reasons, kept classified, it is known that Pakistan has no personnel reliability program, PRP, for the officers who control the arsenal or the guards who protect the weapons storage sites. In the United States, the program is a set of psychological tests and organizational checks. Each year, between 2.5% and 5.0% of previously PRP certified individuals have been decertified, that is, deemed unsuitable for nuclear weapons-related duties. Presumably, similarly low, but still significant, percentages of officers, soldiers, and civilians in other countries would be of questionable reliability as guardians of the arsenal. This personnel reliability problem is serious in India, where civilian custodians maintain custody of the nuclear weapons. It is particularly worrying. Some in Pakistan, where the weapons are controlled by a professional military organization facing the difficult challenge of maintaining discipline while dealing with a failing economy, serious social problems, and growing religious fundamentalism. This situation increases the risk of accidents and of unauthorized use, such as theft or use by terrorist groups. Finally, there is evidence that neither the Indian nor the Pakistani military has focused sufficiently on the danger that a missile test launched during a crisis could be misperceived as the start of a nuclear attack. There was an agreement, as part of the Lahore Accords in January 1999, to provide advance notification of missile tests, but even such an agreement is not a foolproof solution, as the Russians discovered in January 1995 when a bureaucratic snafu in Moscow led to a failure to pass on advance notification of a Norwegian weather rocket launch, that resulted in serious false warning of a missile attack. Moreover, both the Pakistanis and the Indians appear to be planning to use their missile test facilities for actual nuclear weapons launches in war. In India, Wheeler Island is reportedly being used like Vandenberg Air Force Base, a test site in peacetime and crises, and a launch site in war. During Kargil, according to the Indian Army Chief of Staff, nuclear alert activities were also detected at some of Pakistan's launch areas, some of the areas where they carried out tests earlier of one of their missiles. Beyond denial, nuclear South Asia will be a dangerous place, not because of ill will or irrationality among government leaders, nor because of any unique cultural inhibitions against strategic thinking in both countries. India and Pakistan face a dangerous nuclear future because they have become like other nuclear powers. Their leaders seek security through nuclear deterrence, but imperfect humans inside imperfect organizations control their nuclear weapons. If my theories are right, these organizations will someday fail to produce secure nuclear deterrence. Unfortunately, the evidence from these first years of South Asia's nuclear history suggests that the pessimistic predictions of organization theory are likely to come true, even though I cannot predict the precise pathway by which deterrence will break down. The organizational perspective suggests that there are more similarities than differences between nuclear powers in the way they manage, or at least try to manage, nuclear weapons operations. There is, however, one important structural difference between the new nuclear powers and their Cold War predecessors. Just as each new child is born into a different family, each new nuclear power is bombed into a different nuclear system in which nuclear states influence each other's behavior. Some observers believe that the possibility that other nuclear powers such as the United States or China can intervene in future crises in South Asia may be a major constraint on undesired escalation. I fear the opposite. The possibility of intervention may encourage the governments of India and Pakistan to engage in risky behavior, initiating crises, or making limited uses of force, precisely because they anticipate, correctly or incorrectly, that other nuclear powers may bail them out diplomatically if the going gets rough. The possibility that other nuclear states might be able to influence nuclear behavior in South Asia does, however, lead to one final optimistic note. There are many potential unilateral steps and bilateral agreements that could be instituted to reduce the risk of nuclear war between India and Pakistan, and the U.S. government can play a useful role in helping to facilitate such agreements. Many, though not all, of the problems identified in this article can be reduced if nuclear weapons in both countries are maintained in a dual-alerted state, with warheads removed from delivery vehicles. U.S. assistance could be helpful in providing the arms verification technology that could permit such de-alerting, or non-alerting in this case, to take place within a cooperative framework. The United States could also be helpful in providing intelligence and warning information, on a case-by-case basis, in peacetime or in crises to reduce the danger of false alarms. Finally, increased security of storage sites and safer management of nuclear weapons operations can be encouraged by sharing better security devices for storage sites and discussing organizational best practices. There will be no progress on any of these issues, however, unless Indians, Pakistanis, and Americans stop denying that serious problems exist. A basic awareness of nuclear command and control problems exists in New Delhi and Islamabad. But unfortunately Indian and Pakistani leaders too often trivialize them. The United States, in turn, refused to assist the Indians and Pakistanis in developing improved safety and security for their nuclear weapons until after the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001. Washington officials argued before the September 11 attacks that any assistance in this area would reward Islamabad and New Delhi for testing, and signal to other potential nuclear weapon states that the United States was not serious about its non-proliferation goals. The September 11 attacks led the U.S. government to switch its position, and Pakistani officials accepted, at least in principle, that some assistance with their nuclear weapon security could be useful. It is crucial that such efforts to improve Pakistani nuclear security measures be fully implemented and eventually be extended to India. Nuclear weapons will remain in Pakistan and India for the foreseeable future, and the conflict over Kashmir will continue to smolder, threatening to erupt into a wider and more dangerous war. The deep political problems between the two South Asian nuclear states may someday be resolved, and the U.S. government should encourage progress toward that end. In the meantime, the U.S. government should do whatever it can to reduce the risk that India and Pakistan will use nuclear weapons against each other. Notes 1. Devin T. Haggerty, The Consequences of Nuclear Proliferation, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press, 1998, p. 92, 106. 2 Haggerty, The Consequences of Nuclear Proliferation, p. 184. 3 Atesh Amal Peace Link to Kashmir Solution, Dawn Wire Service, June 26, 1999. 4 Army Ready for War, Says Chief, The Statesman, India, January 12, 2002. 5 Raj Chanagapat, Pakistan Tried Nuclear Blackmail, The Newspaper Today, January 12, 2000, www.thenewspapertoday.com/interview/index.phtml7 Interview in pad count. Nuclear Stability in South Asia. Kenneth N. Waltz. The American government and most American journalists look on the blossoming of nuclear forces in South Asia as an ominous event, different in implication and effect from all the similar events that we worried about throughout the Cold War. A 1998 New York Times headline, for example, proclaimed that India's arms race isn't safe like the Cold War. Few thought the American-Soviet arms race safe at the time, and for good reasons few Indians and Pakistanis expect an arms race now. Most of the alarmist predictions about the fate of the subcontinent display forgetfulness about the past and confusion over the effects of nuclear weapons. In the same New York Times article, Joseph Cirincione, director of the Non-Proliferation Project at the Carnegie Endowment, reports that Pentagon war games between Pakistan and India always end with a nuclear exchange. Has everyone in that building forgotten that deterrence works precisely because nuclear states fear that conventional military engagements may escalate to the nuclear level, and therefore they draw back from the brink? Admiral David E. Jeremiah, once Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, laments the cultural mindset that leads Americans to believe that everybody thinks like us, and a longtime president of the Henry L. Stimson Center, Michael Crapon, worries that because of the Pressler Amendment, which cut off aid to nations developing nuclear weapons, Pakistani officers have not had the benefit of attending our military schools. One's reaction to both statements may well be thank goodness. The Brookings Institution totaled up the cost of American nuclear weapons over the decades and arrived at the figure of $5.5 trillion. Strobe Talbot, when he was Deputy Secretary of State, implied that military competition between 382 Pakistan and India will cause them to spend on a proportionate scale. When asked why we should not provide India and Pakistan with advice about, and equipment for, safe deterrence, he retorted that if they lock themselves into the mentality of mad, mutual assured destruction, they will then be tempted into like us. A considerable escalation of the arms race. One yet nuclear states need race only to the second strike level, which is easy to achieve and maintain. Indian and Pakistani leaders have learned from our folly. A minimal deterrent deters as well as a maximal one. Homi Jahangir Babha, father of the Indian bomb, called this absolute deterrence. K. Subramanyam, a foremost strategist, emphasizes that Indians have learned that to build large forces is wasteful and foolish. An arsenal of about 60 weapons, he believes, will deter either Pakistan or China, and Pakistan might need, say, 20 to deter India. Some have claimed that no nuclear country has been satisfied with having only a minimum deterrent. Yet China, with even today only about 20 ICBMs, has been content with small numbers, and India and Pakistan would follow its example were it not for the disruptive effects of American missile defenses on the strategic arms balance in Asia. Political as well as economic constraints on both countries ensure this. Talbot has discerned a global trend away from reliance on nuclear weapons to the United States does rely less on nuclear weapons now because it is the world's dominant conventional power, spending as much on its armed forces in the year 2000 as the next 8 big spenders combined. Partly for that reason, some other countries rely more on their nuclear weapons. Russia, for example, with its conventional forces in shambles. Countries that once counted on one of the two great powers for military assistance are now concerned to provide security for themselves. Pakistan, India, Iraq, Japan, and North Korea are all examples. India tested its peaceful bomb in 1974. Its next tests came 24 years later. The United States complained loudly both times. Yet the United States tested nuclear weapons many times yearly for many years on end, more than 1,000 above and below ground, which is more than the tests of all other tries combined. America's excuse was, at first, that it anticipated a mortal threat from the Soviet Union and, later, that it actually faced such a threat. America's non-proliferation policy denies that such reasoning can legitimate other countries entering the tight circle of nuclear powers. Nevertheless, the reasoning the United States applied to itself applies to India and to Pakistan as well. Does anyone believe that testing nuclear warheads is something that, in their place, we would not have done? The question raised by India's and Pakistan's nuclear tests is not whether they should have been conducted, but whether their security requires their becoming nuclear powers. Some countries need nuclear weapons, some do not. Brazil and Argentina set themselves on course to become nuclear states. Both decided to abandon the effort. Neither posed a threat to the other. South Africa became a nuclear state and then, finding no commensurate threat, reversed its policy. Pakistan obviously needs nuclear weapons. When asked why nuclear weapons are so popular in Pakistan, former Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto answered, "It's our history. A history of 3 wars with a larger neighbor. India is 5 times larger than we are. Their military strength is 5 times larger. In 1971, our country was disintegrated. So the security issue for Pakistan is an issue of survival." From the other side, Shankar Bajpayee, former Indian ambassador to Pakistan, China, and the United States, has said that Pakistan's quest for a nuclear capability stems from its fear of its larger neighbor. Removing that fear should open up immense possibilities for a less worried and more relaxed life. Shamshad Ahmed, Pakistan's foreign secretary, has echoed their thoughts. In South Asia, nuclear deterrence may usher in an era of durable peace between Pakistan and India, providing the requisite incentives for resolving all outstanding issues, especially Jammu and Kashmir. 3 In recent years, some Indians and Pakistanis have begun to talk about a peaceful accommodation, and according to a New York Times reporter, just about everybody in Kashmir cites the two countries' possession of nuclear weapons as a factor pushing towards peace. For in the 1980s, after the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, the United States, knowing of Pakistan's nuclear progress, nevertheless continued to supply Pakistan with sophisticated conventional weapons. The United States did not care much about Pakistan's nuclear progress as long as Soviet worries dominated American policy. Once the Soviet Union went into steep decline and then disappeared, America dropped Pakistan, with a speed that surprised not only Pakistan but India as well. For Pakistan to compete conventionally with India was economically impossible. Nuclear weapons linked to a sensible strategy are a low-cost way of leveling the playing field. Understandably, Pakistan felt itself pressed to follow the nuclear course. Can India be seen in a similar light? With its superior conventional forces, it needed no nuclear weapons to protect itself against a Pakistan that lacked them, but what about China? Americans think of India as the dominant power in South Asia. India feels differently. India is part of a hostile world. With a Muslim minority of about 150 million, it adjoins Muslim Pakistan, and beyond lies a Muslim world becoming more fundamentalist and more hostile. To the north is an increasingly nationalist, steadily more powerful, and potentially unstable China. The United States has reinforced India's worries about a Chinese-Pakistani-American axis, notably when America tilted toward Pakistan in the 1971 war with India. In the middle of the war, Henry Kissinger told Mao Zedong, "We want to keep the pressure on India both militarily and politically," adding that if China took measures to protect its security, the US would oppose efforts of others to interfere. 5. In a show of support for Pakistan, the American Navy moved the aircraft carrier Enterprise into the Indian Ocean. To this day, Indians consider this an attempt to hold them in nuclear awe. They call it blackmail. India continues to believe that America favors China over India. A professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University found nuclear cooperation between Beijing and Islamabad unprecedented in the history of international relations. 6. And an Indian Minister of Defense wondered, as many Indians do, why India and Pakistan should be seen as blowing each other up when nuclear weapons in the hands of the United States and China are seen as stabilizing factors. 7. That the United States seems to trust China as an old nuclear power, and not India as a new one, is a cause of bitter resentment. The decision to make nuclear weapons was a momentous one for India. The tests of May 1998 were overwhelmingly popular with the public at large, but the decision emerged over decades, with much opposition along the way. Even today, Indians who view nuclear deterrence as a difficult and demanding task believe that India will be unable to develop and deploy a nuclear force sufficient for the deterrence of China. In their view, the main effect of India's developing nuclear capabilities was to cause Pakistan to develop its own. India is therefore worse off with nuclear weapons than it would have been without them. The Indian view that carried the day rests on the contrary argument, namely, that it does not take much to deter. Is it far-fetched for India to worry about a Chinese threat to its security? Any country has trouble seeing the world as others do. Let's try. If the United States shared a 2,000-mile border with a country that was more populous, more prosperous, more heavily armed, and in possession of nuclear weapons, we would react militarily and, judging from our response to the Soviet Union, more vigorously than India has done. What is far-fetched is for the United States to worry about a Chinese threat to its security and then wonder why India does too. Kanfi Bajpayee, a professor at Nehru University, strongly opposes India's nuclear armament. He doubts that India's nuclear deterrent would dissuade China from seizing Arunachal Pradesh in the northeast or Pakistan from seizing Kashmir in the northwest. This is comparable to the worry, dreamt up in the 1960s, about a Hamburg grab. Some American military commentators worried that the Soviet Union might suddenly seize Hamburg, which jutted into East Germany, and then in effect ask, is NATO's fighting to regain Hamburg worth risking a nuclear conflagration? Similarly, Kanfi Bajpayee imagines a quick grabbing thrust into the two states, backed by nuclear weapons, in the hope of presenting India with a fait accompli. 8. Such worries are as fanciful as American worries were in the Cold War. The invader would have to assemble troops near the border. India would then alert its forces, including nuclear ones. With the potential crisis easily foreseeable, why would China or Pakistan run such risks? One answer to the question is that Pakistan did move troops across the line of control into Kashmir and fight for a time at a fairly high level in the engagement known as Kargil. Joseph Surinconi voices widespread fears when, with the Kashmir conflict in mind, he says, just assemble all the risk factors and multiply it out. This is the most dangerous and unstable military situation in the world. 9. His pronouncement repeats the tired old error of inferring from the conventional past what the nuclear future holds, a mistake made almost every time another country gets nuclear weapons. With nuclear weapons added, conventionally dangerous and unstable situations become safer and stabler ones. Nuclear weapons produce what Joseph Nye calls the crystal ball effect. Everyone knows that if force gets out of hand, all the parties to a conflict face catastrophe. With conventional weapons, the crystal ball is clouded. With nuclear weapons, it is perfectly clear. What reasons do we have to believe that India's and Pakistan's crystal balls are clouded? Well, again, Kargil. Some observers worry that Pakistan may believe that it can safely raise the level of conventional violence since nuclear weapons limit the extent of India's response. But, of course, they also limit the size and scope of Pakistan's attack, since Pakistan knows it could face nuclear retaliation. And the same reasoning applies to India. It's the same old story. In the presence of nuclear weapons, a country can achieve a significant victory only by risking devastating retaliation. Sagan calls Kargil the fourth Indian-Pakistani war because it fits the social science definition holding that a military encounter is a war if it produces more than 1,000 battle-related deaths. If Kargil is called a war, then the definition of war requires revision, and now that both countries have nuclear weapons, the fifth war will be no worse than the so-called fourth one. The late Pakistani chief of the army staff, General Mirza Aslam Beg, remarked that India and Pakistan can no longer fight even a conventional war over Kashmir, and his counterpart, the chief of the Indian army staff, General Krishnaswamy Sundarji, concurred. Kargil showed once again that deterrence does not firmly protect disputed areas but does limit the extent of the violence. Indian Rear Admiral Raja Menon put the larger point simply, the Kargil crisis demonstrated that the subcontinental nuclear threshold probably lies territorially in the heartland of both countries, and not on the Kashmir ceasefire line. 10. The obvious conclusion to draw from Kargil is that the presence of nuclear weapons prevented escalation from major skirmish to full-scale war. This contrasts starkly with the bloody 1965 war, in which both parties were armed only with conventional weapons. Another question is whether India and Pakistan can firmly control and safely deploy nuclear forces sufficient to deter. Because I said enough about the ease of deterrence in Chapter 8, I shall concentrate on questions of safety and control. Sagan claims that the emerging history of nuclear India and nuclear Pakistan strongly supports the pessimistic predictions of organizational theorists. Yet the evidence, accumulated over 5 decades, shows that nuclear states fight with nuclear states only at low levels, that accidents seldom occur, and that when they do they never have bad effects. If nuclear pessimists were right, nuclear deterrence would have failed again and again. Nuclear pessimists deal with the potential causes of catastrophe, optimists, with the effects the causes do not produce. Since the evidence fails to support the predictions of pessimists, one wonders why the spread of nuclear weapons to South Asia should have bad rather than good effects. What differences in the situation of India and Pakistan may cause their fates to depart from the nuclear norm? If they and their situations are different, then the happy history of the nuclear past does not forecast their futures. American commentators dwell on the differences between the United States and the Soviet Union earlier and India and Pakistan today. Among the seeming differences, these are given prominence: differences in the states involved, differences in their histories of conflict, and differences in the distance between the competing parties. I consider them in turn. Does deterrence depend on who is deterring whom? For decades we believed that we were trying to deter two monstrous countries, one an evil empire and the other a totalitarian country ruled by a megalomaniac. Now we learn that deterrence worked in the past because the United States, the Soviet Union, and China were settled and sensible societies. Karl Kaiser, of the Research Institute of the German Society for Foreign Affairs, and Arthur G. Rubinoff, of the University of Toronto, for example, argue that the success of deterrence depends on its context, that is, on who the countries are and on how they relate to each other. In Kaiser's view, the stability of nuclear deterrence between East and West revolves on a multitude of military and political factors which in other regions are either totally missing or are only partially present. In Rubinoff's view, it is foolish to compare the American-Soviet conflict with South Asia, where the dynamics are reminiscent of the outbreak of the First World War. Reminiscence flickers, however, since no one then had nuclear weapons. With a Hindu chauvinist in power in New Delhi and an Islamic party governing India, Rubinoff finds no resemblance to the deterrence situation that characterized the US-Soviet conflict. 11 That statement may once have applied to India and Pakistan, but only until they armed themselves with nuclear weapons. The history of the Cold War shows that what matters is not the character of the countries that have nuclear weapons but the fact that they have them. Differences among nuclear countries abound, but for keeping the peace, what difference have they made? Whatever the identity of rulers, and whatever the characteristics of their states, the national behaviors they produce are strongly conditioned by the world outside. With conventional weapons, a defensive country has to ask itself how much power it must harness to its policy in order to dissuade an aggressive state from striking. Countries willing to run high risks are hard to dissuade. The characteristics of governments and the temperaments of leaders have to be carefully weighed. With nuclear weapons, any state will be deterred by another state's second strike forces. One need not be preoccupied with the qualities of the state that is to be deterred or scrutinize its leaders. In a nuclear world, any state, whether ruled by a Stalin, a Mao Zedong, a Saddam Hussein, or a Kim Jong-un, will be deterred by the knowledge that aggressive actions may lead to its own destruction. Does deterrence depend on the deterrer's recent history? India and Pakistan have fought 3 wars in little more than 50 years, and Kashmir is a bone in the throat of Pakistan. In contrast, America and Russia have never fought a war against each other. Yet some other nuclear countries look more like India and Pakistan, and nuclear weapons have kept the peace between them. Russia and China have suffered numerous military invasions by one another over the centuries. In the 1960s, when both had nuclear weapons, skirmishes broke out from time to time along the Siberian frontier, and the fighting was on a fairly large scale. The bitterness of the antagonists rivaled that between India and Pakistan. Fueled by ethnic resentments and ideological differences, clashes between nuclear countries over peripheral areas are hardly the exception. Of today's 8 nuclear countries, 5 have fought their neighbors in the past half-century: Russia, China, Israel, Pakistan, and India. Those who believe that the South Asian situation is without parallel often ignore the Middle East. The parallel is not exact, but it is instructive. The Middle East is unrivaled for long-standing conflict, irreconcilable disputes, feelings of distrust and hatred, and recurrent wars. In 1973, 2 non-nuclear Arab countries, Egypt and Syria, attacked Israel and fought what by anyone's definition was a war. Limited in extent by one side's nuclear weapons, it nonetheless did not spiral out of control. Does deterrence depend on distance? Proximity is a constantly emphasized difference between the relations of India and Pakistan and that of the United States and the Soviet Union. America and Russia are separated by vast distances, Pakistan and India live cheek by jowl. They continually rub against each other in irritating and dangerous ways. George Perkovic had this in mind when he expressed his fear that somebody blows up something big and India says, "That's it," and takes out targets. Then you're on your way. Who's going to back down? 12 Much the same fears in much the same words were expressed during the Cold War. The two antagonists might go to the brink, one would slip over the edge, and once the exchange of warheads began, neither side would be willing to stop it by giving in to the other. In actuality, however, backing down in times of crisis proved not to be such a big problem. Never. Do two countries share a common interest more completely than when they are locked in death's embrace? Each may want something else as well, but both want most of all to get out of the dire situation they are in. During the Kargil fighting, India went to readiness state 3, which means that warheads were prepared for placement on delivery vehicles, and Pakistan apparently took similar steps. These were seen as rash and dangerous moves, but what does one expect? The United States and the Soviet Union alerted their forces a number of times. Doing so is a way of saying, this is getting serious, and we both had better calm down. Despite the pessimism engendered by the history of South Asia, Indian-Pakistani wars have been, as wars go, quite restrained. As Admiral Menon has written, any analysis of the three wars fought often refers to the rather gentlemanly manner in which they were fought with care taken to avoid civilian casualties. 13 Pa. Kiston's 1999 thrust into Kashmir may have been rash, yet as Menon has rightly said, subsequent Pakistani attempts to signal an unwillingness to escalate were mature and sober. 14 And in the Kargil campaign, India never sent its troops across the line of control. History tells us only what we want to know. A pair of New York Times journalists contrasts then with now by claiming that, except in Cuba, the Americans and Soviets took care not to place their troops in direct military confrontation. 16 What, then, were NATO and Warsaw Treaty Organization troops doing in the middle of Europe, where confrontation was a constant and serious business? Proximity does make warning time short. Missiles can fly between Islamabad and New Delhi in less than 5 minutes. Yet nuclear countries in the past have often been close militarily if not geographically. Cuba is only 90 miles from American shores, and that is proximity enough. The United States flew planes at the Soviet Union's borders and across them, believing its radars would not spot them. American bravado continues. In April 2001, an American surveillance plane was struck by a Chinese plane over waters near China. Close surveillance is provocative even if international legalities are nicely observed. As President Dwight D. Eisenhower said when an American plane went down 32 miles from the Chinese coast in August 1956, if planes were flying 20 to 50 miles from our shores we would be very likely to shoot them down if they came in closer, whether through error or not. 16 Operation Brostax was an all-service Indian operation staged in 1987. As Sagan says, it is widely believed that General Sundarji intended it to be a prelude to a war in which India would destroy Pakistan's nuclear facilities. Sundarji may have thought that even if Pakistan had a few bombs, India would be able to destroy them on the ground. In retrospect, Brostax looks more like a typical instance of Indian failure to coordinate policies among the Prime Minister's office, the External Affairs Ministry, the Defense Ministry, and the military services. Brostax is not something new in the nuclear annals. It pales in comparison to provocative acts by the United States and the Soviet Union. In 1983, for example, Able Archer, a recurrent NATO military exercise, was more extensive than ever before. It was held at a time of extraordinary tension. The Soviets believed that surprise was the key to American war plans. During the exercise, the simulated alert of NATO nuclear forces was thought by the Soviets to be a real one. American Pershing II missiles were to be deployed in Europe soon. The Soviets believed that some of them, with their 50-kiloton payload, 50-meter accuracy, and 10-minute delivery time to Moscow, had already arrived. Early in the Reagan administration, Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger and other officials proclaimed that it was our aim to be able to light, sustain, and win a nuclear war. With some reason, Soviet leaders believed it was about to begin. Vast distances lie between the United States and Russia. What difference do these distances make when American troops and missiles are stationed in Europe and Northeast Asia? Those who believe that the Indian-Pakistani confrontation is without precedent have either little knowledge of Cold War history or oddly defective memories. Proximity shortens the time between launch and landing. With little warning time, quick decisions would seem to be required. Acting on early warnings of incoming missiles that may turn out to be false could be fatal to both sides. The notion that deterrence demands the threat of swift retaliation was ingrained in American and Russian thinking, and it remains so today, with both forces still on hair-trigger alert. Yet deterrence of a would-be attacker does not depend on the belief that retaliation will be prompt, but only on the belief that the attack may, in due course, retaliate. As K. Subramaniam has put it, the strike back need not be highly time-critical. 17 A small force may be a vulnerable force, but smaller is worse than bigger only if the attacker believes he can destroy all of the force before any of it can be launched. Students of organizations rightly worry about complex and tightly coupled systems because they are susceptible to damaging accidents. They wrongly believe that conflicting nuclear states should be thought of as a tightly coupled system. Fortunately, nuclear weapons loosen the coupling of states by lessening the effects of proximity and by cutting through the complexities of conventional confrontations. Organizational theorists fail to distinguish between the technical complexities of nuclear weapon systems and the simplicity of the situations they create. Sagan points out that the survival of Indian and Pakistani forces cannot be guaranteed. But neither can their complete destruction, and that is what matters. Oddly, many pessimists believe that countries with small and technologically limited nuclear forces may be able to accomplish the difficult feat of making a successful first strike but not the easy one of making their own nuclear force appear to be invulnerable. They overlook a basic nuclear truth: if some part of a force is invulnerable, all of the force is invulnerable. Destroying even a major portion of a nuclear force does no good because of the damage a small number of surviving warheads can do. Conventional weapons put a premium on striking first, to gain the initial advantage and set the course of the war. Nuclear weapons eliminate this premium. The initial advantage is insignificant if the cost of gaining it is half a dozen cities. More important than the size of arsenals, the sophistication of command and control, the proximity of competitors, and the history of the relations, are the sensibilities of leaders. Fortunately, nuclear weapons make leaders behave sensibly even though under other circumstances they might be brash and reckless. The South Asian situation, said so often to be without precedent, finds precedents galore. Rather than assuming that the present differs significantly from the past, we should emphasize the similarities and learn from them. Fortunately, India and Pakistan have learned from their nuclear predecessors. Sagan believes that future Indian-Pakistani crises may be nuclear. Once countries have nuclear weapons, any confrontation that merits the term crisis is a nuclear one. With conventional weapons, crises tend toward instability. Because of the perceived, or misperceived, advantage of striking first, war may be the outcome. Nuclear weapons make crises stable, which is an important reason for believing that India and Pakistan are better off with than without them. Yet because nuclear weapons limit escalation, they may tempt countries to fight small wars. Glenn Snyder long ago identified the strategic stability/tactical instability paradox. Benefits carry costs in the nuclear business just as they do in other endeavors. The possibility of fighting at low levels is not a bad price to pay for the impossibility of fighting at high levels. This impossibility becomes obvious, since in the presence of nuclear weapons no one can score major gains, and all can lose catastrophically. Sagan carries Snyder's logic a step farther by arguing that Pakistan and India may nevertheless fight to a higher level of violence, believing that if one side or the other begins to lose control, a third party will step in to prevent the use of nuclear weapons. The idea is a hangover from Cold War days when the United States and the Soviet Union thought they had compelling reasons to intervene in other countries' conflicts. The end of the Cold War reduced the incentives for such intervention. As K. Subramaniam has said, in a world dominated by the Cold War, there was a certain predictability that any Chinese nuclear threat to India would be countervailed by one or the other superpower or both. In the aftermath of the Cold War, that predictability has disappeared. 1-8 intervention by a third party during low-level fighting would still be possible, but neither side could count on it. Kanfi Bajpayee spotted another consequence of nuclear weapons that may be harmful: they may drive the antagonists apart by removing the need to agree. Since deterrence works, Bajpayee wonders why countries would try to settle their differences. India and Pakistan, however, did not reach agreement on Kashmir or on other issues when neither had nuclear weapons. Now both sides have at least an incentive to discuss their problems. Crises on the subcontinent recur, and when they do, voices of despair predict a conventional clash ending in nuclear blasts. On December 13, 2001, 5 gunmen attacked the Indian parliament. 14 people died, including the gunmen. India, blaming Pakistani terrorists, mounted its largest mobilization in the past 30 years and massed troops and equipment along the India-Pakistan border. As in the crisis of 1990, the United States deployed its diplomats, this time dispatching Secretary of State Colin Powell to calm the contestants. Tempers on both sides flared, bombast filled the air, and an American commentator pointed out once again that all of the American military's war games show that a conventional Indian-Pakistani war will end in a nuclear conflagration. Both India and Pakistan claimed that they could fight conventionally in the face of nuclear weapons. What reason do we have to believe that military and civilian leaders on either side fail to understand the dangers of fighting a conventional war against a nuclear neighbor? The statements of Pakistan's leader, General Musharraf, were mainly conciliatory. Indian military leaders emphasized that any military engagements would have to be limited to such targets as guerrilla training camps and military facilities used by extremists. As an astute analyst put it, India's way of looking at this is that we're not threatening Pakistan's core interests, so they would have no incentive to launch their weapons. 19 Indian leaders made it clear that they intended to pressure Pakistan to control military intrusions by irregular forces. Pakistan made it clear that its pressure for a Kashmiri settlement would be unremitting. Except to alarmist observers, mainly American, neither side looked as though it would cross or even approach the nuclear threshold. The proposition that nuclear weapons limit the extent of fighting and ultimately preserve peace again found vindication. Are India and Pakistan worse or better off now that they have nuclear weapons? Are their futures dimmer or brighter? I will surprise no one by saying brighter. I have looked in vain for important differences between the plight of India and Pakistan and that of other nuclear countries. Nuclear weapons put all countries that possess them in the same boat. South Asia is said to be the acid test for deterrence optimists. So far, nuclear deterrence has passed all of the many tests it has faced. Notes 1. Quoted in Stephen Erlanger, India's arms race isn't safe like the Cold War, New York Times, July 12, 1998, Section 4, p. 18. 2. Strobe Talbot, Dealing with the Bomb in South Asia, Foreign Affairs 78, No. 2, March/April 1999, p. 117-3. Claudia Dreyfus, Benazir Bhutto, New York Times Magazine, May 15, 1994, p. 39, k. Shankar Bajpayee, Nuclear Exchange, Far Eastern Economic Review, June 24, 1993, p. 24, Shamshat Ahmed, The Nuclear Subcontinent, Bringing Stability to South Asia, Foreign Affairs 78, No. 4, July/August 1999, p. 125-4. John F. Bums, War-Weary Kashmiris Contemplate the Price of Peace, New York Times, July 11, 2001, p. 3. 5 quoted in Jonathan Spence, Kissinger, and the Emperor, New York Review of Books, March 4, 1999, p. 21-6. Amitabh Maltug, India's Nuclear Policy in an Anarchic World, in Muttu, ed., India's Nuclear Deterrent, Pokhran 2 and Beyond, New Delhi, Har Anand, 1999, p. 22. 7 George Fernandez, quoted in John F. Burns, Indian Defense Chief calls U.S. hypocritical, New York Times, June 18, 1998, p. 6. 8 Kanthi Bajpai, The Fallacy of an Indian Deterrent, in Amitabh Muttu, ed., India's Nuclear Deterrent, p. 183 China does not recognize Arunachal Pradesh or Sikkim as parts of India. 9 quoted in Erlanger, India's arms race isn't safe like the Cold War. 10 Raja Menon, A Nuclear Strategy for India, New Delhi, Sage, 2000, p. 116. 11 Karl Kaiser, Non-Proliferation and Nuclear Deterrence, Survival 31, No. 2, March/April, 1989, p. 125, Arthur G. Rubinoff, The Failure of Nuclear Deterrence in South Asia, Toronto Globe and Mail, June 1, 1998, p. 17. 12 quoted in Celia W. Duggar and Barry Barak, You've Got the Bomb. So Do I. Now I Dare You to Fight, New York Times, January 16, 2000. Section 4, p. 1. 13 Menon, A Nuclear Strategy for India, p. 293. 14 Abid, p. 197. 15. Celia W. Duggar and Barry Barak, You've Got the Bomb. So Do I. Now I Dare You to Fight, New York Times, January 16, 2000, Section 4, p. 1. 16 James Bamford, The Dangers of Spy Planes, New York Times, April 5, 2001, PA 21. 17K. Subramanian, Nuclear Force Design and Minimum Deterrence Strategy, in Bharat Comad, ed., Future Imperiled, India Security in the 1990s and Beyond, New Delhi, Viking, 1994. 18 Abid, p. 186-19. The analyst is Commodore Uday Bhaskar, Deputy Director of the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, quoted in Rajiv Chandrasekharan for India, Deterrence May Not Prevent War, Washington Post Foreign Service, January 17, 2002, p. Al. Intervention in Ethnic and Ideological Civil Wars. Chaim Kaufman, From Somalia to Bosnia to Rwanda, American debates on humanitarian intervention in ethnic conflicts have taken virtually identical form. Proponents of intervention argue that war caused starvation, ethnic cleansing, and genocide are crimes against humanity so terrible that the international community has an obligation to act to stop them. Opponents argue that any military intervention in a foreign civil war must inevitably become an unwinnable quagmire whose escalating cost would ultimately cause the do-gooders to retreat, badly damaging both the international credibility and the domestic cohesion of the intervening powers, while leaving the local victims at least as badly off as before. In these debates, opponents have painted each prospective intervention as another Vietnam. This understanding has gone largely unchallenged, because proponents of humanitarian interventions have generally conceded that any commitment of U.S. ground troops to a foreign civil war would be disastrous, restricting their proposals to strategies based on air power or military aid or to peacekeeping missions which are not supposed to involve any ground fighting. The widespread acceptance of the quagmire image is not surprising, because it reflects a scholarly consensus which is based on America's Cold War experience of counterinsurgency in Vietnam and elsewhere. The conventional wisdom is that outside intervention in civil wars can have only limited leverage on their outcomes. These outcomes are determined mainly by the political strength and competence of the local factions, which outsiders can do little to affect. Massive outside aid risks delegitimating the client, and, especially if ground troops are inserted, the possibility of an open-ended commitment. 394. The Vietnam analogy, however, is a poor guide to understanding current ethnic conflicts, because it is based on learning from ideological civil wars, which are fundamentally different from ethnic ones. The central difference between the two types is the importance of loyalty competition. Ideological civil wars center around a competition between the government and the insurgents for the loyal ties of the people. Territorial control is relatively unimportant. By contrast, in ethnic wars neither side can recruit members of the other group because ethnic identities are fixed by birth. Ethnic wars are not political competitions for individual loyalties, but contests over control of territory whose outcomes are determined mainly by the balance of military force. As a result, both the prospects for foreign intervention and the appropriate methods are very different. Ethnic civil wars are not guerrilla quagmires. Foreign aid or foreign troops can make a tremendous difference to the local balance of forces and, unlike in ideological counterinsurgencies, outsiders can reliably tell friend from foe. provided that interventions aim at saving lives and establishing defensible territorial settlements, not at reassembling shattered multi-ethnic states. Outside powers can resolve ethnic wars with finite effort in finite time. The United States and other powers motivated to stop ethnic wars and prevent genocide are not helpless. Types of civil wars. Internal conflicts can be divided into two major categories: intra-community conflicts and inter-community conflicts. Intra-community conflicts are primarily about ideology, while inter-community conflicts are driven primarily by ethnic divisions. Intra-community conflicts are disputes within a single national or religious community. All sides agree on the identity and unity of the community. They share a common definition of community membership, a common preference for political organization of the community as a single state, and a common sense of the legitimate physical boundaries of that state. The sides disagree over which personalities, principles, or policies should rule the community state. Central issues may include class conflicts or other secular ideological issues or interpretation of the shared religion. The opposing sides seek control of the state, not its division or destruction. Examples include the Greek, Vietnamese, and Nicaraguan civil wars. By contrast, inter-community conflicts are disputes between groups which see themselves as distinct ethnic, clan, or religious communities. Although contained within the same polity, the opposing communities have irreconcilable visions of the identity, purpose, and legitimate borders of the state. Disputes do not center on the ideologies of alternative parties or on the class impact of government policy, but on the relation between political rights and membership in a particular community. One community may see the state as an expression of its particular identity to the exclusion of others, while others may demand special rights or a degree of autonomy from the state, or even seek to secede to form their own state. Examples include the Nigerian, Yugoslav, Sri Lankan, Rwandan, and Chechenian civil wars. Differences between ideological and ethnic wars. Ideological and ethnic civil wars have very different dynamics, which in turn imply profound differences in the determinants of victory, the instruments and strategies of conflict, and the prospects for foreign intervention. The key difference is the flexibility of individual loyalties, which are relatively fluid in ideological conflicts, but almost completely rigid in ethnic wars. Ideological loyalties are changeable, whether voluntarily or under coercion, but ethnic identities are determined by language, culture, religion, and, especially, parentage, and are further hardened by the hyper-nationalist mobilization that accompanies ethnic war. As a result, the central dynamic in ideological conflicts is the competition between the government and the rebels for the loyalties of the people. Victory depends on building political support while undermining support for the other side. In ethnic conflicts, by contrast, there is no loyalty competition. While not everyone may be mobilized as an active fighter for their own group, hardly anyone ever becomes a supporter of the opposing ethnic group. Almost everything else about both types of conflicts flows from this one fact. Gathering intelligence on individual loyalties, which in ideological conflicts is critical for both sides but very difficult, is unimportant in ethnic wars because loyalties can be gauged by ethnicity. While in ideological civil wars the entire population serves as the shared mobilization base of both sides, in ethnic wars each side can mobilize only members of its own group, and only in friendly controlled territory. Accordingly, in ideological wars territorial control is often not critical, since military control of a place does not guarantee the loyalties of the residents, while success in the hearts and minds battle will eventually lead to control of the entire country. In ethnic wars, however, neither side can afford to surrender any settlement because the enemy is likely to cleanse it by massacre, expulsion, or colonization, thus reducing or eliminating its value even if recaptured later. Finally, while both types of civil war pose security dilemmas, their nature is different. In ideological conflicts, most people's survival does not depend on victory, since either side will accept their allegiance, even if coerced. The only people who face an inescapable security dilemma are faction leaders whose commitments are too famous, or infamous, for their opponents to forgive. Further, this security dilemma normally has no territorial solution, because the victors in an ideological civil war usually insist on control of the whole country. Losers can rarely defend a rump territory. Ethnic wars, by contrast, pose a security dilemma for nearly all members of both sides. Each group's mobilization represents a genuine security threat to the other. Individuals cannot change their ethnic identities and, in an environment saturated by both sides with hyper-nationalist rhetoric and atrocity tales, are extremely unlikely to trust their security to the mercy of the ethnic enemy. The severity of the security dilemma, however, depends on the geography of group settlement patterns. Intermixed settlements pose extreme defensive risks as well as offensive opportunities for both sides, thus both causing escalation and preventing demobilization. Conversely, if the groups are largely separated, or become separated by refugee movements during the war, the security dilemma is considerably reduced. Since ideological wars generally cannot be settled by territorial division, they most often end with decisive victory by one side. Power-sharing outcomes are possible if the balance of forces is nearly equal, as in the Colombian National Front Agreement in 1958, or if there is agreement to submit the dispute to new elections, as in Nicaragua in 1989. Ethnic wars end differently. Decisive victory by one side is possible, but is rarely stable, because the losing side will usually rebel again at any opportunity. Power-sharing agreements or attempts to replace ethnic hostility with inclusive civic nationalism usually fail because they cannot solve the security dilemma caused by intermixed demography. The only stable solution to an ethnic civil war is separation of the warring communities into distinct, defensible regions, because only this can eliminate the security dilemma faced by both sides. Since the discussion to this point has described ideal types, it begs the question of how mixed cases behave. Part of the answer is that there seem to be relatively few civil wars in which both ideology and ethnicity play major roles. There are two keys to classification. First, the basis of mobilization appeals, specifically the relative weight of appeals based on race or confession, ethnic, to those based on political, economic, or social ideals, ideological. Second, the degree to which ethnic divides do or do not match the actual sources of recruits of each side. Some apparently mixed cases are not. In many ethnic conflicts, one side or the other takes on an ideological identification as a tactical maneuver to gain outside support. This was especially common during the Cold War, when U.S. or Soviet aid was often available. In Angola, the faction centered around the Mbundu tribe. And urban mestizos, MPLA, accepted aid from the Soviet Union and Cuba, the Bakongo, FNLA, from the United States and Zaire, and the Ovambundu, Chokwi, and Nangela, UNITA, first from China and later from the United States and South Africa. Similar phenomena occurred in several different insurgencies in Burma/Myanmar, in Laos, and in Thailand. There is also at least some tendency, once civil conflicts become highly mobilized, for ethnic divisions to overwhelm and suppress potentially cross-cutting ideological cleavages. The ethnic war in Ethiopia among the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, Tigrayan People's Liberation Front, Oromo Liberation Front, and the Mengistu government was in no way ameliorated by the fact that all four were nominally Marxist. In Lebanon's wars, the rightist phalange never had any non-Christian support, while nearly all leftist parties have also been ethnically or sectarian-based. Sinhalese and Tamil leftists have been driven apart by war, not together. The leftist ideological orientations of the Kurdish Workers' Party, PKK, in Turkey and the Kurdish Democratic Party, KDP, have not enabled either to build useful alliances with non-Kurdish leftists. A few, fairly evenly mixed cases can be found, in which at least one side persisted in pursuing cross-ethnic ideological as well as military recruitment appeals, despite the fact that the movement's membership was initially heavily dominated by one group. The most important are the Yugoslav partisans in the Second World War and both sides in the Malayan Emergency of 1948-60. Partisan leaders were recruited mainly from pre-war army officers, and throughout most of 1942 the partisans fielded mainly Montenegrin and Serbian troops, leavened with just a few fighters of other nationalities. Many partisan commanders pursued specifically Serb rather than pan-Yugoslav objectives, while Croats began to join in. Numbers only after the war was clearly lost, in 1944. In Malaya, although the communists drew 90% of their support from ethnic Chinese, both the British and the communists, for their own reasons, emphasized ideology over ethnicity in their rhetoric and, as much as possible, in their operational methods and recruitment efforts. The military dynamics of these cases do in fact fall between the ideal extremes, and both ended without separation, although both have since seen a resurgence of ethnic violence. Dynamics of ideological civil wars. The basic dynamics of ideological insurgencies are fairly well understood. Although both sides use force, the contest is primarily a political one. To win, the insurgents must gain the political support of population while undermining political support for the regime. For its part, the government must isolate the rebels politically while shoring up its own political base, that is, it must make itself more attractive to most people than the rebels. In principle, the sides in a civil war can employ three main types of strategic instruments: 1. Political, economic, and social reform programs, 2. Population control, and 3. Military action. Political, economic, and social reform programs are the most important, because they are the key to winning political support, while population control can help tilt the playing field by allowing one side to carry out its own programs and to block execution of the others. Military action matters least, because population control is as much a matter of loyalty intelligence as of territorial control. Political and economic programs. Political, social, and economic reform is the most important strategy for both the government and the insurgents. The most important issues are usually local grievances such as poverty, inequality, corruption, and physical insecurity. The rebels typically promise redistribution, such as land reform to break the hold of corrupt and oppressive landlords, political enfranchisement for the excluded, and honest, responsive government. For its part, the popular appeal of the government depends on providing essentially the same things: land reform, real democracy, and uncorrupt good government. The side which is better able to provide, or credibly promise, such reforms and benefits usually wins. Population control. Controlling access to the population matters because political and economic programs can only win support if actually implemented, and because the population is the shared mobilization base for both sides. The insurgents especially depend on popular support for food, shelter, money, and recruits, as Mao said. Guerrillas are like fish and the people are the water they swim in. Territorial control does not guarantee population control, because individual loyalties are both difficult to assess and changeable. Rather, population control requires controlling individual freedom of association and action. Tactics include selective terror, hostage-taking, collective punishment, and efforts to control food supplies. Each side will also seek to undermine the other's local leadership by co-optation, intimidation, or assassination. Accuracy and restraint are crucial, however, because innocent victims generate anger, mobilizing survivors, relatives, and neighbors for the enemy. The government may relocate people from settlements seen as vulnerable to penetration to more defensible towns, although this also can be politically damaging if it is seen as arbitrary and disruptive. Military action. Direct military action is much less important because both sides are constrained in their use of force. A classical insurgency follows the three-stage plan developed by Mao Zedong and modified by General Vion Wenjup. First, the insurgents form a party to agitate and recruit among the population. Second, beginning in remote and relatively inaccessible areas, the rebels use guerrilla operations to frustrate government forces, create liberated base areas, and build up their forces. Eventually, once rebel forces are strong and government forces have been gutted by defections and morale collapse, the insurgents go on the offensive and conquer the country. Conventionalizing the conflict too soon forfeits the guerrillas' mobility and stealth advantages, allowing the stronger government forces to engage and destroy the insurgents. The government generally begins with vastly greater military resources, but has difficulty getting to grips with evasive guerrilla bands. Intensive military operations, sweeps or search and destroy missions, may actually strengthen the rebels, because heavy firepower often kills civilians as collateral damage. Even worse, troops frustrated by their inability to catch elusive guerrillas often resort to attacking whatever civilians may be at hand. In addition, simply inflicting attrition on the guerrilla forces often does little good. If their base of political support is undamaged, losses will be replaced by new recruits. The government does need a considerable level of force to protect population and administrative centers, but offensive operations should be limited, designed primarily to clear and hold more and more of the country, not to pursue and destroy all guerrillas wherever they may be. If the government can protect the population and implement reform, the guerrillas will eventually wither away. Conversely, as long as the government still commands the loyalty of a large part of the population and can continue to recruit forces willing to fight, the insurgents can never approach military parity, but if the rebels can decisively win the political struggle, the government will collapse like a house of cards. Point 2. Dynamics of ethnic wars. In principle, the sides in an ethnic civil war can employ the same three strategies as in ideological insurgency, but their relative importance is reversed. Military action is most important, population control second, and political and economic programs least. Military action determines control of territory, which in turn determines population control. Political programs matter almost not at all, making at most a marginal difference in mobilizing one's own community or in retarding mobilization by the enemy. To win, each side must gain physical control over the territory in dispute. Political and economic programs. Unlike in ideological conflicts, in ethnic civil wars political and economic programs designed to win people's loyalties are beside the point, because there is no contest for loyalty. Offers of institutional reform, political or cultural autonomy, or economic benefits which may be relevant at milder stages of conflict become irrelevant once war starts. Extending such offers will not attract members of the other community, while failure to do so will not cause defection of members of one's own community. Unlike ideological identities, which, as matters of individual belief or behavior, are relatively soft, ethnic identities are very hard, since they depend on language, culture, and religion, which are hard to change, as well as parentage, which no one can change. Ethnic identities are hardened further by intense conflict, both because of elite efforts to whip up hyper-nationalist hysteria for mobilization purposes and because of increasing real threats. Thus, loyalties in ethnic wars are to all intents and purposes fixed, with the result that cross-ethnic appeals, whatever their content, can have little effect on the outcome. First, cross-ethnic recruitment is nearly impossible. In the Second World War, Croats began to join the Yugoslav partisans only once it was clear that independent Croatia could not survive. In Laos in the 1960s, both communists and anti-communists offered political reform and economic development, but the real conflict was between the Hill people, Hmong, and the lowland people, Lao. Cross-ethnic recruitment efforts bore little fruit, and the war continued until the Hmong were militarily defeated by the Pathet Lao. In the early 1990s, although the mainly Tutsi Rwandan Patriotic Front tried to present a democratic, non-racist program and an ethnically mixed leadership, the Hutu democratic opposition parties in Rwanda would not cooperate with it, nor was it ever able to gain more than a tiny number of Hutu recruits. Although the Bosnian government promised to preserve a democratic, multi-ethnic state when it tried in early 1992 to organize a national defense force based on the existing police, most Serb members promptly deserted, taking their arms with them. Second, attempts to dampen enemy mobilization by reassuring members of the other group of benign intent are generally ineffective. Even if one side is less violent toward opposing ethnics than the other, few of the other side are likely to trust the ethnic enemy. Israeli appeals in 1948 to the Arabs of Haifa and certain other cities to remain in place failed to prevent flight. Similarly, despite Tutsi appeals to displaced Hutus to return home, more than 1.7 million of the original 2 million refugees were still outside the country in early 1996. Despite the safety assurances of the Bosnian government and their rights under the Dayton Agreement, nearly all Serb residents of towns due to be surrendered to the Muslims fled. Part of the problem is that moderates cannot guarantee the good behavior of all members of their own side. The Bosnian Muslims, Rwandan Tutsis, and Israelis all committed atrocities, even if fewer than their enemies. Third, extremists within each group are likely to prevent moderates from even attempting cross-ethnic appeals. The most extreme hyper-nationalists on each side always have an incentive to escalate the conflict in order to gain power for themselves at the expense of relative moderates. Once large-scale violence has taken place, atrocity tales, whether true or invented, provide hardliners with an especially powerful argument. In these circumstances, conciliation is easy to denounce as likely to reduce community security or as actually traitorous. In 1992, Georgian Parliament Chairman Eduard Shevardnadze's pursuit of peace talks with Ossetian rebels and agreement to joint Russian-Georgian Ossetian peacekeeping earned him denunciation as a tool of Russia, and forced him to take a much harder line against Abkhazian secessionism in 1992 and 1993. In Sri Lanka, relatively moderate Tamil parties have been attacked by more extreme nationalists, and the same has occurred on the Sinhalese side. Prime Minister Pillar of Turkey has apparently felt constrained from softening the country's military solution approach to the Kurds. Individual identity choice also largely disappears. Even those who put little value on their ethnic identity are pressed toward ethnic mobilization for two reasons. First, even individuals whose behavior is neutral or cooperative toward the other group are likely to be treated as enemies by fanatical members of that group. Point 3 further, extremists within one's own community are likely to impose sanctions on those who do not contribute to the cause. Both the Kurdish guerrillas in Turkey and the Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka have used terror to keep members of their own community in line. In 1992, Bosnian Serbs who objected to ethnic cleansing of Muslims were threatened or killed. In 1994, insufficiently patriotic Hutus were massacred on a large scale. Unlike in ideological conflicts, such terror against one's own group runs little risk of driving the victims into the enemy camp, because the nationalists are likely to enjoy majority support and political legitimacy, and to control the community's government apparatus. Even moderately high levels of intermarriage do not blur group boundaries enough to matter in an ethnic war. In many ethnically divided societies, ethnic identity rules explicitly account for such cases. Hutu or Tutsi identity, for instance, is inherited from the father. The most important reason why intermarriage doesn't matter, however, is that identity rules are ultimately set by the killers. In Rwanda, in 1994, some Hutus with Tutsi relatives were allowed to buy their relatives' lives, some saw their Tutsi relations killed, and in some cases the Interahamwe murdered the entire mixed family. Even if a few people change sides to fight for families which they have married into, as in South Ossetia in 1990-91, this does not create an uncommitted population to which both sides can appeal. Population control. Unlike ideological conflicts, in ethnic wars population control is determined by control of territory, specifically control of population centers. Expensive, careful efforts to assess individual loyalties are not required, because ethnicity can be used as a simple decision rule. Even if some members of both groups remain unmobilized, as long as virtually none actively support the other group, treating all members of one's own ethnic group as friends runs no risk of admitting an enemy agent into one's midst. Treating all of the other group as enemies will not result in killing potential recruits. Each side can almost always identify members of its own and the other group in any territory it has access to. Ethnicity can be identified by public records, private records, local social knowledge, and, often, outward appearance. The ethnicity of Yugoslav men was recorded on their People's Army identification cards. The 1991 Yugoslav census reported the percentage of each nationality in each of the 106 municipalities of Bosnia, ethnicity of partners in mixed marriages, as well as ethnic identity of children of such marriages. In 1994, Rwandan death squads relied on both neighborhood target lists prepared in advance and roadblocks which checked identity cards. Croatian defense forces which attacked a mixed town in central Bosnia in 1993 destroyed nearly all Muslim homes without damaging any Croatian homes. While ethnic cleansing efforts do not always catch all their intended targets, perhaps the strongest evidence of intelligence reliability in ethnic conflicts is that in dramatic contrast to frequent errors in ideological insurgencies, history records almost no instances of mistaken cleansing of co-ethnics. The result is that population control depends wholly on territorial control. Each side's mobilization base is limited to members of its community in friendly controlled territory. Control of individual movement also matters much less, because infiltrators cannot seize political control of a locality unless their side can conquer it militarily. Population control tactics in ethnic conflicts are different than in ideological conflicts. Whereas in ideological conflicts, selective terror can influence loyalties, but indiscriminate terror is usually counterproductive. In ethnic conflicts, terror is used less to affect loyalties than to frighten enemy civilians into flight. This includes both cleansing of friendly controlled areas as well as terrorization of enemy-held towns in order to make their conquest easier. Bosnian Serb tactics in 1992 and 1993 included both massacres and sporadic murders, rape, beatings, expulsion, dispossession, and deprivation of basic necessities. According to the Serb director for refugees in Banja Luka in 1993, Muslims were begging to leave. Here what awaits them is a winter without heat, food, and, for many, no place to live. Leadership attacks, unlike in ideological conflicts, are not a means of competing to govern uncommitted people, but simply another means of terrorizing the enemy. In Kozarac in northwest Bosnia in 1993, Serb forces working from prepared lists executed prominent or educated Muslims, including religious, political, and business leaders. Counter-civilian violence can also be a direct measure to reduce the enemy's mobilization base, that is, genocide. The problem, as the Romans used to put it, is that sword arms will find swords. Ideological combatants do not need to kill everyone because if they win, they expect to educate the children of their enemies. Ethnic combatants normally have no such hope. Thus the Interahame were urged to kill the children too, while a June 1987 directive to Iraqi forces fighting Kurdish insurgents ordered that all persons captured in those villages shall be detained and interrogated. And those between the ages of 15 and 70 shall be executed. Forcible relocation, unlike in ideological conflicts, is not done to gain an access advantage in the competition for loyalties, but simply to prevent enemy ethnic populations from mobilizing. It is used in place of expulsion or massacre when one side is so strong that it hopes to control the entire territory at issue. In effect, large fractions of the enemy population are imprisoned in de facto concentration camps. Beginning in 1985, the Iraqi government destroyed all rural villages in Kurdistan, as well as animals and orchards, concentrating the Kurdish population in victory cities where they could be watched as well as kept dependent on the government for food. The Turkish government is currently doing the same thing in southeastern Turkey. The Burmese government has pursued this strategy against ethnic minority rebels at least since 1968. Military action in contrast to ideological conflicts. In ethnic civil wars, military operations are decisive, for three reasons. First, attrition matters, because each community's mobilization base is limited by their population size and can be used up, unlike in ideological conflicts where the mobilization base is shared and recruitment potential is limited mainly by the strength of each side's political support. Second, since each side can recruit only from its own community and only in friendly controlled territory, conquering enemy population centers directly reduces their mobilization base, while any territorial loss reduces one's own mobilization potential. Military control of the entire territory at issue is tantamount to total victory. Third, the political restraints on the use of firepower in ideological disputes are much weaker. Accidentally inflicting collateral damage on enemy civilians will do little harm since there was never any chance of pacifying them anyway. Even accidentally hitting friendly civilians, while painful, will not cause them to defect. If the military need is great enough, heavy firepower can be used even against mixed settlements. Examples include the Serb bombardments of Sarajevo and Tuzla from 1992 to 1994 and the Russian assault on Grozny in December 1994. The decisiveness of territorial control in turn influences operational behavior. Guerrilla operations are never preferred, each side will seek to build the strongest conventional forces that its resources allow. Unlike ideological insurgents who will abandon a village rather than risk battle, or a counter-insurgent government which might forbear to attack rather than bombard civilians, besides in an ethnic war must fight hard for every settlement. Even force conservation may have to be sacrificed to the territorial imperative. For combatants in an ethnic war, even temporary retreat from a friendly settlement is not merely painful because of economic resources abandoned and the risk of occupation abuses, but potentially catastrophic, because of the fear that the enemy will permanently change the demographics of any surrendered area by massacre, expulsion, destruction of homes, and possibly colonization. By the time the territory can be retaken, its value may have been lost. Further, a large fraction of the fighters in ethnic wars are motivated primarily to defend their own homes and families, making it difficult for group leaders to organize mobile forces which can be deployed where needed. In the first phase of the Israeli War of Independence in 1947-48, both sides' forces consisted almost wholly of regional and village defense units. The Israelis were successful in part because they were able to generate a small mobile force for flexible national service, while Palestinian village militias remained almost completely independent and inflexible. Similarly, in Bosnia in early 1992, none of the three communities had much more than a network of local militias, but the Serbs and Croats were assisted by Yugoslav Army and Croatian Defense Forces units, respectively. Thus the Muslims were not only outgunned but also lacked flexible forces which could respond to enemy offensives. Determinants of victory in civil wars and implications for intervention. The critical question for any state or international organization contemplating intervention in a foreign civil war is the extent to which their intervention can determine the outcome. The answer depends on whether the conflict is fundamentally ideological or fundamentally ethnic. The outcomes of ideological civil wars are determined primarily by the relative political competence of the local factions, which outsiders can rarely do much to change. Outcomes of ethnic civil wars, however, are determined by the balance of force, which outside powers can alter radically. Ideological conflicts. Because ideological conflicts are primarily contests for the allegiance of the population, the most important determinant of victory is the relative political competence of the competing factions. Outside support, whether in the form of economic or military aid or direct military intervention, is not often decisive. Further, more massive involvement does not necessarily produce better results than a lesser involvement, and may actually reduce the chances of the local client. Political competence. Political competence means the degree to which each side's leadership is committed, uncorrupt, and disciplined, as well as whether it commands sufficient loyalty and obedience from subordinate institutions and agents that its strategy can actually be carried out. The issue is not central control versus local initiative, but cohesion and integrity. A competent movement is one whose local agents act in the interest of the movement rather than using their authority to pursue their own personal, family, factional, or institutional interests. Competence determines the success of political programs, population control, and military action. For the rebels, this means that programs must offer solutions to local grievances. Global ideologies often have to be modified to fit local conditions. Point 4. The insurgents must also be united, not lapse into factional fighting or regional warlordism. They must have effective central direction and discipline, both to prevent corruption and banditry and to allow calibration of the level of terror or violence used for population control, neither too little nor too much. For the government, attaining political competence almost always requires major reform, because insurgencies usually do not begin unless exploitation, repression, or corruption have already alienated a great part of the population. The main barrier to reform is usually the resistance of economically and politically powerful groups which resist surrendering their privileges. Even if the top leadership has the political will to separate itself from anti-reform constituencies, it may still face opposition from entrenched interests in government institutions, including the military and police, as well as regional forces which can gut government-ordered political reforms or economic redistribution. Thus attaining competence depends on recruiting a corps of pro-reform officials and officers who will not be corrupted by the same exploiters they are supposed to police. Political competence is more important than initial popularity or legitimacy. A competent side can carry out programs which will improve its legitimacy, while an incompetent one will inevitably lose what legitimacy it initially possessed. Most important, competence is not fungible. No amount of outside aid can substitute for local incompetence and corruption, nor can outside pressure for reform usually overcome local barriers. Foreign aid, foreign economic or military aid can be helpful in ideological conflicts, but its potential is limited. Any foreign aid makes the side which receives it vulnerable to accusations of being a tool of foreign interests, and the greater the aid, the more plausible the charge. Direct intervention, foreign direct military intervention is even more problematic than aid. Like aid, it delegitimates the supported government. Worse, the intervention forces face an insuperable intelligence problem. As outsiders, the intervention forces generally cannot distinguish friend from foe and, given the inherent elusiveness of ideological identity within a single culture, local guides may not be accurate either, even if the guides are not corrupt or even enemy agents. As a result, the intervention forces tend to rely on sheer firepower, resulting in tremendous collateral damage and great numbers of refugees, destroying the legitimacy of the client. Point 5. Determinants of victory in ethnic conflicts. Unlike ideological conflicts, the main determinant of victory in ethnic disputes is relative military strength, which determines the territorial outcome. Political competence is important, primarily for efficient use of resources, but does not determine the size of the resource base itself. Outside economic or military aid can be decisive, because it can dramatically shift the resource balance. Finally, direct military intervention can substitute for local competence if this is lacking. Political competence. Most of the reasons why political competence is vital in ideological wars have much less weight in ethnic ones. The ability to make credible promises cannot overcome the barriers to cross-ethnic appeals, while ethnic competence rarely have difficulty telling friend from foe. Corruption, repression, or incompetence may undermine leaders' popularity within their own community, or even lead to their replacement, but will not cause members of the community to defect to the enemy. Unity and obedience to authority are also less important than in ideological cases because even deep rivalries will not cause most leaders or rank and file to prefer defeat at the hands of the main enemy to leadership of their own group by a rival. Political competence is not irrelevant, since a minimum level of cohesion, integrity, and discipline is indispensable for military mobilization and operations. First, a militarily and politically disorganized ethnic group can be defeated piecemeal by a weaker but better organized enemy. Second, debilitating leadership struggles which permanently injure the ethnic cause can occur, but are rare in wartime because more often one faction gains control or the co-ethnic factions agree to settle scores after dealing with the main enemy. Finally, extreme ill discipline, such as in the Hutu-dominated Rwandan army, which routinely looted, raped, and killed the population it was supposed to defend, can weaken both army and popular will to resist. Foreign military intervention can overcome the first of these failures. Humanitarian interveners, however, presumably would not want to try to rescue cases of the second or third. Foreign aid in ethnic conflicts. Outside aid can be decisive. First, foreign aid does not undermine the legitimacy of the local leadership as it does in ideological conflicts. The enemy is already defined to be the opposing ethnic group, and any assistance against that enemy will be welcomed by the whole community. Unlike in ideological conflicts, economic aid is not important for support of reform programs. It is more important for refugee support, resettlement aid, and post-war economic reconstruction. Military aid, which has limited potential in ideological conflicts, is far more valuable in ethnic wars. Arms transfers and training can greatly increase the recipient community's military strength. Unlike ideological insurgents, who cannot absorb very much weaponry without conventionalizing the conflict too soon, aid in an ethnic conflict is limited only by the recipient group's manpower pool and organizational capabilities. Foreign military purchases and advisors dramatically reversed the military balance between Croatia and Serb rebels between 1991 and 1995, allowing Croatia to reconquer Western Slavonia and the Krajina, and to conquer much of northwest Bosnia. Similarly, lesser acquisitions by the Bosnian Muslims from 1992 to 1995 gradually increased their ability to defend their population centers and eventually to mount limited offensives. Direct intervention. There is one way to turn an outside intervention in an ethnic civil war into a hopeless quagmire akin to ideological counterinsurgencies, namely, to attempt to act as even-handed peacekeepers or to try to rebuild a functioning multi-ethnic society. Direct intervention is viable, but only when the interveners choose a side and concentrate their efforts on gaining the best, safest territorial settlement for the client group. Since the war is in essence a conventional war over territory, outsiders can simply take over the war for one side in whole or part. The main pitfalls which constrain the effectiveness of foreign military intervention in ideological conflicts are either weaker or absent in ethnic civil wars. Most important, loyalty intelligence is both less important and easier. Instead of operating always among a population whose individual loyalties are mixed and uncertain, an intervention force in an ethnic conflict may conduct three types of operations, only one of which even involves an issue of loyalty intelligence. Defense of friendly group settlements is a purely conventional military operation, as would be any offensives to seize territory from the opposing group. Only the control of ethnically mixed areas involves an identification task, and in this situation the outside force can use the same rule that the combatants themselves do: members of the allied community are friends and those of the other are enemies. Even if outsiders can't tell them apart, the locals can, and unlike in an ideological insurgency, the reliability of guides provided by the local ally can be counted on. Thus the main intelligence task is not assessing individual loyalties but locating enemy forces, a task at which major power militaries are very good. Next, the restraints which the hearts and minds competition imposes on the use of heavy firepower in ideological conflicts do not apply. If the enemy chooses to defend population centers, collateral damage on enemy civilians may dismay public opinion in the intervening country, but it will not affect the loyalties of anyone in either warring group. Finally, the interveners can enforce conventionalization of the war. Unlike counterinsurgency campaigns, the enemy's territorial losses will be irreversible. The opposing side cannot simply refuse combat and take up guerrilla warfare. To lose control of its population centers is to lose the war. While relocation or restriction of civilians' movements can cost loyalties in an ideological conflict, in an ethnic war military occupation of the whole enemy population is both necessary and practical. In the Boer War, after defeating the main Boer forces, the British successfully stopped further commando operations by temporarily imprisoning essentially the whole populations of the Orange Free State and Transvaal. The usual guerrilla means of dealing with advancing heavy forces will not avail. Any who stay behind among friendly civilians will be arrested along with their Kothniks, while those who fall back in front of the attack will both be cut off from support and eventually squeezed out of the contested territory altogether as the intervention force continues its advance. Conclusion: wide scope for foreign intervention. The scope for foreign influence on ethnic civil wars is often great, because everything depends on the balance of military power. A few thousand foreign troops can be decisive if the local sides are weak and evenly matched, although much more may be required to rescue a disorganized and overmatched ethnic group. The strategy of humanitarian intervention. Western diplomats considering intervention in ethnic civil wars must unlearn the lessons of Vietnam. They must recognize that societies torn apart by intense ethnic violence cannot be reconstituted, and so winning the hearts and minds of the competing groups is irrelevant. Rather, successful intervention requires a decision to ally formally with one side in order to separate the warring groups into defensible regions, a policy almost certain to require substantial population transfers. The military must abandon the counterinsurgency model, and plan instead for a conventional war of limited conquest. Western leaders, if they hope to raise the necessary domestic support, must also explain to their publics that interventions in ethnic conflicts are not quagmires. They can save lives, establish lasting stability, and have clear intermediate procedures as well as final goals. Successful intervention to resolve an ethnic war requires 5 steps. First, the intervening powers must choose the local side they will support. Second, the interveners must decide on the geographic borders to be occupied by the client group. Third, the intervention force must militarily control and physically occupy the designated territory. Fourth, populations must be exchanged across the new border in order to create ethnically homogeneous, integral regions. Finally, the intervention forces should withdraw after guaranteeing the separation lines, by international agreement if possible, or by ongoing military assistance if necessary. This strategy is not pretty. It requires the interveners to relocate people permanently, which critics may denounce as ethnic cleansing, albeit with buses rather than snipers, starvation, and rape. It may also involve significant ground combat. As a result, it will not and should not be applied to mild ethnic conflicts, those unlikely to lead to large numbers of civilian deaths. For the worst ethnic wars, however, this solution is the only solution. Where humanitarian interveners are not prepared to do these things, they should not intervene. Choose a side. A common instinct of many who advocate humanitarian intervention is that the intervention should be even-handed and should seek to preserve the integrity of the original state. They see no moral basis for taking on the cause of one side in a civil war, and no legal basis for undermining another state's sovereignty. Goals, however, must be kept in line with actual capabilities. No outside force, no matter how great its advantage in combat power, can pacify ethnic hostilities inflamed by war. Nor can it resolve the intergroup security dilemma except by creating separate, defensible regions for each group. Second, impartiality is not militarily viable. The intelligence simplicity of ethnic wars depends on partiality. An intervention force which tried to maintain neutrality could rely on neither side, and would soon find itself in the same situation of outside forces in ideological conflicts, surrounded by a population that contains hostile fighters whom it cannot identify. Even-handedness often becomes still more problematic over time, as all sides come to see the outsiders as an obstacle to achieving their legitimate rights. Eventually an even-handed intervention force is likely to find itself under attack from all sides at once, or forced into uneasy cooperation with a group which distrusts it only marginally, less than the others do. Finally, in many cases impartiality is morally and politically untenable. Since the purpose of humanitarian intervention in ethnic wars is to stop ongoing atrocities, it should only be undertaken when the major actors of the international community can agree on the rights and wrongs of the case. This is essential for domestic support. If both sides have behaved so badly that there is little to choose between them, intervention shouldn't and probably won't be undertaken. For the same reason, humanitarian interventions will usually be on behalf of the weaker side. The stronger side needs no defense. If both sides are equally strong, it will be unclear that strengthening one will reduce overall violence and suffering. The interveners must also isolate the opposing ethnic group from outside sources of economic and military assistance. Since the costs and risks that interveners will accept in pursuit of humanitarian goals will always be limited, intervention will be politically feasible only against a small power without major allies. Draw the separation line. The territorial division should be decided in advance, for 3 reasons. First, the division must seem to the interveners to be fair, be militarily feasible, manageable in terms of population transfers, and ultimately defensible. Second, it must be acceptable to the prospective client. Third and most important, setting a fixed line guarantees specific territory to each side, lessening the security dilemma in the conflict since neither need fear political or physical elimination. There is likely to be a temptation simply to freeze the status quo because this requires fewer difficult choices and no offensive military operations. In many cases, however, this approach will fail several of the above tests. First, the status quo is likely to seem unfair because the motives for intervention are likely to include territorial and population losses already inflicted on the client by the other side. Second, for the same reason, the status quo is almost certain to be unacceptable to the client. If the interveners pursue a settlement unacceptable to the client, they risk eventually finding themselves in conflict with their erstwhile ally. Thus the proposed division must seem to the client much better than it could possibly achieve without help. If agreement on this cannot be reached in advance, intervention should not be undertaken. Finally, if the client has been losing the war, freezing the status quo will not provide a viable state. The line should be drawn so as to be militarily defensible by the client after the intervention force leaves. Borders should be as short as possible, and should make use of natural geographic barriers, even though this may conflict somewhat with manageability of resettlement. Since populations are going to be resettled, it would also be desirable to draw borders so as to minimize the number displaced. Since the intervention will be a response to violence on such a scale that enforced separation seems a lesser evil, however, this criterion should not take precedence over defensibility. Occupy the territory inside the separation line. Occupation must be accomplished by a mixture of military coercion and conventional military conquest. The intervention force and the local ally must occupy all territory inside the separation line. It is not necessary to conquer the entire country. There is no reason why friendly ground forces should ever cross the line. Attempts to pacify areas which will not belong to the client after the intervention serve little purpose, and involve unnecessary dangers for the intervention force. Friendly forces begin at one end of the target territory, or on already controlled territory, and advance to capture the entire target region. As usual in ethnic wars, most members of the opposing ethnic group can be expected to retreat in front of greatly superior force, and should not be hindered from doing so. Those who do not, however, must be interned, pending population exchange after the war. This progressively removes the enemy's local base of support, severely limiting their potential to mount guerrilla operations behind the lines. Provided that the intervention force enjoys a great superiority of force, the war is likely to be shortened by successful coercion, although how much will be difficult to predict in advance. Once convinced that the intervention force cannot be stopped and will not be deterred, the opposing side has no incentive to lose additional lives, both soldiers and civilians, fighting for territory that will be lost anyway. Combatants in this situation often surrender. This is not to say that the opposition can be expected to give up easily or early. The intervention force might have to fight most of the way to a final victory, but it likely will not have to fight all the way to the bitter end. Exchange populations. Once the conquest is complete, all enemy ethnics in custody must be moved across the separation line. At the same time, all friendly ethnics who wish to immigrate from beyond the line or, more likely, are expelled by the opposing side must be resettled. The client may require substantial resettlement and economic reconstruction aid, which should also be offered to the opposing side as an inducement to accept the territorial outcome. Both sides will certainly make use of abandoned property to settle incoming refugees. Ideally, if the opposing sides agree, an international refugee property settlements bank could manage this process. No approach will avoid hardship, but the international community can minimize it by efficient management. Guarantee client security and withdraw troops. Humanitarian intervention would lack purpose unless the client remains secure after the war. Ideally, this would be achieved through an international agreement recognizing the borders of all sides. At the conclusion of the war, however, neither side may accept the other's commitments as credible. Thus, the interveners must be prepared to unilaterally guarantee the security of the client. The principal task is to give the client the capability to defend itself in a manner least provocative to the ethnic opponent. Since the client will probably have been much weaker to the opponent prior to the intervention, the client group's military forces will need to be strengthened. The goal should be to organize, train, and equip the client with a defensively oriented military doctrine and force posture. The client should not be given types or numbers of arms which would enable it to go on the offensive on its own after the intervention force departs. The continuation of the defense guarantee and military and economic aid should also be contingent on continued acceptance of the border. The amount of time that foreign troops must spend in the target country will depend on the length of the military phase of the operation, which will depend on terrain, infrastructure, weather, enemy strength, and other conditions. It will, however, generally be much shorter than a counterinsurgency campaign, since territorial gains will be permanent, not ephemeral. Once offensive ground operations are complete, most of the heavy combat forces can be withdrawn, although considerable logistic troops for refugee transportation and relief will still be needed. After the population exchange is substantially complete, nearly all the remaining forces can be withdrawn, leaving just a small cadre of advisors for training. Unless the client is very weak, no permanent garrison should be required. The combination of defensible borders, economic reconstruction, military aid, and training, and a guarantee of additional aid in case of attack should be sufficient. 6 Since any future enemy attempt to revise the borders by force would have to take the form of a major conventional assault, and since the rearmed client will possess substantial ground forces, arms aid, and access to logistic and air support, it should be able to deter or, if necessary, smash any attack. The worst alternative except for all the others Clausewitz said that political ends determine the appropriate military means. The reverse is also true, the available military means limit the feasible political goals. The strategy of demographic separation is neither pretty nor cheap, but it can provide security for endangered peoples. It can require fighting a war, although the extent and cost of the fighting will depend on how promptly humanitarian interveners can make up their minds to act. The earlier the intervention, the more of the client population and territory can be protected by defensive operations rather than having to be recovered by offensive ones. Thus the least expensive time to intervene will also save the most civilian lives. In Bosnia, this would have been March or April 1992. General Romeo Dallaire, the UN commander in Rwanda in April 1994, later claimed that if he had had a 5,000-man mechanized bridge group there would have been hundreds of thousands of lives spared today. Of course, this strategy violates the international legal norm of state sovereignty. In recent years, the conflict between this norm and the imperative to save lives threatened by ethnic violence has become clear. International law will have to evolve to cope with today's moral problems. Table 26.1 Ideological and Ethnic Wars. Ideological wars. Ethnic wars. Critical features. Determinants of loyalty based on persuasion. Individual loyalties, either expectations of reform or coercion. Changeable loyalty based on language, culture, religion, parentage. Not changeable loyalty. Intelligence. Mobilization. Base value of territory. Loyalties hard to assess. Many double agents shared. Everyone is a potential recruit for either side. Military power ultimately depends on popular loyalty. Limited. Does not guarantee loyalty of population. Loyalties easy to assess. No double agents. Mutually exclusive. Recruitment limited to members of own community in friendly controlled territory, who can be counted on. Critical, cannot abandon any land because enemy will cleanse it of members of friendly group. Security dilemma. Possible outcomes affects faction leaders only. No territorial solution. Decisive victory for one side or negotiated power sharing. Territory rarely divided. Affects everyone, can be reduced by separation of groups. Decisive victory for one side. Territorial division via regional autonomy, or secession. Power sharing rarely viable. Continued. Table 26.1, continued. Ideological wars. Ethnic wars. Importance of strategies. Political and economic programs. Most important. Reform corrupt/repressive institutions to win hearts and minds. Unimportant. Hyper-nationalist polarization undermines cross-ethnic appeals. Population control. Important, but risky. Relocation to isolate enemies. Terror to deter enemy recruits. Backlash hard to avoid. Important. Terror, expulsion, or massacre to remove/eliminate enemies. Little risk of alienating supporters. Military action not decisive because territory not critical. Excessive firepower causes collateral damage. Alienates population. Decisive because territory critical. Political restraints on firepower weak. Determinants of victory. Local competence critical. Corruption or indiscipline prevents execution of reforms. Alienates population. Less important. Corruption may reduce effectiveness but will not cause defections. Economic and military aid problematic. Risks delegitimating local ally. Excessive aid also risks corruption. Over-reliance on firepower unproblematic. Does not threaten legitimacy. No limit on amount. Direct military intervention indecisive. Can't tell friend from foe. Heavy firepower delegitimates client. Military successes may not gain loyalties. Decisive. No intelligence problem. Does not undermine client legitimacy. Can determine territorial outcome. Military responses to refugee disasters. Very are Posing the problem of refugees, both those who have crossed recognized international borders, and those internally displaced who have not, has recently achieved greater policy prominence in the developed world. This new concern has also prompted a greater inclination to consider and apply military remedies to specific refugee problems. Policymakers, analysts, pundits, and activists now perceive vastly diminished constraints on the exercise of military power in the service of good, compared to their views during the Cold War. The great preponderance of global power now enjoyed by the West due to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the greatly increased capability of air power demonstrated in Operation Desert Storm, have both contributed to this tendency. This optimism is misplaced. I argue below that the application of military power to this set of problems will often prove politically and militarily difficult. The causes of mass displacement. I identify 5 general political military causes of mass displacement: genocide/politicide, ethnic cleansing, occupation, collateral damage, and primitive military logistics. Genocide is employed here in the conventional sense of the word. A human community based on ethnic, national, or religious ties is singled out for extermination. In modern times, the Armenians and the Jews are the best known victims. More recently, the killings of the Tutsi people in Rwanda appear to be genocide. Politicide means the attempt to destroy a political idea, usually by 415. Destroying many if not all of those who hold that idea, or at least enough of them to terrorize others into abandoning it. The Khmer Rouge murdered hundreds of thousands to wipe out any positive attitudes towards a Western-style economy or society. What starts as politicide often evolves into genocide. Saddam Hussein and the Iraqi Ba'ath Party have attempted to wipe out the idea of Kurdish independence among Iraqi Kurds. In doing so, they have tried to find and kill anybody who believes in this idea. Though it does not seem true that there was a policy to kill or eject all Iraqi Kurds, the task of politicide has been interpreted expansively by Iraqi security forces, producing consequences for the Kurdish population indistinguishable from deliberate genocide. This seems to be a common outcome where ethnic, national, or religious groups seek political autonomy or secession from governments determined to resist. Ethnic cleansing is a term that has been propelled into political discourse by the wars of Yugoslavia's disintegration. I employ it for deliberate actions to induce populations to leave their homes. Several methods may be employed. Organized military or paramilitary forces or even mobs terrorize the target population, threatening it with harm or death, to induce outmigration. Considerable killing will occur, though the scale required to terrify people into departure may not be great. Forcible deportation may be organized, in which people are escorted out of an area at gunpoint. Finally, deliberate starvation can be a tool of deportation. Food can be expropriated from a population, and farms burned, while the import of relief supplies is blocked. People leave in search of food. This has apparently been practiced in Africa. Under some circumstances, warfare may involve competitive ethnic cleansing, which may deteriorate into competitive terrorism, murder, and even genocide. The parties to a war may be victims one day, and assailants the next, or victims in one place and assailants in another. In the wars of Yugoslavia's disintegration, Croats were victims of Serb cleansing and murder. They were assailants against and killers of Muslims, and they were finally assailants against Serbs. In the 1949 partition of India, Muslims and Hindus were both victims and agents of ethnic cleansing and of murder. Fear of occupation is a third reason why populations leave their place of residence in large numbers. At worst, people may fear that the occupier will launch a genocide. Why wait? Or people may fear that the occupier will try to drive them out, and that this will prove violent. Again, why wait? Even if genocide/politicide or violent expulsion are not the assailant's war aims, occupations are never pleasant. The native population has good reason to fear casual brutality, the arbitrariness of martial law, immediate expropriation of property, and systematic long-term economic exploitation. Presumably, the Hutu who recently fled Rwanda feared a counter-genocide, and still do. Many of the Iraqi Kurds who fled to the Turkish border may simply have feared the likely brutality of Iraqi authorities. Many Afghan refugees who fled to Pakistan following the Soviet invasion departed due to such fears. A dangerous environment is the fourth reason why populations leave their homes. People often simply flee the area of fighting, because the firepower employed does not easily discriminate between combatants and non-combatants. People seem to have moved back and forth in Lebanon depending on the location of the fighting. Documentary films from World War II and a host of subsequent wars illustrate the phenomenon. Most of the Chechen population that did not intend to fight left the city of Grozny before the Russians turned up. Whether or not these populations return depends upon a host of factors. If the territory is lost to an enemy, they are unlikely to go back. It is also unlikely that the former inhabitants will return to an area where the front has stabilized. The final cause of mass displacement might be termed primitive logistics. In many parts of the world, armed forces have little or no regular supply system. The acquisition of arms and munitions is the first priority for primitive armies. Food, medicine, and even vehicles may be expropriated by the troops in the field. As Machiavelli said, iron will always find bread. During the 30 Years' War, Germany was devastated by logistics systems of this kind. It was said that one had to become a soldier to avoid starvation. Primitive armies may steal so much food and livestock from an agricultural or pastoral population that these people cannot survive to plant and harvest a new crop, or they have no animals to manage. Alternatively, expropriation may so reduce the margin of subsistence that the arrival of a drought, on top of war, tips the entire population into an irremediable disaster. These people then move in search of food. Military remedies. 5 distinct potential military remedies to the causes of displacement are suggested by limited practical experience or deduction. All remedies are not appropriate for all causes, and some only have a chance of working under a very narrow range of circumstances. Punishment of the assailant is very popular among those looking for cheap solutions. Rescuers seeking to help the victimized population should bomb the assailant's homeland to destroy what it values, such as its own population, its economic infrastructure, or its leaders. This punishment would continue until the refugee-producing behavior ceased. The creation of a safe zone that protects the victim population where it normally lives is a second option. This is essentially the provide comfort model, employed with considerable success to protect Iraq's Kurds from the revenge of Saddam Hussein and the Ba'ath Party. The area where the prospective victims live is cordoned off from the assailant, who is denied access. In Iraq this was achieved through the threat to unleash coalition air power against any Iraqi forces, air or ground, that trespassed onto the declared safe zone. A third option is the creation of circumscribed safe havens where the displaced can seek protection and sustenance close to their homes, but not in them. Their normal life is essentially destroyed by the assailant. This was attempted most explicitly in Bosnia, where 6 towns were so designated. Informally, this expedient was employed to some extent in the UN Congo operation, ONUC, UN operations in Lebanon, UNIFIL, and in the Restore Hope operation in Somalia. A fourth option is the imposition of some kind of enforced truce in the zone of conflict. Outsiders effectively see some or all of the attributes of sovereignty. Minimally, they act as sheriff. The victimized population is protected from the assailant, but assailants are also protected from counterattack by victims. The assailant/victim distinction may not be relevant as where, for example, there is mutually genocidal warfare. The enforced truce option was, to some extent, attempted in Somalia. Arguably, it was also what the UN really did in the Congo. The final military option is an offensive war to destroy the military power of the assailant, perhaps even to change the regime. Cold War politics made it inexpedient for observers to acknowledge that it was the Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia that ended the killing fields. Vietnam undoubtedly invaded for its own reasons, but this was a decisive way to stop the killing. Similarly, the defeat and expulsion of the Hutu-dominated Rwandan army by the Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, decisively ended the killing of Tutsi. The Pakistani repression in East Pakistan, Bengal, which produced the flight of some 10 million refugees to India, was ended by the December 1971 Indo-Pakistani War. Indeed, India's firm stand against Pakistan arose in part from its unwillingness to provide permanent homes for these 10 million refugees, or to accept even more. The bizarre record of Nazi Germany's energetic pursuit of the genocide against the Jews and the Gypsies, in the face of military defeats on every front and military problems that would have benefited at least somewhat from the resources diverted to the horror, suggests that only complete conquest could have ended the Nazi crime. Because this remedy is fairly straightforward, it will not be subjected to systematic analysis. Cis below. The examples noted above suggest the circumstances under which invasion will prove the only feasible solution. The strategic context: those contemplating the use of military force for humanitarian purposes should think of themselves as planning a major foreign policy initiative that will likely end in war. The threat or use of force for humanitarian purposes is as much an act of strategy as is the threat or use of force to achieve geostrategic goals. We should apply the same analytic tools. Advocates should be interested in estimating the political and military difficulties of the project they are about to undertake. Deterrence or compel-lence: the most important question about any humanitarian intervention is whether it is fundamentally an act of deterrence or compel-lence. Each of the military options discussed above has a passive and an active phase. Clearly, rescuers would prefer to dissuade assailants from initiating actions that produce refugees. Most cases, however, involve an assailant that has already initiated its depredations. Outsiders demand that the actions cease, and indeed that they be reversed. The first case corresponds roughly to the strategist's concept of deterrence, the second to compel-lence. Compel-lence is generally considered to be more difficult than deterrence. Humanitarian operations will more often partake of compel-lence than deterrence. However, advocates of these operations often seem to imagine they are engaged in deterrence, and thus underestimate the difficulties. A second problem is that much of the thinking about deterrence and compel-lence arose from the problem of employing nuclear threats. The risk of nuclear escalation gives nuclear deterrence a special claim to effectiveness likely to be missing even from relatively unambiguous non-nuclear standoffs between unitary nation-states. Conventional deterrence among unitary nation-states has often failed. Refugee-producing crises are likely to be even more problematical than these classical conflicts. Deterrence is judged less difficult than compel-lence for 4 main reasons. First, a dissuasive threat is usually leveled to protect an extant status quo. The willingness of the dissuader to suffer, fight, and die to protect that to which it has a long-standing claim should be clear to the challenger. The challenger should expect that the defender of the status quo cares more about the item in dispute than does the challenger. Second, the challenger has to turn a situation of peace into a situation of war, with all the risks and costs that entails. Given the presumption of a defender with a willingness to fight, the challenger must exchange the certainties of peace for the uncertainties of war. It is a big step. Even if the attacker doubts the will of the defender, the very act of starting the fighting often has the quality of triggering the deterrent actor's military threat. In the world of nuclear deterrence, this is a very powerful force making for challenger. Inertia. This works to a lesser extent with conventional strategic relationships. Third, the defender of the status quo has massive credibility stakes. If it does not resist the challenge, this is an invitation to future predation, not only from the original challenger, but from others. Thus the challenger has reason to expect that, while its own interest is only in the area in dispute, the defender has many other interests attached to the interest in question. Finally, it is easy to agree on the stopping point, which is the starting point. Compellence, or coercion, is considered to be more difficult than deterrence, or dissuasion, for reasons that are the mirror image of those above. First, compellence generally tries to get the adversary to change some ongoing behavior in which it has developed some stake. Even the case of trying to get an aggressor to cease its aggression is often viewed by theorists as compellence, since once deterrence has failed, and the attacker has made the painful choice for war, launched an offensive, and had some success, it is now invested in the war. The balance of wills does not clearly favor the coercer, even in a situation where the coercer is, in fact, trying to coerce an aggressor into ceasing its aggression. Second, the peace-war transition has already been made, fighting is underway. Third, the distribution of credibility stakes is more equal. In the case of deterrence, the side defending the status quo has a great deal more to lose than the side challenging it, because to concede invites further challenges by the original aggressor and by others. The challenger loses its credibility as a bully by failing to carry through with the challenge, but does not necessarily invite predation, since its withdrawal says nothing about its inclination to protect its own core interests. Once war is underway, however, and some territory has changed hands, the object of compellence has its own interest in showing that the application of force, or the threat of escalation, cannot thwart its military power once it has decided to engage. Fourth, no obvious stopping point suggests itself. It is a matter for negotiation. The coercer says stop, the object asks where. The coercer says here, the object asks why not there. Rescuers will more often find themselves in the active compellent mode than the deterrent mode, with all the difficulties that entails. The causes of mass population displacement, and the actual displacement, will likely be underway before rescuers decide to act. The propensity of any given political conflict to produce refugees is not well understood, because the conflicts themselves are not well understood, either generally, or specifically. Because these crises seem to occur outside of the traditional arenas of great power conflict, the elements of great and middle power intelligence services and foreign offices that follow the areas in question are unlikely to enjoy high priority within their own bureaucracies, and their communications channels to higher authority are likely to be attenuated. Killing of the kind that occurred in Cambodia or Rwanda would not necessarily produce the kind of signature that high-technology intelligence means would detect. It may take some time for disparate information to assemble into a recognizable pattern for outside observers. In Rwanda, photos of streams and rivers full of corpses appeared only after many thousands had been killed. In totalitarian Cambodia, information on the politicide did not quickly reach the outside world. The combination of inadequate understanding and attenuated internal communications channels is exacerbated by the unpredictable pace of these conflicts, and the refugee flows they produce. These factors all contribute to the likelihood that rescuers will arrive late and find themselves undertaking compellence rather than deterrence. It is quite likely that the will of the local party, the assailant, is stronger than that of the outside rescuers, because the stakes for the local party are so much greater. Indeed, outsiders are unlikely to have many classical vital interests at stake in these conflicts. Assailants often begin their depredations because of some deeply held beliefs about the necessity of their actions. These often reflect extreme interpretations of old disputes among communities. Even when the helpless are being executed, the murderers have often convinced themselves that the helpless are a threat. In short, whether the refugees are fleeing because of deliberate murder, deliberate cleansing, or the unintended consequences of more traditional military action, the assailant is likely to care quite a lot about the outcome. It is extremely difficult for the rescuer to convince the assailant that it cares more, particularly when the source of the concern seems to be an erratic and capricious humanitarian impulse, which varies with the extent of international media coverage, the availability of other dramas in the global village, the skin color, culture, or religion of the victims, the question of whether the assailant happens to be a great nuclear power, Russia vs. Chechnya, or a weak local actor, Serbs vs. Bosnian Muslims. The will of the assailant may vary with its political nature. A useful distinction is between a gangster regime and a mass mobilization polity. Some states are controlled by small bands of thugs who rule largely by terror. They may frighten large numbers of people into leaving the country. Their interest in power is mainly pecuniary, however. If challenged militarily from abroad, they will get no help from their own citizens. Having specialized in internal repression, they have little hope of standing against foreign militaries trained for war. The former governments of Haiti and Panama are good examples of such gangster regimes. Interestingly, even these governments were not easy to coerce, but they were easy to beat militarily. Much tougher customers would be governments, or political movements, that preside over populations mobilized by religion, ideology, or national, ethnic, or tribal identity. These are also not easy to coerce, and neither are they likely to prove easy to fight. The Bosnian Serbs, the Iraqi Baath, at least the Sunni Arabs, and the Somali clan warlords were not easy to push around. The Bosnian Serbs were only pushed to sign the Dayton Accords by the combined military power of Croatia, the Bosnian Croats, the militarily rejuvenated Bosnian Muslims, large-scale NATO airstrikes, and a diktat by their patron, Slobodan Milosevic. The Somali clans fought both U.S. and other UN troops ferociously, suffering hundreds if not thousands of casualties in the process. U.S. planners did not want to find out how well Iraqi Sunnis would fight for the Ba'ath regime if the coalition actually invaded Iraq. Iraqi Republican Guard units that had suffered intense aerial and ground attack by coalition units nevertheless fought ferociously to defend the regime against the Shia and Kurdish revolts. The political organization of the rescuers is also an important factor in the compel lens strategy. A coalition is likely to be less effective than a single interested nation-state. But because many of these events fall outside traditional geostrategic concerns, no single state will take responsibility for finding a solution, so a coalition will be required to undertake the mission. Unlike traditional military coalitions, which are usually held together by shared fear of a particular enemy, this one will need to be held together by altruism. Collective responses even to traditional threats are difficult to organize. This is why Napoleon Bonaparte averred that if he had to make war, he preferred to do so against coalitions. While coalitions may have access to more aggregate military power by virtue of their cooperation, they also need elaborate procedures for deciding on goals, strategies, and the allocation of contributions. The members of any coalition will vary in the extent of their commitment, and this is especially true of coalitions based on altruism. Assailants may retard the performance of the coalition by diplomatic approaches to, or military attacks on, its weakest link, which might simply be the least committed member. The assailant has greater credibility stakes in the fight than does the rescuer. The rescuer's national security is usually not at risk in the event of failure. The fact that the United States quickly departed Somalia after a few dozen casualties says little about how it might behave in the event of a challenge to a more traditional security interest. U.S. pusillanimity in Somalia may invite challenges from other bandit leaders to U.S. meddling in their affairs, but it says little about how the United States might act if Iran attacks Saudi Arabia. The local assailant is in a far different situation. If it posed to threats by rescuers, this would invite challenges by local adversaries. This would also provide incentives to its local adversaries to go find an external patron to back up these challenges. Serbs have to worry that backing down in Bosnia will produce challenges by Albanians in Kosovo. Will is only one part of the coercer strategy. Capabilities are the other critical factor. The first essential truth is that without the capability to conduct these military operations, the threat to conduct them will have little weight with assailants. The second essential but less obvious truth is that it is not necessary. Highly easy to convince the assailant that the rescuer will bring to bear all the necessary capabilities even if the rescuer possesses them. The precise capabilities that the rescuer will actually muster may turn out to be rather different than what it owns. Assailants can gather information about the real extent of the capabilities they face through a series of probing actions. They can find out what the rescuers are willing to bring to the field, they can find out how good these capabilities are in the local tactical situation, and they can find out what kind of risks the rescuers are willing to take in the application of force. They can run all these experiments in comparative safety because they do not fear nuclear escalation. When the rescuers are altruistically motivated liberal democracies, assailants do not even have good reason to fear a sudden spasm of large-scale counter-value conventional bombing, because in most cases it would be politically complicated to explain to the public that the killing of civilians is necessary to prevent the killing of civilians. Finally, even active and successful demonstration of these capabilities by rescuers does not produce permanent results. Repeated probing operations, low-level tests of will and capability, and local attack followed by tactical retreat are to be expected. Again, the missing thread of spasmodic escalation, the possibility of more pressing business elsewhere for the rescuer, and the ability of the assailant to innovate tactically during quiet periods, using the data about the rescuer's military capabilities gathered during the last flare-up of fighting, all create incentives for the assailant to try its luck later, particularly if the assailant remains unpersuaded of the rescuer's genuine will to protect the victims over the long haul. Supporters of military intervention to eliminate the sources of refugee flows need to have some way of gauging the practicability of the projects they have in mind. In general, rescuers will find themselves practicing coercive diplomacy. That is, compel lens. Coercive diplomacy is more difficult than deterrent diplomacy. Rescuers will first try to affect the behavior of the assailant with threats of military action. They hope to induce assailant compliance by the threat to punish, or the threat to establish and successfully defend a safe zone, or the threat to successfully defend a safe haven, or the threat to put in enough good troops with sufficient authority to actually keep order, or the threat to destroy the assailant's armed forces. These threats are unlikely to work. It is difficult to think of a case where coercive diplomacy accompanied by mere threats strongly affected the behavior of a producer of refugees. Invasion was necessary in the cases of East Pakistan, Bangladesh, Cambodia, and Rwanda. The intervention of substantial military forces and their engagement in some combat was required in Somalia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Haiti was a coup. Pied without initial resistance, but the Centre's regime's capitulation was only assured when the assault force was literally warming its engines, and some combat did prove necessary after the occupation began. The only reason serious combat was not required in Operation Provide Comfort in Kurdish Iraq is that coercive diplomacy traded on the previous military action in Desert Storm, and on the threat mounted by strong residual forces close by. Thus, intervention advocates should be under no illusions. Those who wish to help threatened peoples avoid becoming refugees will have to do much more than posture. They will need to muster the forces necessary to conduct the operations that have been identified as plausible solutions to the plight of the refugees. These forces will probably have to engage in actual combat, perhaps quite serious combat. Where decisive conquest of the assailant is impractical, it is likely that force will have to be used repeatedly, over a long time. For this reason, great care must be taken in the selection of military remedies, and in mustering sufficient military resources to execute these remedies. Remedies and realities. In this section, I discuss in detail the kinds of issues that arise in the selection of military remedies. Because the situation is more often one of compellence than deterrence, thorough military analysis is particularly essential. Punishment by strategic bombing. When trouble arises anywhere in the world, the first instinct of many is to bomb the miscreants, and through the infliction of pain, convince them to change their behavior. In the course of the war in Bosnia, some commentators argued that Serbia proper should have been bombed. But punitive conventional bombing, essentially strategic bombing, is a very problematical tool. Indeed, it has seldom, if ever, accomplished the purpose of changing the target's behavior. Punishment bombing can be directed against any or all of four distinct classes of targets: the civilian population, the industrial infrastructure, the transportation, communications, and electricity generating capacity that knits a modern society together, or the political leadership. Each target set has a slightly different causal chain associated with it that is meant to lead to coercive success, but none of them have proven particularly effective. Many practical problems intervene. Target sets. Western political leaders and their air forces now abjure attacks on civilians. Desert Storm air operations explicitly, and for the most part successfully, avoided civilians. Given that the military operations discussed in this chapter have a humanitarian objective, it seems unlikely that rescuers would choose this target set. Moreover, the bombing of populations did not produce capitulation during the Second World War. Bombing makes the targeted population angry and convinces them that the enemy actually is as terrible as their leaders' propaganda says. It also increases people's dependence on the state, and makes coordinated action to overthrow the regime very difficult, because individuals are simply worried about their personal survival. Attacks on the economic infrastructure of a country are meant to destroy the sources of its war-making power. The concomitant erosion of the capability of its fielded military forces is meant to induce a realization that defeat is inevitable, and therefore surrender is warranted. This was the basic rationale for the bombing of Japan and Germany during the Second World War. Debate continues on many aspects of these campaigns, but it cannot be argued that conventional bombing produced surrender in either case. Since the Second World War, outside suppliers have provided most of the weaponry in regional conflicts, so industrial bombing could not easily affect the combat power of fielded forces. A second rationale has thus emerged: the industrial base is a nation's wealth, an important value. The sacrifice of this value should usually seem disproportionate to the state's war aims, whatever they are. This variant of the theory has proven weak, however, because the industrial base of a given country does not necessarily matter more to its leaders or its people than its war aims. And this variant may not be useful for humanitarian intervention, simply because many countries do not have much of an industrial base to bomb. The concept of bombing critical nodes or centers of gravity assumes that modern societies depend on a small number of potential targets to knit them together socially, politically, and economically. These would include power generation, telephone communications, radio and television, major bridges, perhaps the water supply to the cities. If these are destroyed, the control of the central government wanes, the good people of the society throw out the leaders whose policies engendered this chaos. Or, fearing this outcome, leaders desist from the offenses that precipitated the bombing. But urban industrial societies are probably not as fragile as the theory suggests. When the bombing is successful, it may make conspiracy to overthrow the regime more difficult, since conspirators lose their ability to travel and communicate, and thus to concert action. It may also increase the dependence of the citizenry on the state for their survival. This strategy has only been tried once, against Iraq in Operation Desert Storm. Much damage was done to Iraq's infrastructure, but there is no evidence that Saddam's core Sunni Arab constituency was ever on the verge of rebellion. Iraqi technicians speedily repaired much of the damage after the war. On the other hand, this pattern of bombing, plus the more general destruction of Iraq's field forces, surely helped create the conditions that permitted rebellion in northern and southern Iraq by Kurdish and Shiite communities already predisposed to action. But the sequence of events suggests that neither rebellion would have occurred had it not been for the tactical defeat of the bulk of Iraq's ground forces. So, even with an already fissured society, air attacks on critical nodes could not themselves precipitate a rebellion. This is thus, very nearly, a critical test of the critical nodes theory. If it did not work in Iraq, it is unlikely to work anywhere. The United States as a matter of policy does not use political assassination as a tool of foreign policy. But the United States does not abjure military attacks on enemy leadership. U.S. warplanes came very close to killing Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi. They certainly targeted every political and military command center in Iraq that they could find in the hopes of killing BAATH political and military leaders, particularly Saddam Hussein. The main problem with leadership attacks is that the elimination of a few individuals, or threats to their lives, may not produce decisions to change an important policy. Sometimes they will, but this ought not to be assumed. The near-miss on Kadhafi seems to have persuaded him to give up his dabbling in the support of overseas terrorism. Had Saddam been killed, it is quite plausible that a successor would have withdrawn from Kuwait. But it seems unlikely that the death of Radovan Karadzic would have much affected the policies of the Bosnian Serbs, or that the death of Pol Pot would have ended the killing fields of Cambodia. Finally, even when one or a few leaders are responsible for a given policy, they can prove surprisingly adept at hiding themselves. Practical problems with punitive bombing. There are many practical problems that must be overcome for a punitive bombing campaign to be a plausible remedy. First, are there appropriate targets for any of the four strategic bombing theories outlined above? In neither Rwanda nor Cambodia can one imagine a target set for punitive bombing strikes. Assailant and victim populations are often dispersed and intermingled. Moreover, in some civil wars the distinction between assailant and victim simply breaks down. War material is usually imported from abroad, and often consists of light weaponry that is cheap and easy to move, so industrial-based bombing would be pointless even if the targets existed. Many of the countries and regions that have produced large numbers of refugees do not have much of an industrial base to lose. The states or groups in conflict probably do not depend on critical nodes in any important way. Leaders are difficult to find and eliminate, and trouble may be caused by mass movements, in any case. Second, even if there are appropriate targets, the rescuer may not be politically able to attack them. If the rescuers are operating under UN auspices, will the deliberate bombing of the assailant's civilian population be acceptable? Can liberal democracies acting independently of the UN simply start killing one group of people to convince them to stop oppressing, terrorizing, or killing another? Perhaps they can if the assailant's general population can be reliably identified with the crimes. But this seems the most likely situation for bombing to strengthen rather than weaken resistance, since such general ferocity is usually associated with an ideology that identifies the assailant population as a defender. To summarize, some political entities do not offer suitable target sets for strategic bombing. Some strategic bombing target sets will not be acceptable to some rescuers. Some situations will mix the victims in with the assailants at the possible bombing targets, placing rescuers in a powerful ethical dilemma. The third question is one of capabilities. Very few countries possess the capabilities to attack the full range of targets identified in the four strategic bombing theories. In particular, successful attacks on critical nodes or leadership require very sophisticated air forces. Attacks on industrial infrastructure require somewhat sophisticated air forces. Only attacks on population are easy. While there are many combat aircraft in the world, few countries command the special capabilities demonstrated in Operation Desert Storm. In 1990, the U.S. Air Force had a total of slightly over 100 combat aircraft capable of accurately delivering laser-guided bombs at night. Almost all were used in the war, and they did the bulk of the precision-guided munitions, PGM, delivery for the entire coalition. Since the Iraq War, more countries have acquired this capability, but it is still concentrated in liberal industrialized countries, and a few of their close allies. Similar problems arise in the intelligence field. Very few countries have the ability to gather the intelligence necessary to permit discriminate targeting. Thus, without the Pentagon of the United States, it is not clear that particularly potent threats against critical nodes or leadership can be mounted. Access to the theater of operations is also a crucial question. Fighter aircraft need bases from which to operate. Sustained operations at ranges greater than 600 to 700 km require substantial support from aerial tankers. The only country that owns tankers in large numbers is the United States. Beyond roughly 1,500 km, sustained tactical air operations become difficult even with tankers, because it is just too hard for pilots and weapons operators to spend that much time in the cockpit. Long-range operations also require complicated planning. If reasonably close air bases cannot be obtained, the option does exist to employ long-range strategic bombers, such as the B-52, BLB, or B-2. For the foreseeable future, these aircraft have at least one major limitation: there are few precision-guided munitions available for them, and those that do exist have rather limited capabilities. These dumb bombers are, for now, mainly area attack weapons. Except for the stealthy B-2, of which only 20 are currently planned, existing strategic bombers probably ought not to be dispatched over defended airspace without fighter escort in any case, which resurfaces the proximate basing issue. In sum, there will be many political and military causes of mass population displacement for which strategic bombing is not even a practical answer. If practical, the record suggests that such bombing seldom independently produces positive political results. How many of the causes of population displacement could punitive bombing conceivably address? Matching punitive bombing to causes. If genocide/politicide were the act of an organized government in a developed country, one or another variant of strategic bombing is at least a plausible remedy. In the rare cases where a developed society has launched an explicit genocide against a discrete population, it may be that some combination of attacks on vital centers and leadership is the only option open to potential rescuers, short of invasion. Given the heinousness of the situation, the mere possibility of success would justify an attempt at strategic bombing, though history gives us little reason for confidence in the outcome. One of the most important Questions about strategic bombing will therefore be whether or not the situation is so horrible that it merits rerunning an experiment that has so seldom worked. The Genocide Convention defines so many behaviors as genocide that it will be relatively easy for partisans of action to define the situation in this way. But given the low probability of success, and the possibility of making all but the most terrible policies of an assailant a great deal worse, it is my view that a narrow definition should be employed. For it to be genocide, or politicide, it would have to look a lot like the Nazi or Khmer Rouge crimes before this remedy should be considered seriously. If ethnic cleansing were the source of displacement, and if the assailant state were developed and organized, punitive bombing might also be a plausible answer, though the rescuer runs a very real risk of so enraging the assailant that it turns from displacing the victims to murdering them. The problem of refugees who flee because they fear occupation is more difficult. Here the rescuer is trying to force two sides fighting a traditional war to stop. More specifically, the successful side is being told to stop. The rescuer is effectively entering an ongoing war on the side of the loser. What if the loser was the one who started it? The same problem may arise if refugees are merely fleeing the sound of the guns. In some cases they flee an internal war among approximate equals, so rescuers would have to bomb all the parties to the war. And of course, these wars often occur in places where there is not anything worth bombing. If occupation has already occurred, and refugees are fleeing its generalized brutality, the assailant has many hostages. The assailant can argue that if you bomb, it will kill them. Where refugees are simply fleeing the misery caused by primitive logistics systems, the nature of the problem suggests that the assailants do not have anything interesting to bomb. Safe zones. True safe zones have rarely been attempted. A threatened population remains settled in a distinct area that is effectively placed under the military protection of outsiders, who commit themselves to defend the zone, and to permit the inhabitants to live something like a normal life. There is little political or military precedent for operations of this kind. The protection of the Kurds in northern Iraq following their unsuccessful rebellion catalyzed by Operation Desert Storm is the model and sole example. A safe zone is a defensive or denial strategy. This is one of its attractions because at the most abstract level defense is easier than offense. If one accepts the argument advanced above, that humanitarian intervention is basically an exercise in coercive diplomacy and hence the rescuer may actually be forced to fight, then rescuers should be interested in finding ways to lower the military cost of action. If defense is the stronger form of war, then setting up a situation where the assailant must attack is favorable to the rescuers and to the victims. A safe zone aims to provide physical protection to the threatened population. It convinces the assailant to stay away by developing a convincing ability to bar entry. Safe zones depend on real military power to defend them, and the willingness of rescuers to use it. Both the type and quantity of military power necessary to establish a safe zone are dependent on the specific situation. Some safe zones may be defended by high-quality air power, others might require ground power as well. Sometimes the threatened population might be able to supply the ground power if outsiders provide them with weaponry, sometimes outsiders must deploy ground forces. Demographic variables and more traditional military variables, such as distance, weather, topography, and vegetation, will influence the size and quality of the necessary military force. Presuming that these variables are generally favorable to a safe zone, then the kinds of questions discussed earlier with regard to strategic bombing come into play. Are there bases nearby? Are there ports, roads, airstrips? Which countries are willing to act as rescuers? Can they bring the right kind of military power to bear? Safe zones produce a de facto secession, which may be one of the strongest political obstacles to their employment. While there is currently a lively debate in the international law community on weakening the norm of non-intervention in the internal affairs of sovereign states, that norm still seems quite strong. In situations where the United Nations is involved, the relatively strong commitment of the smaller countries to the old norm will prove an obstacle to the organization of a safe zone. In actual practice, deviation from the sovereignty norm has followed a double standard. When the bad guys are weak, such as Iraq and Kurdistan, intervention pops to the top of the agenda. When they are strong, such as Russia in Chechnya, little is said. Safe havens. Sometimes rescuers will want to provide a sheltered refuge within an area of conflict where the displaced can go, but will not wish to cordon off large areas of a country to do it. In effect, rescuers are trying to arrange things so that victims can flee their homes without fleeing their country. The purpose may be as brutally pragmatic as forestalling a wholesale departure that would produce legitimate claims for refugee status in the interested countries. Or the purpose may be to help the refugees stay close to their original homes as part of a larger diplomatic strategy that aims to settle a conflict and permit them to return to their previous lives. There are many reasons why a safe haven policy could prove expedient. Conflicts that produce refugees will often arise in places where groups defined by religion, ethnicity, or nationality are intermixed. A large safe zone of the type discussed above cannot be created unless the rescuers are themselves willing to engage in ethnic cleansing, throwing out the assailant group. Alternatively, the rescuers may not wish to be implicated in a strategy that looks like de facto secession. The rescuers may lack the military capability to pursue a safe zone policy due to their limited capabilities, or to the size of the theater of operations. A safe haven policy is a reasonable antidote to several of the causes of refugee flight I have identified, but as usual the specific situation exerts a strong influence. A refuge for those fleeing genocide or politicide would certainly be one potential contribution. It is plausible, however, that the safe haven instrument is inherently too difficult to defend militarily against assailants whose political passions support genocide or politicide. Assailants will claw away at the safe havens even if they are defended. Under some conditions, they will attempt siege warfare, particularly the interdiction of food supplies, water, and energy rather than direct attack. Because assailants are not leaving, they may settle on an attrition policy, and simply wait for the rescuers to tire of a difficult and dangerous mission. Safe havens may work better against ethnic cleansing. On the one hand, havens may help assailants by providing an inviting refuge for people trying to decide whether to tough out the terrorist policies of the assailant, or to wait in a safe place in the hopes that this wave of trouble will pass. Thus, assailants may actually see some benefits to the havens. On the other hand, if the havens are close to the areas from which the refugees have been expelled, they leave open the possibility that the assailants' gains will be reversed at a later date. Assailants would clearly prefer the refugees to leave the area or country altogether. Hence, even in this case, the assailants will want to make life in the havens as unpleasant as possible, in the hopes that refugees will move on. They have other means to accomplish this, however. If they move their own people into the homes of those expelled, expropriating homes, land, and businesses, hopelessness about return may gradually spread in the refugee population, and they will try to exit the safe havens and go abroad. The defender of the safe haven, the rescuer, is gradually turned into a jailer, an uncomfortable position. Safe havens are an excellent solution for the problem of starvation caused by primitive logistics. Here the rescuers are on a more traditional humanitarian mission. Armed protection is necessary precisely because the economy has broken down, and those with weapons are taking food from those without weapons. The rescuers simply provide military protection to traditional humanitarian assistance efforts. A delimited safe haven is chosen because it is militarily and administratively efficient. The local military actors are probably not especially strong relative to rescuer armies, otherwise they would not have resorted to pre-modern methods of requisition to feed themselves. They may, of course, find themselves in a difficult logistical situation once they no longer have a population to prey upon. But rescuers may also offer some inducements for their good behavior in the form of a share of the humanitarian aid. The recent and perhaps historically singular effort to attempt a safe haven policy has been in Bosnia. 6 towns and cities were designated as safe havens: Srebrenica, Zepa, Tuzla, Gorazde, Bihać, and Sarajevo. The hope was that the residents could remain in relative safety. Displaced persons from the surrounding countryside who had previously taken refuge, or who were still looking for refuge, would find succor and protection there. These areas were provided with varying amounts of food and other resources, overland, by airlift, or by airdrop. All had some UN military presence on the ground. The UN warned that if these areas were attacked, NATO air power might be called to defend them. Minor air attacks were in fact mounted around Sarajevo and Gorazde. When Bihać was threatened in November of 1994, however, the UN declined to request NATO air strikes to defend the town, although some air attacks were mounted elsewhere. In the end the town held. Srebrenica and Zepa fell to the Serbs in 1995 with only limited NATO air action under the auspices of the UN to defend them. When Gorazde seemed threatened for the second time, NATO made its first explicit threat to employ air power on a substantial scale against the Bosnian Serb-held army. The Bosnian Serbs did not then take the town. Other than the Bosnia experience, there are no clear real-world examples of an effort to establish safe havens against a competent, determined attacker. The complex record in Bosnia suggests that the overall resources of military capability and political will committed to the safe haven enterprise were somewhat inadequate, though a dispassionate analysis must acknowledge the success achieved. The civilian inhabitants of Sarajevo, Tuzla, Bihać, and Gorazde suffered casualties from shelling and sniping. Interdiction of ground and air lines of communication meant short rations and a mean standard of living. These 4 largest safe havens did not fall to the Serbs, however. Gorazde is a particularly important example of success, because it is close to Serbia, and seems an objective that the Bosnian Serbs clearly wanted, and nearly took. However, the combination of UN threats, peacekeeping troops, and Bosnian infantry was unable to prevent the fall of Srebrenica and Zepa, or to prevent several intense combined arms attacks on Bihać and Gorazde. Thus, we have a crude measure of adequacy, some portion of the air combat and airlift resources of NATO, plus several thousand NATO troops acting as UN peacekeepers in the role of alarm bell ringers, plus thousands of not well-armed indigenous Bosnian Muslim infantry did successfully compel the Serbs to restrain their assaults on 3/4 of 6 safe havens. Even Srebrenica and Zepa, which fell to Serb attacks in the summer of 1995, remained untaken for a remarkably long time given their inherent military weakness. At the same time, however, repeated and sometimes successful challenges to this formidable, if rather poorly organized, aggregation of capabilities did occur. The enforced truce certain patterns of violence that produce refugees may only be affected by outside intervention that attempts to establish a new source of law and order. This model, however, is based on the assumption that rescuers can muster sufficient political or economic leverage, or are so intimidating militarily, that they may not need to shoot their way into the country. The target area is not so much invaded as occupied. So-called failed states, where many armed factions vie for control, could conform to this model. Somalia is the best recent example. One could also argue that the UN operation in the Congo took this form. Because the Local factions are too weak to keep rescuers from coming into the country. Rescuers can calculate that it is theoretically possible to impose a peace, at least for a time. The purpose is to place enough military force into the area where fighting and killing are underway that little violence can occur out of sight. The rescuers. The rescuers bring enough military power that they can quickly do serious harm to any group breaking the peace. Indeed, it is preferable to have sufficient presence that any incident that would break the peace is nipped in the bud. The implementation of the enforced truce will depend on several practical constraints. The size and shape of the country, the number and size of the groups that need protection, and their arrangement will all bear on the size of force necessary to make the peace work. So will the scale of armament and military competence of the local fighters. Military analysts typically analogize from similar situations that have already occurred. Thus, the soldier plus police to population ratios in places like Northern Ireland or the West Bank are taken as good indicators of the minimum size of force that could be necessary. In Northern Ireland, this ratio was roughly 20:1,000 in a situation where there were probably never more than 1,500 hardened shooters and bombers on all sides. Where local military forces are stronger and more capable than those in Northern Ireland, the 20:1,000 ratio would probably be insufficient. Soldier to terrorist, 20:1 in Northern Ireland, and soldier to space ratios are also relevant. Nevertheless, the Northern Ireland ratio of 20:1,000 would suggest a minimum peacekeeping force of 90,000 to police the Vance-Owen plan in Bosnia. It also suggests that NATO forces in Bosnia today are too weak to enforce the political provisions of the Dayton Accords, particularly the return of refugees to their former homes, if the warring parties do not implement them voluntarily. If a rescuer actually wants to protect all from all, the requirements can be very great. If, on the other hand, a rescuer only wishes to suppress local fighting and distribute food, then some economies may be possible. A small local presence backed up by highly mobile combat power may cow the local competence into relative inactivity, though it will not provide a long-term solution, nor prevent all violence. This expedient will prove more effective if the locals are badly armed. These kinds of tricks worked well in the initial humanitarian intervention in Somalia, permitting a soldier plus police to population ratio of 5 to 10 per thousand. If a long-term solution is sought, and particularly if locals are to be induced to surrender their arms, then a very high level of local military presence may prove necessary to convince most people that they are safe from one another. And if the local armed forces are competent and committed, the price will be even higher. Outside intervention to impose a permanent political solution to end an internal conflict is more difficult than intervention to elicit a pause in the fighting in order to ease the plight of refugees. The people to be protected are often the military and political objective of the assailants. Indeed, in these situations each faction's non-competence may be the targets of the other's competence. However perverse this may seem from outside, the groups are committed to the killing. The rescuer is thus engaged in a war that resembles that most complicated political military enterprise, counterinsurgency. Moreover, it is difficult to see how the mere enforcement of a pause in the killing is particularly constructive in situations of intense factional or intergroup violence. If political passions have produced an outbreak of mass killing, it is going to be difficult to stop. If the killing is stopped due to the intimidating local power deployed by the rescuers, and not due to the destruction of the multiple assailants' combat capability, whatever that means in this context, the rescuers will have to stay for a very long time. It may be difficult for the rescuers to convince the assailants that they care more about the safety of non-competent victims than the assailants care about their destruction. Assailants might try to attack rescuers in order to raise the costs of humanitarian intervention. Alternatively, they may just wait until the rescuers depart. Conclusion: specific remedies for specific causes. The most heinous of problems, genocide/politicide, may be the toughest to address with military power. In rare cases, a coercive bombing strategy may have some hope of working. Safe zones and safe havens may be employed when the pattern of settlement of the victims either concentrates them in a specific region, or makes it easy for them to concentrate themselves. Rescuers must consider, however, that the political passions that produce large-scale murder may prove very difficult to influence. Assailants may be strongly motivated to challenge rescuer safe zones and havens. In many cases, only complete invasion and occupation is likely to stop the crime. Much killing of innocents can occur during such a campaign. Where ethnic cleansing is an assailant's objective, it will often be the case that people are settled in particular regions, and thus safe zones or safe havens will prove pragmatic approaches. Safe zones and safe havens may also be suitable remedies for people fleeing the sound of the guns, or the impoverishment caused by primitive logistics. When demographic, ecological, and geopolitical factors are favorable, the safe zone in particular is inherently an appealing remedy. Alone among the mechanisms described, it aims to permit large numbers of people to live nearly normal lives. A clear demarcation line between assailants and their putative victims tells the assailant when to stop. If the safe zone is large, rescuer air power may be able to prevent large assailant units from getting deep enough into the safe zone to do serious harm. The threatened population may be organized into lightly armed ground forces that can force the assailant into attack postures that facilitate air attack. If rescuers are both lucky and skillful, they may be able to transform the local situation into one of deterrence. The one drawback to safe zones is their special political problem, the still powerful respect for sovereignty in international politics. Safe zones will often amount to de facto secession implemented by outside powers. This creates short-term obstacles to implementation, in that many smaller countries may not wish to legitimate such intervention. A longer-term problem is also created. What circumstances would encourage outside powers to withdraw their protection and permit the reintegration of the zone in question into the assailant state system of government? This problem remains to be faced in Kurdistan. Safe havens should be viewed as analytically distinct from safe zones. They are primarily refuges, not places of normal existence. They are an expedient to be adopted only in the most dire circumstances. They are very demanding of every aspect of military power, ground, and air, and logistics. It is as if the Berlin airlift and the siege of Kaysan were combined into one operation. Primitive wars of all against all cause refugees to flee the dangerous environment of combat and the depredations of uncontrolled requisitions. The enforced truce is the obvious response, perhaps combined with the safe zone and safe haven, but it is also particularly demanding of military power. A rough local peace among warring parties may not require a lot of firepower, nor incur many casualties, but substantial numbers of high-quality motorized, mechanized, and helicopter-borne infantry, and a great deal of patience and local knowledge, will be necessary. They may buy time for negotiators to try to effect a local political solution. Failing a local accord, rescuers will find themselves in a dilemma. They can attempt to impose a political solution by force, in effect joining the local war. Or they can leave, with the risk that the situation will quickly deteriorate to the conditions that prompted the original intervention. The former will mean casualties, the latter, human tragedy and political embarrassment. The future when trouble of any kind arises, interested parties look to the United States for help because of its great power and influence. To cite only one example, the United States possesses by far the most capable and diverse air combat and airlift capabilities in the world. Air power, though not a decisive all-purpose tool, is an extremely useful one. The more exercises of this kind the United States does, the more the awareness of its array of special capabilities will spread, and the more frequently other countries, non-governmental organizations, and international organizations will look to the United States for help. Citizens of the United States should accustom themselves to these appeals, and learn how to analyze the odds of success. While the problem of politically induced refugee flows is not new, the magnitude of the problem seems to be growing. More importantly, as a result of the diffusion of liberal values in the polities of the most powerful states, the intensification of global communications precipitated by technological and economic change, the weakening of the intensity of great power rivalries, and the consciousness of the developed world's remarkable reservoir of Cold War-generated military power, arguments are now frequently offered that we should do something, even though traditional geopolitical interests may be absent. These altruistic impulses, and enabling conditions, ought not to obscure one important fact: in most of these cases, what good-hearted people are proposing is war. And war remains the realm of strategy, operations, and tactics, of forces and logistics, of destruction and death. Humanitarian intervention will often prove less gentle than it sounds. Note 1. Since Desert Storm, the U.S. Air Force figure has grown to roughly 450 such aircraft. The critical barrier to Civil War settlement. Barbara F. Walter. Unlike interstate wars, civil wars rarely end in negotiated settlements. Between 1940 and 1990, 55% of interstate wars were resolved at the bargaining table, whereas only 20% of civil wars reached similar solutions. Instead, most internal wars ended with the extermination, expulsion, or capitulation of the losing side. In fact, groups fighting civil wars almost always chose to fight to the finish unless an outside power stepped in to guarantee a peace agreement. If a third party agreed to enforce the terms of a peace treaty, negotiations always succeeded regardless of the initial goals, ideology, or ethnicity of the participants. If a third part did not intervene, these talks usually failed. The fact that civil wars tend to end on the battlefield poses a startling empirical puzzle for political scientists and an increasingly onerous problem for policymakers. Why are domestic enemies unable to negotiate successfully? And what can the international community do to help end these conflicts? I argue that civil war negotiations rarely end in successful peace settlements because credible guarantees on the terms of the settlement are almost impossible to arrange by the combatants themselves. Negotiations do not fail because indivisible stakes, irreconcilable differences, or high-cost tolerances make compromise impossible, as many people argue. They do not fail because bargains cannot be struck. Adversaries often compromise on the basic issues underlying their conflict, and they frequently find mutually acceptable solutions to their problems. Negotiations fail because civil war opponents are asked to do what they consider unthinkable. At a time when no legitimate government and no legal institutions exist to enforce a contract, they are asked to demobilize, disarm, and disengage. 436. Their military forces and prepare for peace. But once they lay down their weapons and begin to integrate their separate assets into a new united state, it becomes almost impossible to either enforce future cooperation or survive attack. In the end, negotiations fail because civil war adversaries cannot credibly promise to abide by such dangerous terms. Only when an outside enforcer steps in to guarantee the terms do commitments to disarm and share political power become believable. Only then does cooperation become possible. In this article I have two aims. First, I propose a theory of civil war resolution that rests on reciprocal problems of enforcement and vulnerability rather than on innate differences, goals, or greed. My purpose is to dispel currently popular notions that civil wars are either beyond compromise or only amenable to promise when accompanied by a military stalemate and exceptionally skilled mediation. Second, I systematically test current theories against 41 civil war cases. I conclude by presenting the conditions under which negotiated solutions, once reached, can be implemented and maintained and the crucial role that outside intervention can play in resolving these conflicts. The first section of this article presents a theory of civil war termination. Domestic adversaries rarely settle off the battlefield because any attempt to end a civil war will also eliminate any self-enforcing strategies to maintain the peace. The second section explores 4 alternative theories that focus on high costs, indivisible stakes, bargaining problems, and group identity as the key variables affecting resolution. The third section explains how cases were selected and coded and outlines the steps taken to test the competing hypotheses. The fourth section interprets the findings and discusses what they suggest about foreign involvement in internal wars. The puzzle ending a war is usually difficult. Organizational inertia, tunnel vision, wishful thinking, and miscommunication all work against early reconciliation and make cooperation difficult. Once fighting begins, plans are set in motion and attitudes toward the enemy become fixed in ways that are not easily reversible. Even if opponents agree to negotiate, they still face the risks and uncertainties of cooperation. Will an opponent fulfill its side of the agreement? Or will the compromise itself turn out to be an inherently bad deal? Despite these obstacles, international wars usually end with some type of explicit settlement. Civil wars do not. Current explanations claim that power, asymmetries, indivisible stakes, bargaining difficulties, or opposing identities make settlement in civil wars nearly impossible. But this seems unlikely. Military stalemates often emerge in civil wars without prompting negotiations, governments can be shared by more than one party, and groups that appear ethnically or religiously incompatible do meet to discuss alternative solutions to war. Others argue that groups are stuck in what could be called a game or deadlock. Cooperation is impossible because competing domestic groups will always have opposing preferences and interests. But this also seems unlikely. Civil war adversaries do not always continue to fight because they cannot arrange compromise settlements. Between 1940 and 1990, 42% of civil wars, 17 out of 41, experienced some form of formal peace negotiation, and 94% of these cases drafted at least a ceasefire accord. In other words, adversaries often attempted very serious peace talks that then broke down. In short, none of the current explanations identifies a compelling reason why domestic enemies would forego negotiations in favor of potentially lengthy battlefield contests. What follows is an attempt to identify additional factors that might inhibit successful civil war resolution and cause even promising negotiations to cycle back into war. The theory: what is different about civil wars? The key difference between interstate and civil wars negotiations is that adversaries in a civil war cannot retain separate, independent armed forces if they agree to settle their differences. This difference fundamentally alters incentives to abide by any peace treaty and makes it almost impossible for groups to cooperate. In the following section, I argue that groups fighting civil wars avoid negotiated settlements because they understand that this would require them to relinquish important failback defenses at a time when no neutral police force and no legitimate government exists to help them enforce the peace. Knowing they will enter a period of intense vulnerability, neither side can convince the other that they will nobly resist a treaty's temptations or naively fulfill its terms. And so, unable to enforce the agreement or survive exploitation, they avoid cooperation and continue to fight. Interstate cooperation under anarchy. Encouraging and then maintaining cooperation under anarchy is not easy. It is especially difficult in prisoner's dilemma situations where both states would benefit from cooperating but would also be far worse off if they naively cooperated while their opponent exploited their trust. States in the international system have devised a number of military and economic strategies to encourage cooperation even when incentives favor cheating. They can create early warning systems and sophisticated monitoring and verification procedures to check each other's behavior. They can build military defenses, forge external alliances, and set up buffer zones to make aggression more costly. They can also use symbiotic trade relationships, side payments, and economic coercion to enhance the rewards from cooperation. They can also withhold key resources or use reciprocal punishment strategies to ensure that violations are punished. Each of these strategies helps to create binding agreements. Nonetheless, even the most sophisticated strategies for ensuring compliance are not foolproof, and states know this. States will, however, often cooperate despite this risk if they can limit the damage caused by cheating. A surprise attack might renew the war, but states with strong defenses and active forces would be no worse off than before the settlement. In fact, states could use this time to refurbish forces and restock supplies and thus increase their security. Under these conditions, the risks of exploitation are manageable and well worth the potential benefits of long-term peace. Domestic cooperation under anarchy. None of these strategies is available to groups fighting civil wars. Although the same anarchic conditions exist during times of civil war as those that exist permanently in the international system, no central government exists to ensure order, no police or judicial system remains to enforce contracts, and groups have divided into independent armed camps. The pernicious effects of anarchy are actually far more severe. Whereas interstate opponents can augment the benefits of cooperation and sharpen punishments for cheating, civil war adversaries have little ability to do so. If they wish to cooperate, these groups must disband their forces and, in so doing, relinquish their only remaining means for protection. Even states that surrender unconditionally are rarely required to go so far. Thus the single most detrimental condition operating against cooperation is that civil war adversaries cannot maintain independent armed forces if they decide to reconcile. Once they sign a peace treaty, they cannot retreat to their own borders and defensively reinforce their militaries. They do not become trading partners or important allies, and they cannot hide behind buffer zones. Only if they are willing to relinquish control over occupied regions, vital industries, and independent military organizations is a cooperative peace agreement possible. This situation forces governments and rebels into a paradoxical and unfortunate dilemma. Any attempt to end a civil war and unify the country also eliminates any ability to enforce and ensure the peace. Thus, the only way enemies in a civil war can prematurely end the bloodshed is to force themselves through a transition period during which they can neither encourage cooperation nor survive attack. They must weather a period of extreme vulnerability. Civil war rivals, therefore, are damned if they do and damned if they don't. As soon as they comply with a peace treaty, they become powerless to enforce the terms over which they had bargained so hard. The fact that settlement can leave a group far worse off than it would have been had it simply continued to fight has two devastating effects on cooperation. First, it discredits any promise to abide by the terms of an agreement even if offered in good faith, and, second, it increases groups' anxiety about future security and makes them hypersensitive to even the smallest treaty violation. The result? In most cases, the government and the rebels will recognize the overwhelming risks involved with compliance, and they will refuse to sign any treaty even if all the underlying issues have been resolved and even if both sides sincerely want peace. If they do sign, this fear and insecurity will become so overwhelming that even satisfactory settlements will slowly unravel. In his 1949 report on China, Dean Acheson keenly observed that the distrust of the leaders of both the nationalist and communist parties for each other proved too deep-seated to permit final agreement, notwithstanding temporary truces and apparently promising negotiations. Point 2 Since each side understands the profits to be gained by exploiting a peace treaty, and both sides know that their opponent also recognizes this opportunity, their promises to honor and respect the terms of the agreement cannot be trusted. Under these conditions, fighting suddenly appears far more appealing than settlement. In the end, negotiated settlements in civil wars perish under their own unique demands. Incumbent governments and rebels cannot structure the agreement so that it will, at worst, allow each side to return as close as possible to the status quo should one party decide to cheat. And as long as both factions understand that cooperation will leave them vulnerable and they have no means to avoid this condition, they will prefer to continue fighting rather than risk possible attack. But could more stable, less risky transitions be designed by the participants themselves? For example, if the government and the rebels fear a one-step advantage, could military integration occur in a step-by-step or reciprocal fashion? Or if one side enjoys a preponderance of military power and its opponent enjoys a preponderance of political support, like the Kuomintang and the communists in China, could these opposing strengths deter the breakdown of a settlement? And finally, could groups agree to remain armed until all obtain some real control over new government institutions and national security forces? This would impart some protection until more appropriate institutional checks and balances could be established. Stable, less risky transitions cannot be designed by the participants themselves for three reasons that are tied to problems of credible commitment. First, groups will have great difficulty convincing each other to fully execute any plan that eventually requires them to disarm. Although numerous implementation plans can be designed to reduce vulnerability, in the end even the most incremental and impartial one will require the full demobilization of partisan groups. In civil wars, disarmament can be postponed, and it can be done gradually and in a reciprocal manner, but it can never be avoided. And as long as a threshold exists beyond which unilateral defense is impossible, and both groups realize that an opponent need only wait for this time to attack, they will either avoid compliance altogether or simply renege on further fulfillment at the first sign of default. Second, groups will also have great difficulty convincing each other to accept any plan that offers even the slightest chance of annihilation. A 95% risk-free disarmament plan might appear perfectly acceptable on paper, but to the groups involved, even a slight chance of an attack is often too high. In situations of extreme vulnerability, the beliefs groups have about their own safety and their perception of threat matter as much if not more than the actual invulnerability of the treaty design. Finally, groups will also have a difficult time using new institutions to project a credible promise of either effective protection or neutral enforcement during the transition. These institutions are new and untested. They are often designed by democratic novices, people inexperienced with multi-party political systems, opposition groups, and peaceful transfers of power. Moreover, these institutions will initially be staffed by former government and rebel officials with lingering partisan loyalties. These institutions might eventually serve to reassure groups that their rights and liberties will be protected, but when new, they could just as well be used as instruments for further repression. Reassuring they are not. The importance of third-party guarantees. Third-party guarantors can change the level of fear and insecurity that accompanies treaty implementation and thus facilitate settlement. An important NFRE reason why opponents fail to reach successful settlements is because they cannot credibly commit to an agreement that will become far less attractive once implemented. Third parties, however, can guarantee that groups will be protected, terms will be fulfilled, and promises will be kept, or at least they can ensure that groups will survive until a new government and a new national military is formed. In short, they can ensure that the payoffs from cheating on a civil war agreement no longer exceed the payoffs from faithfully executing its terms. Once cheating becomes difficult and costly, promises to cooperate gain credibility and cooperation becomes more likely. But how does one ensure that promises made by a third party at the negotiating table are themselves credible? To be credible, a guarantee must fulfill at least 3 basic conditions. First, the outside state must have a self-interest in upholding its promise. Old colonial ties, strategic interests, economic investments, or alliance. Loyalties will enhance any commitment to intervene and will indicate the political will to persevere. Second, the guarantor must be willing to use force if necessary, and its military capabilities must be sufficient to punish whichever side violates the treaty. Syria could occupy Lebanon, Britain overshadowed Zimbabwe, Ethiopia dwarfed Sudan, and the United States could restrain the Dominican Republic. Equal or greater force is necessary for any threat to effectively deter cheating. Third, the intervening state should be able to signal resolve. The outside power can either station sufficient forces to deter aggression without having to send for additional forces if conflict breaks out, as Syria did in Lebanon. Or it can create some type of military tripwire, as Britain did in Zimbabwe. Outside forces can also be placed at strategically important locations, such as troop assembly areas, borders, or munitions sites, and guarantors can have pre-approval from home governments for further action. These costly signals should allow states to reveal their true preferences and enhance the credibility of their promises. The credible commitment theory of civil war resolution, therefore, offers us our first hypothesis for testing. Given the reciprocal problems of enforcement and vulnerability, Hypothesis 1 predicts that the more willing an outside power is to guarantee the safety of the adversaries during the critical implementation phase, the more likely domestic opponents are to reach and execute a final deal. Point 3 If no such guarantee exists, civil wars should either fail to reach a settlement or such settlements should quickly break down. Findings I created a dataset to answer 2 questions. Why do civil wars rarely end in lasting negotiated settlements, and what conditions ultimately lead to negotiated solutions to these wars? My goal was to see which of the proposed hypotheses could best predict whether a civil war would end through a negotiated settlement, or whether fighting would continue until one side or another won a decisive victory. To do this, a simple Pearson correlation coefficient or crosstab analysis was used to determine which variables were most strongly related to settlement and which had little or no effect. Point 4 Overall, the single most successful explanation for why civil war negotiations failed was the credible commitment argument. Point 5 Once adversaries agreed to negotiate, every case where a third party stepped in to guarantee a treaty resulted in a successful settlement. Table 28.1 summarizes the methods of resolution for civil wars with outside security guarantees. Outside powers guaranteed Lebanon's agreement in 1958, the Dominican Republic's Act of Dominican Reconciliation, the Riyadh Agreement in Lebanon, 1976, the Addis Ababa Agreement in Sudan, 1972, the Lancaster House Agreement in Zimbabwe, 1979, and the Tila Agreement in Nicaragua, 1989, and all brought peace. Only 2 civil wars reached a successful settlement without an outside guarantee, Colombia in 1958 and Yemen in 1970, and the details of these 2 exceptions tend to confirm the rule. Table 28.1 Civil wars with outside security guarantees, their method of resolution and type of guarantee. Decisive victory, successful settlement. Row total no guarantee 33, 94%, 2, 6%, 35, 100%. Weak guarantee 0, 1, 100%, 1, 100%. Moderate guarantee 0, 3, 100%, 3, 100%. Strong guarantee 0, 2, 100%, 2, 100%. Column total 33, 80%, 8, 20%, 41, 100%. Chi-square equals 1 0.43, P equals 0.015. Although Colombia and Yemen did reach settlements without outside guarantees, they were also the only 2 wars where the opposing parties could not launch surprise attacks against each other. Both wars were fought by relatively uncommitted armies whose loyalties could be procured by the highest bidder, the warring PAR. Ties themselves did not have organized partisan forces at their command. In Colombia, the National Army remained relatively uninvolved in the fighting and allowed the war to be fought by small bands of armed peasants. In Yemen, the royalist rebels had no regular army. In order to fight, tribal forces had to be assembled by negotiation with the sheiks for each contemplated operation of any size. Thus, once the conservatives and liberals in Colombia and the royalists and republicans in Yemen agreed to compromise, they did not have to demobilize and integrate separate, partisan military corps. They simply bought the loyalty of either the powerful Colombian generals or the Yemeni tribes and in this way obtained fairly neutral forces. In short, these adversaries could successfully cooperate because they did not need to pass through a vulnerable demobilization and reintegration period. Point 6 Close scrutiny of the other cases confirmed the strong effect that security fears had on settlement. In almost every civil war negotiation, final deliberations were filled with skeptical pronouncements about future security. Nigeria's Igbo population refused to sign a ceasefire agreement because they feared the government would massacre them, and the government refused to sign because they believed that Ojukwu and his foreign backers will certainly use the ceasefire pause to rearm and prepare for a bloodier conflict in which more innocent lives will be lost. Neither side trusted that the other would honestly abide by the terms. In case after case, belligerents eventually walked away from the bargaining table if an outside power did not step forward to monitor and enforce a peace treaty. When asked by a reporter if his demand for white control over the police and army during the transition was a make-or-break issue, Ian Smith replied, "Yes, it is, because if the African side goes back on this agreement, then we won't be seeing an interim government anytime soon." And when asked if the British had made a crucial concession by stationing British and Commonwealth forces in the assembly areas with the Patriotic Front troops, Robert Mugabe, head of the African rebels, echoed, "Yes. We welcomed that because it was a really vital element and it prevented the Rhodesian forces, you see, supported by the South African forces who were in the country, don't forget, from attacking our assembly points. There were nasty incidents here and there. Yes, that was really vital." In his words, "It would be ridiculous for the settlers who are murdering the Zimbabweans to be intrusted with our security during the crucial transitional period." He made it clear that the Patriotic Front would rather prefer Ian Smith having 100% representation in Parliament and we having the army controlling, than having majority in Parliament with Ian Smith having the army, you see. That's not transference of power at all. 7. Even if an acceptable military settlement was reached, as it was between the Chinese Communists and the national government in 1945, neither side agreed to sign without some type of outside guarantee. If, however, peacekeeping forces were already in place but were withdrawn after a settlement was reached, as they were in Laos after the 1973 ceasefire and in Vietnam after the 1975 Paris peace talks, fighting always resumed shortly thereafter. Since the outside state had no intention of maintaining any commitment beyond a certain, often declared, date, its military presence had no positive effect on the success of negotiations. In the end, the ultimate success of a peace treaty seemed to rest on a third party's desire to become involved and remain involved after a treaty was signed. The relationship between security guarantees and settlement was clear. It was more difficult, however, to determine if the strength of a guarantee affected the likelihood of success, since settlements always succeeded when outside guarantees were offered. Closer inspection, however, revealed an interesting pattern. Weak guarantees were generally offered in wars with very high costs and were usually offset by extensive internal power-sharing arrangements. Peace agreements that allowed the individual adversaries to retain as much independent strength as possible in the form of political representation, veto powers, and a military balance in the national forces required only weak external security guarantees in order to succeed. Conversely, outside guarantees tended to be strongest in less bloody wars with low costs, and treaties with vague or undeveloped political arrangements. Peace agreements that included few political guarantees for future political participation, or only the promise of elections, and unequal representation of groups in the national army required the strongest external guarantees in order to succeed. In these cases, the belligerents seemed far less certain of their own abilities to deter renewed war. This inverse relationship between the strength of security guarantees and the extent of post-war internal political and military arrangements becomes clear when the actual treaties are compared. The settlement to end the Sudanese civil war was underwritten by the weakest guarantee of the study. Yet, in this case, Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie's fairly thin promise to the Sudanese rebels that his government was committed to their security and his personal guarantee that Anyanyai returnees would not suffer reprisal or repression were supplemented by some of the most detailed federal provisions of any settlement. Unlike many of the other peace accords, the Addis Ababa Agreement to end the Sudanese war maintained very clear political and military distinctions between the fighting factions of the North and South. The new constitution guaranteed the continued existence of a southern regional government and gave the South enough tax revenue to survive without help from the wealthier North. More importantly, the accord was able to fashion a national army that preserved the armed strength of both factions. Under the terms of the peace accord, the southern command of the new national army would be equally divided between officers and soldiers from both the North and the South. These detailed and fairly balanced terms can be compared with the very weak political and military arrangements included in the 1958 and 1976 agreements to end the two civil wars in Lebanon. The 1958 agreement only arranged for the creation of a coalition cabinet consisting of two government and two opposition lead. ERS, 2 members of the new cabinet would be Muslim and 2 members would be Christian. This treaty was backed by 14,000 U.S. troops who were stationed on the ground to ensure that fighting stopped. The 1976 Lebanese agreement was similarly weak. It only dealt with the military and security aspects of the civil war and made no reference to the political and religious differences between the opposing Lebanese factions. This weak treaty was underwritten by an exceptionally strong Arab deterrent force. The 3 remaining cases with outside guarantees fall somewhere in between these two extremes. Nicaragua, 1989, Zimbabwe, 1979, and the Dominican Republic, 1965, all had extensive political and military power-sharing arrangements, and all were underwritten by moderate guarantees. Nicaragua's August 1989 election agreement called for free and open democratic elections and is to create 23 self-governing development zones that the Contras could occupy and police on their own. These zones comprise 20% of the country. Numerous arrangements were also made to ensure the safest possible demobilization. Demobilization was asserted to be voluntary, and Contras who did not wish to participate would allegedly not be disturbed. Those who did decide to demobilize could gather at 5 security zones that would be controlled by ONUCA, United Nations Group in Central America. All Sandinista security forces would be withdrawn from within 20 kilometers of these areas. In return, the Sandinistas were offered an important military concession. After losing the election to Violeta Chamorro, leader of the opposition, Daniel Ortega was allowed to retain his position as commander-in-chief of a reformed army. This promised to safeguard the Sandinistas against renewed contra-attack. These fairly extensive internal security arrangements were then supplemented by 260 unarmed Union peacekeepers and 800 armed Venezuelan paratroopers. Zimbabwe had a similar mix of internal and external security arrangements. Black Zimbabweans were offered one-man, one-vote elections in a country where they represented 97% of the population. In addition, Rhodesian civilians would be required to surrender their vast private armory of weapons, certain Rhodesian military and paramilitary units would be disbanded, a new civil police would be formed, and white South African forces currently stationed in Rhodesia would not be allowed to interfere in the transition. Finally, assembly points for demobilizing Patriotic Front soldiers would be located near their operation areas and far away from the Rhodesian army bases. This meant that many assembly areas would be located near Mozambique and Zambian borders and thus offer a quick escape should the assembled soldiers be attacked. In return, white Rhodesians were guaranteed 20% of the seats in the lower house of parliament. They were allowed to retain control over the Rhodesian Air Force, and South African forces were allowed to remain on Zimbabwean soil. Most importantly, however, these white settlers were permitted to retain dual citizenship with Britain, which offered them their own quick escape should they themselves be threatened. Despite these assurances, the Patriotic Front still only signed the Lancaster House Agreement after Britain agreed to send 1,200 Commonwealth forces to Zimbabwe and agreed to station them there until the new government was established. In short, a durable settlement, one that will last even after outside forces withdraw, requires more than temporary police protection. Outside forces are necessary to get the opponents through the tricky transition period, but an effective long-term equilibrium must also be established. Governments and rebels were very concerned with specific power-sharing arrangements during negotiations, although these were not the decisive issues over which negotiations hung. Adversaries were able to enhance their own sense of security through a number of explicit treaty provisions, such as constitutional guarantees, legal protections, and well-balanced security designs. It is important to remember, however, that even the most extensive internal arrangements were not enough to completely alleviate the otherwise intense security dilemma. The Nigerian government promised the Igbos general amnesty, offered them a fair share of employment in federal public services, and promised that police units in Igbo areas would consist mostly of persons of Igbo origin, but this did little to reduce Igbo fear of post-war persecution. Without an external guarantor, this offer had little impact on negotiations, and it eventually failed to produce a settlement. No matter how brutal the war or how generous the terms, the two sides could not succeed on their own. Implications. Although even the best quantitative research is never sufficient to make decisions in complex, real-world situations, the findings presented in this article could offer important guidelines to policymakers searching for effective ways to help end civil wars. First, and most importantly, the only type of peacekeeping that appears to help end a war is that which is backed by a promise to use force. Observers or unarmed peacekeepers with no military backup will have little positive effect on either negotiations or treaty implementation. In fact, these traditional peacekeepers will most likely be placed in unstable situations prone to spiral back into violence. Even in the most promising situation, for example, when belligerents have signed a detailed peace agreement, the war will most likely resume, and unarmed peacekeepers will suffer. Second, if a state wishes to limit its involvement or share responsibility by working through a multilateral organization, it will be much more difficult to make a credible commitment to enforce the settlement, and this type of involvement will more likely fail to foster an agreement. A guarantee will only be as effective as the political will of its backers. Thus, any hesitation or wavering by member states will signal a resolution to the already anxious adversaries and ultimately undermine enforcement operations. Third, the historical record also indicates that successful guarantors should be willing to stay through the establishment of a new government and a new national army. Intervention will have little effect on facilitating a long-term settlement if a state remains involved only through the signing of a peace treaty. If a state ends its involvement prematurely, it cannot perform the necessary function of enforcing the treaty, and the settlement will fall apart. Negotiations should be viewed as the beginning of the peace process, not the end. Fourth, strict neutrality by the third party also does not appear necessary. The outside guarantor in most cases was not a wholly unbiased participant, yet this did not seem to reduce their effectiveness. In fact, the Zimbabwe case suggests that when an enormous power disparity exists between the adversaries, a somewhat biased third party in favor of the minority group can actually enhance feelings of security. The fact that Britain was viewed as prejudiced in favor of the white Rhodesians seems to have increased white confidence in their own survival. Another surprising finding was the negative effect disarmament had on adversaries' sense of security. Rather than reassure former adversaries that they would not be attacked during the transition period, the demand to disarm actually increased their fear of attack. In most cases, adversaries had no illusions about their former enemies' ability to hide or procure weapons if they so chose. Allowing each side to retain observable weapons enhanced their feelings of security and made them more likely to follow through with treaty promises. Sixth, a striking implication of this study is that alternatives do exist to prolonged and extensive intervention. Under certain conditions, outside states can avoid committing large numbers of forces to a foreign country and still facilitate cooperation. Fewer enforcement troops will be needed if extensive internal power-sharing arrangements have been designed and all parties are guaranteed an effective voice in the new government. If, however, one side can easily be shut out of power, as might happen in winner-take-all elections or peace treaties that leave future political arrangements vague or undefined, a stronger force will be required for such settlements to succeed. In short, limited security guarantees can be offset by more detailed internal arrangements, but even the most detailed political plans will require at least some type of outside guarantee. Finally, 2 additional points should be emphasized. First, security guarantees are a necessary, not a sufficient condition for settlement. Guarantees in the face of an ongoing war where the combatants have no desire to negotiate are unlikely to succeed. States wishing to facilitate early solutions to civil wars must wait until the groups themselves desire peace before their promises of enforce meant will have any positive effect. Second, one should keep in mind that negotiated settlements are not always the least costly solutions to civil wars, since the rapid victory of one side over another can bring fewer casualties and longer peace over the long run. Nonetheless, some battles are clearly worth fighting for, as Lincoln's struggle against the U.S. South attests. In short, settlements do have the potential to put an end to enormous suffering, and negotiation sends an important message to the Milosevic's of the world that internal aggression will not always be ignored by the international community. Moreover, compromise settlements offer a chance to institute multi-party democratic states in situations that might otherwise result in one-party authoritarian regimes. Negotiations during times of civil war, therefore, could be viewed as moments of great opportunity rather than as futile attempts to create collaborative regimes. History, therefore, offers good and bad news to the international community. The good news is that outside intervention can end potentially bloody civil wars provided the intervening state is committed to guaranteeing a peace treaty and the 2 warring parties are in favor of a settlement. The bad news is that non-military intervention, although politically more acceptable and financially less costly, is unlikely to accomplish much. It may provide a temporary solution, but it does not address the more fundamental issue of insecurity. It may stay the bloodshed temporarily, but, by definition, such intervention cannot enforce a peace, since maintaining any settlement and rebuilding a stable community occur only after a war is over. Outside powers can play a critical role in the resolution of civil wars, but only if they are willing to make a solid commitment and bear the necessary costs. Notes 1. Even mandatory force reductions usually included international peace treaties do not leave the adversaries defenseless. 2. Dean Acheson's July 30, 1949, letter of transmittal to President Truman, the China White Paper, Department of State Publications 3573, Far Eastern Series 30, Stanford University Press, 1949, 15. 3. This is not to say that outside guarantees can end a war that the combatants have no desire to end. If continued fighting is more favorable than the terms of any possible peace settlement, an outside guarantee will not alter the cost and benefits enough to convince the opponents to cooperate. Outside guarantees will only be effective in cases where the adversaries are themselves seeking an alternative to continued war. For it should be emphasized that this analysis is based on the universe of all cases of civil wars between 1940 and 1990, and that, because of this, tests of statistical significance might be deemed inappropriate. In other words, one could ask why, if we are looking at the entire universe of non-trivial civil wars and not a sample of them, we should use a statistical test of significance to arbitrarily separate valid hypotheses from the rest. I have chosen to include statistical significance criteria because the inexact nature of the coding process and the limited time period suggest that not all inferences from the data will be wholly accurate. Since there is no way of estimating any possible errors in the data, I include conventional tests of statistical significance as a reasonable measure of the validity of each of the hypotheses. 5. These tests were also repeated using a multivariate logit regression. This analysis generally supported the conclusions of this article. However, the small number of cases caused problems with the logit estimating procedure. Specifically, the strong correlation between guarantees and successful settlement created a null set. There were no cases where security guarantees were offered and the settlement failed, which the logit estimating procedure had difficulty incorporating. Details of this analysis, therefore, were excluded from this article. 6. Colombia's conservative and liberal parties also settled their differences using a very rigid and unique power-sharing arrangement. Their agreement called for a 50-50 division of political positions and an alternating presidency. Each party knew exactly how much political power they would receive. This also enhanced their sense of future security. 7. Interview with Mugabe ca. 11-14 May 1977, in Goswin Bomhoga 1984, The Struggle for Independence, Documents on the Recent Development of Zimbabwe, 1975-1980. Volume 3, 328. Hamburg, Institute of African Studies. The changing face of terror. Walter Laqueur. Over the centuries, terrorism has appeared in many guises. It is not an ideology or a political doctrine, but rather a method to substate application of violence or the threat of violence to sow panic and bring about political change. Although it has rarely been absent from history, it has been more common in some ages and some civilizations than in others. Those who try to understand terrorism in terms of the causes particular terrorists happen to support are bound to be baffled by the frequent and often extreme changes that have taken place in terrorists' political orientation over the years. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, terrorism came predominantly from the left, from anarchists and social revolutionaries, as well from nationalist separatists, as in Ireland. But during the interwar years, the main perpetrators of terrorism were on the extreme right and frequently had fascist sympathies. Little or no terrorism erupted during World War II or its immediate aftermath, although there was a great deal of guerrilla warfare, which is something quite different. Then, in the late 1960s and 1970s, came a sudden upsurge of left-wing terrorism in Europe, Latin America, and elsewhere. This sudden resurgence had an unfortunate impact on terrorism studies, a field that emerged at about the same time. The news media, along with some in the academy, tended to take the slogans of contemporary terrorists at face value while ignoring terrorism's lengthy history. This led them to see terrorism as a new and unprecedented phenomenon, something that was essentially a response to injustice. If political, social, and economic justice could be achieved, the argument ran, there would be no terrorism, and so the way to deal with it was to address its root causes, the grievances, stresses, and frustrations that lay behind the violence. Seen in this light, terrorists were fanatical believers driven to despair by intolerable conditions. They were poor and oppressed, or at least on the side of the poor and oppressed, and their inspiration was deeply ideological. Left-wing terrorism also had a certain influence at this time on nationalist terrorism. The doctrine and the slogans of organizations such as the Basque separatist group ETA, sections of the Irish Republican Army, and the various popular fronts for the liberation of Palestine clearly showed the impact of Marxism-Leninism. Subsequent events, however, would reveal that this ideological patina was merely a reflection of the zeitgeist, did not go very deep or last long, and hardly affected the staunch nationalism at these movement scores. Left-wing terrorism lasted for about a decade and then petered out or was suppressed, in Germany and Italy, Uruguay and Argentina and in the United States. It was followed by a wave of terrorism that came from the extreme right, including attacks on refugees in various European countries and the rise of neo-fascist groups in Italy and elsewhere. Left-wing terrorist cells did not totally disappear, but they were no longer in the front rank. Those who had sympathized with what they thought were the justified grievances behind terrorism found themselves in a quandary. The most devastating act of terrorism in American history before the attacks of September 11, for example, was carried out in 1995 in Oklahoma City. No one could deny that Timothy McVeigh had deeply felt grievances, but they were hardly the type with which people on the left wanted to sympathize. They were the grievances of the Turner Diaries, of America taken over by foreigners and degenerates, of the holy duty of all patriots to cleanse the country in a river of blood, in short, the worldview of a virulent form of fascism. McVeigh was not unique, moreover. Similar descriptions could apply to the murderers of Anwar al-Sadat, Yitzhak Rabin, and Mohandas Gandhi. Their assassins belonged to fanatical nationalist and right-wing undergrounds firmly convinced that they were doing their patriotic duty by liquidating traitors. These terrorists could hardly be said to be engaging in revolutionary violence, nor could poverty, oppression, or free-floating rage help to explain the torching of asylum seekers' homes in Germany or the unspeakable atrocities perpetrated by Islamist terrorists in Algeria, where they were fighting not colonial rulers but their own compatriots. The new vulnerability over the last 2 decades, changes in targets, weapons, and motives combined to make terrorists more dangerous than ever before. As a result of technical progress, developed societies became more vulnerable to attack. So have the megacities of the developing world, for that matter, but the political repercussions of that vulnerability may take longer to unfold. Traditional terrorist weapons such as explosives, meanwhile, became more lethal and efficient, and the technology and skills needed to make weapons of mass destruction diffused throughout the world. At the same time, there was also an upsurge of religious fundamentalism in many parts of the globe, and at the margins of this movement radical groups appeared that were prepared to engage in terrorist attacks. This trend toward increased vulnerability was occurring even before the internet sped it along. Until the middle of the 19th century, a group of people who wanted to kill their enemies had to go quite literally from house to house in order to locate and assassinate their victims. Whole cities could not be paralyzed until after the introduction of power plants, centralized water supplies, and other technical developments resulting in the centralization of services. It is true that even in the 1840s some philosophers of the bomb had already foreseen weapons of mass destruction. Karl Heinzen, a fiery if somewhat unbalanced German revolutionary, envisaged the use of poison gas, not to mention ballistic missiles. But at the time, this was no more than terrorist science fiction. He and his followers did not pursue this course of action, and Heinzen went on to a more peaceable career as an editor of German-language newspapers in Louisville, Kentucky, and then Boston. Many considered the invention of dynamite by Alfred Nobel several decades later to be a turning point in the history of terrorism. But the early bombs were still heavy, bulky, and dangerous to construct, and only with the miniaturization of explosives in the 20th century did it become possible to launch terrorist bomb attacks on a large scale. Similarly, with the invention of the airplane, another dimension of terrorist attacks materialized, and even before World War I Russian revolutionaries were considering airplanes' terrorist potential, while Irish radicals were contemplating the submarine in similar terms. Both ideas were premature, however, and it would take decades for these fantasies to become realistic possibilities. Traditional terrorists, whether left-wing, right-wing, or nationalist separatist, were not greatly drawn to these opportunities for greater destruction. One reason was scruples. 100 years ago, terrorists often would desist from an attack if their victim happened to be accompanied by family members or if there was a danger that innocents would be killed. Terrorism has become far more brutal and indiscriminate since then, and the terrorists of the second half of the 20th century managed to persuade themselves that there were no innocents and that indiscriminate murder was permissible if it served the political aim. But even they tended to hesitate before carrying out true mass murder, partly because of the risk. of a backlash against their cause, and partly because such actions were alien to their traditions and would repel their own supporters. They hated their enemies, but they had not been totally blinded by their hate. For the radical religious practitioners of the new terrorism, however, murder and destruction of an unprecedented scale did not pose much of a problem. The new terrorists' recent years have witnessed a growth of radical groups on the fringe of several religions. No one has yet fully determined why such processes should take place. In the Muslim world, this development may have been connected with the declining attraction of other radical ideologies such as fascism and communism. But the trend was not limited to Islam. It could be found, for example, among certain millenarian Christian sects. As the century drew to a close, these latter groups caused security officers in various places to worry about attacks in conjunction with the turn of the new millennium. Much to the officers' relief, such attacks did not materialize. But the fear had not been unjustified, for it is only one step from believing that the world is deeply corrupt and sinful, and that only massive destruction in a final battle between good and evil will bring about redemption, to deciding to take an active hand in catalyzing the process. Among small extremist Jewish groups in Israel, in fact, could be found the same belief in a final battle between the forces of good and evil, Gog and Magog, and some even thought that acts such as the destruction of the Muslim shrines on the Temple Mount would give history a little push. Radical religious groups have been particularly strong and particularly prone to turn violent in the Muslim world. Scanning the present world map of terrorism shows that Muslim states or Muslim minorities are involved in almost 90% of all sub-state terrorist conflicts, from the Philippines to the Middle East, from Nigeria to the Balkans. This has not always been the case, nor is there reason to believe that it will always remain so, but about the present state of affairs there can be no two opinions. Other, non-Muslim terrorist groups are continuing the struggles in which they have been engaged, such as those in Ireland, in the Basque Country, in Greece, and in Sri Lanka. But these terrorists are relatively small, localized, and unimportant in comparison with the terrorism of radical Islamist groups. How to explain this upsurge of terrorist violence? It has been argued that wherever Muslims live they have been the subject of oppression and persecution, and that terrorism is the natural response to such conditions. This might have been a persuasive explanation prior to World War I, or even World War II, when only a handful of independent Islamic states existed. There are still a few Muslim minorities in the world that have not yet achieved autonomy or independence, but this is true for many non-Muslim minorities as well. Since 1948, many dozens of Muslim states have come into being, and the great majority of Muslims now live in states of their own. If there is oppression, it is mainly by their own kind. Can the frequency of violence be explained as the result of a clash of civilization? No, because the bloodiest conflicts have occurred not between Muslim grupos or states and the West, but within the Muslim world itself. This holds true for both interstate conflicts, such as the Iran-Iraq War and the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, as well as intrastate conflict, such as the terrorism of the Algerian Islamists against their fellow citizens, as a result of which some 70,000 people are believed to have been killed. It applies also to the persecution of the Kurds, as well as to the civil war in Afghanistan. It applies to the many assassination attempts, successful and unsuccessful, against Arab and Muslim leaders. This pattern of events has led to speculation about the possibility of some particularly aggressive element in Islam that inspires terrorism, and it is not difficult to point to various historical examples, such as the notorious sect of the Assassins. Yet although there was Muslim terrorism in the age of imperialism in both India and Egypt, these instances were rare. Terrorism was never in the mainstream, and the inspiration was probably more nationalistic than religious. The recent rise of Islamist radicalism can more usefully be explained as the result of the decline of other political doctrines and the emergence of an intellectual and spiritual vacuum waiting to be filled. Here the adoption of Islamist doctrine by once Marxist Arab intellectuals is most illuminating. During the 1990s, Horst Mahler, a former leading member and ideologist of the Baader-Meinhof gang, Germany's left-wing terrorist group, became a spokesperson for extreme right-wing views. There were many Mahlers in the Middle East. This change in the zeitgeist led to a rejection of the Western way of life and Western values, a revolt against modernity in general, and, in extreme cases, a call for jihad, or holy war. Similar trends were by no means wholly unknown to Western civilization. The concept of a crusade, after all, is not Islamic. Christianity has also carried out holy wars. European fascism was also a revolt against the West, the Enlightenment, and humanism, and illuminating parallels can be discovered by comparing certain European fascist movements, for instance, those in Romania and the early Falange in Spain, with the radical Islamists. The Romanian and Spanish fascist movements were mystical and religious in inspiration, in contrast to Nazi Germany and fascist Italy, and their attitudes toward martyrdom and death were similar to that of the radical Islamists. But in Europe the idea of crusades went out of fashion many centuries ago, and the clerical fascist cult has also disappeared, whereas in the Muslim world the concept of jihad has had a revival. In other places the general trend has been toward multiculturalism and the coexistence of religions, but this has not been the case in the contemporary Muslim world. Ideas and politics still, the connection between this radical fundamentalist revival and terrorism is not as straightforward as it might appear. Islamist fundamentalism comes in a variety of forms and is often quietist. Saudi Arabia finances Islamist activities in Scores of countries, benefiting mosques, and cultural institutions that serve as recruiting ground for the terrorists, but the Saudis do not allow any such activities within their own country. One of the guiding lights of modern Islamist radicalism, the Egyptian dissident Sayyid Qutb, argued that existing Arab regimes should be overthrown first because only then would a jihad be successful. Some of Qutb's disciples continued the struggle in the spirit of their master, but other militants established a different order of priorities, directing their attacks at the unbelievers of the West instead. Furthermore, it is unclear whether the upsurge of terrorism can be explained mainly, let alone exclusively, by the history of ideas. In all probability it has as much to do with Muslims' feelings of frustration with their own country's recent track records, compared to both West and East. These non-Muslim regions have made considerable economic progress, whereas the countries of the Middle East have generally stagnated or shown negative growth. This stagnation has resulted in growing poverty and unemployment, increased numbers of educated young people who have not found jobs in their professions, and growing resentment against those who have been more successful. It has also produced a wish to blame foreigners for the misery, self-criticism being too painful and too dangerous. The frustration also stems from the lack of progress in much of the Muslim world toward anything resembling democratic institutions. The demand for political democracy may not be overwhelming. According to public opinion polls, only about 10% of respondents favor a political system of this kind. But little freedom exists even on the local level, and even Arab critics have conceded the layman-table state of affairs on the cultural and intellectual scene. More important yet, militarily these societies have not been able to assert themselves. Witness the repeated defeat of Pakistan by India, the victories of Israel over its Arab neighbors. All these frustrations have created a climate that acts as a breeding ground for terrorist activities. To what extent the prevailing ideology that developed in response to this unhappy state of affairs is radical Islamist, nationalist, or a mixture of the two may be difficult to establish, and generalizations are impossible because the situation varies from place to place and from time to time. But what is common is the feeling that the misery must have been caused by an outside enemy, and hence a resentment and a hate not felt in countries that have made progress. Know thine enemy. The new terrorism is a fanaticism that expresses itself in, among other things, suicide bombing, and the willingness to cause indiscriminate slaughter. In contrast to widespread belief, however, suicide bombing is not a recent phenomenon. On the contrary, until fairly recently terrorism was more or less synonymous with a suicide mission. The main weapon of the attack was the dagger, and unless the victim could be found alone and defenseless, the Sicarii of Jewish history and the assassins of Muslim history were unlikely to return from their missions. This was true even for much of the 19th century, as the makeshift bombs of the anarchists and the Russian revolutionaries were so unstable that they had to be thrown from a short distance, that is, if they did not explode first in the hands of the attacker. Those who went on an attack of this kind were fully aware of the risk, and many of them wrote farewell letters to their friends and families. Only with the advent of more sophisticated weapons in the 20th century and the growing conviction among terrorists that it was permissible to kill the innocent did terrorism become less risky. Even in our age, suicide bombing has by no means been limited to terrorists in Islamic countries. It has been a favorite form of attack by the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam in Sri Lanka, members of which have carried out some 180 such attacks over the years in their country and in India. The former Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was one of their victims. In Sri Lanka, the total number of Tamils who are not Muslim and are not religiously motivated is only a few million, and their per capita rate of suicide terrorists is thus far higher than that among either Muslims or Arabs. And suicide bombing has occurred, albeit on a smaller scale, in many terrorist movements during the last decade. Muslim suicide bombers have tended to be young and deeply indoctrinated, led to believe that it is their duty to make the ultimate sacrifice for their group, country, or religion, and that a far more enjoyable form of existence awaits them in the hereafter. But the world has also experienced many secular terrorist bombers who had no paradise awaiting them, such as the 4,000 young Japanese who volunteered for kamikaze actions at the end of World War II and the members of elite German SS units asked to undertake suicide missions when the Nazi war effort was approaching final defeat. It is easier to trace the psychological and cultural sources of terrorist suicide missions than to trace the phenomenon of fanaticism that plays such a central role in the new terrorism. Fanaticism has existed in every civilization and at almost all times, but it has not necessarily expressed itself in terrorist action. At present, fanaticism can be found far more often in certain societies and cultures than in others, and psychiatry has not been of much help in explaining this phenomenon. Psychiatrists have shied away from confronting this subject, doubting whether it was part of their discipline. Criminologists have been reluctant to discuss evil, for even if it is real, it is a theological concept rather than a social science one. Madness, especially paranoia, plays a role in contemporary terrorism. Not all paranoiacs are terrorists, but all terrorists believe in conspiracies by powerful, hostile forces and suffer from some form of delusion and persecution mania. Although a disturbed childhood and other forms of deprivation can explain the mindset of some violent criminals, this profile by no means fits most serial murderers. Similarly, it is a hopeless exercise to try to explain terrorists, individually or collectively, wholly in social categories such as national or social oppression, messianic belief, or protest against injustice. In the bloodiest terrorist campaigns, the element of crime and madness plays an important role, even if many are reluctant to acknowledge it. What comes next? Some terrorist campaigns have lasted longer than others, but all have come sooner or later to an end, and the present one will be no exception. Radical Islamist groups are in the forefront of terrorism today, but this is unlikely to remain the case forever. Are weapons of mass destruction likely to be used soon, and if so, by whom? This depends, in part, on the success of the present operations against those responsible for the attacks of September 11 and those responsible for the anthrax mailings. If the operations succeed, terrorist movements, although not all individuals or small groups, whose behavior is unpredictable, will think twice before using nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons in a major way. The recent attacks, moreover, have shown that even conventional weapons can have devastating results if used creatively. Still, we know that the use of weapons of mass destruction has been contemplated by certain radical terrorist groups, and that the barrier to using biological weapons has been broken, and so preparations for such eventualities are imperative. No society can protect all its members from terrorist attack, but all societies can reduce the risk by taking the offensive, by keeping terrorists on the run rather than concentrating on defense alone. Terrorism in previous periods of history was little more than a nuisance, but as a result of the technological and other trends mentioned above, the danger is now much greater. In past ages, state and society could face terrorists with some equanimity. If one plane was hijacked, all others continued to fly. If one bank was robbed, all others continued to function. If one politician was killed, others were only too willing to take his place. But in an age of weapons of mass destruction, this is no longer the case. Even one attack can be overwhelmingly devastating. It is difficult to imagine a world without terrorism in the foreseeable future, for it would imply a world without conflict and tension. Even if the political and religious orientation of terrorists changes, the capacity to inflict unacceptable damage will not. For this reason, one must conclude that the world is now entering a new phase in its history, more dangerous than any before. Lessons from fighting terrorism in Southern Asia. Brahmachelani terrorism in Southern Asia facing mounting terrorist violence. Asia already accounts for 75% of all terrorism casualties worldwide. With the world's fastest growing markets, fastest rising military expenditures, and most serious hotspots, Asia holds the key to the future global order. Much of Asia's terrorist violence is concentrated in its southern belt, which in the past decade emerged as the international hub of terrorism. This southern part of Asia, encompassing Afghanistan, Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Chinese-ruled Xinjiang, and Tibet, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Burma, is racked by terrorist, insurgent, and separatist violence in a manner unmatched elsewhere in the world. The number of annual fatalities in terrorist-related violence in Southern Asia far exceeds the death toll in the Middle East, the traditional cradle of terrorism. To be sure, the entire expanse from the Middle East to Southeast Asia is home to militant groups and troubled by terrorist violence, posing a serious challenge to international and regional security. The radicalization of Muslims in Southeast Asia, where Islamist groups are becoming increasingly entrenched, is, however, a more recent phenomenon. The spread of militancy and terrorism in Southern Asia is linked to the Afghan War of the 1980s and the US and Saudi funneling of arms to the anti-Soviet guerrillas through Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI) agency. The Afghan war veterans have come to haunt the security of India, the United States, and several Muslim states. Many returned to their homelands to wage terror campaigns against governments they viewed as tainted by Western influence. Egyptian President Anwar Sadat's assassination, for example, was linked to such terror. Large portions of the multi-billion-dollar military aid given to the anti-Soviet Afghan rebels by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, was siphoned off by the conduit the ISI to ignite a bloody insurgency in Indian Kashmir after the ISI failed to trigger an uprising in India's Punjab state despite arming Sikh dissidents beginning in the early 1980s. Substantial quantities of U.S.-supplied weapons, in what was the largest covert operation in the CIA's history, also found their way into the Pakistani black market, promoting a jihad culture within Pakistan and spreading illicit arms and militancy from Egypt to the Philippines. Afghan war veterans, or elements associated with them, were held responsible for terrorist attacks on several U.S. targets in the 1990s, including the 1998 bombings outside the American embassies in Nairobi and Dar al Salaam, the 1996 truck bombing of the Khobar Towers, a high-rise compound that housed the 2,000 U.S. military personnel assigned to the King Abdulaziz Air Base in Saudi Arabia, the 1995 bombing of a U.S.-run military compound in Riyadh, the first World Trade Center bombing in 1993, and the ambush killing of 2 CIA officials outside the agency's headquarters in Langley, Virginia, also in 1993. But the greatest impact of the cross-border movement of Afghan war veterans and illegal arms was felt in Southern Asia, with India bearing the brunt of the unintended consequences of the foreign interventions in Afghanistan from 1979 to 1989. Terrorism has become a way of life in some areas of Southern Asia. The only thriving democracy in this vast region is India, wedged in an arc of authoritarian or totalitarian regimes engaged in covert actions in breach of international law. These regimes either export narcotics and terrorism, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Burma, or make illicit transfers of nuclear and missile technologies, China. Pakistan indeed has been waging a war by proxy in Indian-held Kashmir through Islamic militants. The future of the international campaign against terrorism hinges on success in this region to root out terrorist networks and deter regimes from encouraging or harboring armed extremists. India, in fact, is a sort of laboratory where major acts of terror are first tried out before being replicated in democracies in the West. The logic is that if India, the world's largest democracy, can be shaken, so can other democracies. For example, the 1988 Pan Am 103 bombing over Lockerbie, Scotland, replicated the Midair bombing over the Atlantic of an Air India commercial flight from Canada in 1985. Similarly, the 1993 World Trade Center attack was modeled on the bombings weeks earlier that killed hundreds of people inside high-rise buildings in Bombay in a terror campaign designed to disrupt India's financial market. Parallels also have emerged between the 1999 hijacking to Kandahar of Indian Airlines flight IC-814 and the September 11, 2001, suicide hijackings, including the similar use of box cutters and the terrorists' knowledge of cockpit systems. Brahmachelani stemming transnational terrorism. Success demands that the United States heed the lessons of the past. The first of these lessons is the need to keep the focus on longer-term goals and not be carried away by political expediency and narrow military objectives. By focusing on immediate goals, U.S. policymakers in the past ended up creating monsters that they now have to fight. The Reagan doctrine of arming anti-communist freedom fighters in places such as Afghanistan, Angola, Cambodia, and Nicaragua put an ideological stamp on a strategic policy shift that defined third-world insurgencies and revolutionary governments as the source of the most serious future security threats to the United States. 2. By funneling billions of dollars worth of arms including sophisticated surface-to-air missiles, tanks, and howitzer guns through conduit states and their agencies, the United States allowed the latter to bring into play their own interests, biases, and rivalries. Pakistan, for example, used its participation in the largest ever U.S. covert operation not so much to rout the Soviet forces in Afghanistan as to strengthen its military position against India and to favor Afghan guerrilla groups based on Peshawar, such as Gulbuddin Hekmatyar's Hezb-e-Islami, rather than assist groups engaged in combat inside Afghanistan. Pakistan could push its own agenda because the United States accepted its condition that the ISI agency control the weapons flow and pinpoint the arms recipients. However, the ISI appropriated for its own purposes an estimated 50% to 70% of the military resources intended for the Mujahideen. The diversions were known at the time within the region and within the United States but were accepted as an unpleasant but necessary element of the aid program without an alternative conduit for aid. 3. This large-scale flow of arms destabilized the affected regions, including Southern Asia but particularly Pakistan, and created the Frankensteins that have come to haunt Western security. Hekmatyar, fattened by the ISI at the expense of U.S. taxpayers, was responsible more than anyone else in blocking a peaceful transition to post-Soviet rule in Afghanistan. Another Frankenstein, Osama bin Laden, was unsuspectingly endorsed by the CIA during the 1980s Afghan War, and in response to his subsequent terrorist exploits of the 1990s. Washington has done precisely what bin Laden himself did. It mythologized him, turning him into a hero for Muslim radicals across the globe. It was at a White House ceremony attended by some holy warriors from Afghanistan in the mid-1980s that President Ronald Reagan proclaimed Mujahideen such as bin Laden as the moral equivalent of the founding fathers of the United States. One such moral equivalent, Mullah Mohammed Omar, the Taliban chief, gave vent to his destructive genius in the spring of 2001 by demolishing Afghanistan's most famous antiquities, including two towering, 1,500-year-old Buddhas carved into a sandstone cliff at Bamiyan, the priceless legacy of Indian Buddhist pilgrims who settled in the region before the advent of Islam. A second lesson is that the problem of and solution to terrorism are linked. Terrorism not only threatens the free, secular world but also springs from the rejection of democracy and secularism. The terrorism-breeding swamps can never be fully drained as long as the societies that rear or tolerate them are not de-radicalized and democratized. It has become fashionable to state that because war runs on expediency, with strange bedfellows involved as partners, it makes sense for the United States to line up in the anti-terror campaign even unsavory allies regimes that bankroll militant Islamic fundamentalism overseas, such as those of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, the tyrannical Central Asian autocracies run by Soviet holdovers, and military-ruled, terrorism-exporting Pakistan. After all, to get rid of Nazism, the Allies needed Stalin. But Stalin did not create Hitler or foster Nazism, nor was Stalin's removal necessary to eradicate Nazism. The anti-terror war can succeed only through the reform of states that directly or indirectly contribute to the rise of virulent Islamic fundamentalism, extolling violence as a sanctified religious tool. Saudi Arabia, with its one-century-old political tradition of Wahhabi Islam, practices a fringe form of Islamic extremism that President Bush says he is targeting. Pakistan, too, is heavily under the influence of the Wahhabi religious movement, the source of modern Islamic fundamentalism. For so critical has Saudi Arabia been to U.S. energy and regional interests that at no time did Washington seek to restrain its cloistered rulers from funding the establishment of Muslim extremist groups and madrasas. From Africa to Southeast Asia, Saudi petrodollars have played a key role in fomenting militant Islamic fundamentalism that regards the West, Israel, and India as its enemies. Only after the role of Saudi suicide hijackers came to light has realization dawned about the thin line separating philanthropy and advocacy of militant fundamentalism. In many Islamic nations, the United States has worked with the rulers and forgotten the ruled. This top-level focus, from the Gulf to Pakistan, breeds its own problems. Not only does it add to the already wide gap between the rulers and the ruled, but it encourages street sentiment to motivate those seeking to wreak vengeance on the United States for propping up the totalitarian rulers as part of an alleged scheme to make the Muslim world subservient to the Christian West. A third lesson to heed is not to turn the war against terrorism into an ideological battle to serve one's strategic interests. The dangers of adding religious overtones to the fight have been understood well, but not the perils of putting an ideological gloss to it. The first war of the 21st century is already being likened to the last war of the 20th century, the fight against communism, with some commentators suggesting that it will take a new Cold War to defeat terrorism. From spearheading the fight against communism to leading the war on terrorism, the United States has come full circle. About 5 decades after President Harry Truman declared that the United States was in a war to protect freedom from communism, Bush proclaimed that it is in war to defend freedom from terrorism. The Cold War emphasis on the containment of communism finds its echo in the Rama-Chellaney new stress on the containment of terrorism. And just as human rights and democracy became secondary to the Cold War imperative of roping in allies, however dictatorial their political setup, there is similar indifference to the record of the new war partners. It should not be forgotten, however, that terrorism springs from religious extremism, which in turn flows from the rejection of secularism and abrogation of human rights. Democratic societies in general do not breed and shelter international terrorists. Terrorism can be stemmed only through concerted, sustained international effort, not by employing Cold War-style methods. In any case, the Cold War was won by the West not so much by military means as by spreading market capitalism to other regions that helped suck the lifeblood out of communism's global appeal, making it incapable of meeting the widespread yearning for a better life. Not only does a new Cold War not fit well with the interests of the only superpower on the world stage with no peer competitor in sight, but it could also prolong the fight against terrorism by deepening the problem. Rather than make the fight divisive, the international consensus on battling terrorism should be preserved and strengthened. This is especially so because critics charge that the United States, having been bomb in war and having waged war ever since, was uncomfortable without a foe after the end of the Cold War, that is, it was in search of an enemy. Now that the United States has a resilient foe to battle another ism, it should behave as the leader of the world, not of one camp or as a self-absorbed bully. The outcome of this war will determine the security of all free societies. But in the interim the world, disturbingly, seems to be becoming harder, fiercer, and less tolerant. Notes 1. Olivier Roy, Why War is Going On in Afghanistan, The Afghan Crisis in Perspective, Journal of International Affairs, Volume 5, No. 4, December 2000, February 2001, p. 11. To Lucy J. Mathiak, American Jihad, The Reagan Doctrine as Policy and Practice, Ph.D. Dissertation. University of Wisconsin-Madison, May 2000, p. 83. Lucy J. Mathiak and Laura Lump, Government Gun Running to Guerrillas, in Lump, ed., Running Guns, The Global Black Market in Small Arms, Oslo, ZBook/International Peace Research Institute, 2000, p. 61. For William Pfaff, A Strange Alliance with Saudi and Pakistani Foes of Modernity, International Herald Tribune, October 1, 2001, p. 8. America's Achilles Heel, Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Terrorism and Covert Attack, Richard A. Falkenrath, Robert D. Newman, and Bradley A. Thayer. The infrequency of NBC, nuclear, biological, chemical, violence in the past cannot be explained solely, or even principally, by the technical difficulty of obtaining or using weapons of mass destruction. Many states, some non-state actors, and perhaps even a few individuals have had NBC weapons within their reach. Only a handful, however, have taken the fateful steps of acquisition and use. The reasons for this are primarily pragmatic. Potential aggressors undertake some sort of risk calculation when they consider using weapons of mass destruction. They may weigh the value of the objective they wish to achieve, the extent to which the use of NBC weapons will contribute to this goal, and the likely responses of their adversaries, in particular, the expected damage from retaliatory action. The rarity of NBC violence in the past is best explained in reference to these calculations. Simply put, aggressors capable of NBC weapons use have not often judged the benefits of use to outweigh the costs. The risk of retaliation in kind, that is, of a reciprocal or escalatory exchange of NBC weapons, has weighed heavily, perhaps decisively, in many decisions against NBC use. The United States has some capacity to affect the calculations of its potential adversaries, including those that may conduct covert NBC attacks. Historically, much of this effort has fallen under the rubric of deterrence. During the Cold War, the United States sought to deter Soviet aggression, both strategic nuclear attack and, more dubiously, conventional aggression in distant regions, by threatening nuclear escalation or retaliation. To make this threat credible, and hence to enhance the quality of deterrence, the United States invested heavily in its strategic nuclear capabilities, and American leaders, in their actions and statements, constantly sought to maintain the Soviet perception that the United States was prepared to initiate the use of nuclear weapons if necessary, and certainly to carry out retaliatory strikes. This was essentially a strategy of deterrence by the threat of punishment. It is, however, also possible to deter an adversary by denial, that is, by undertaking defensive preparations designed to lower the adversary's confidence in its ability to achieve its objectives by force. This distinction is quite important in considering how the United States can deter covert NBC attacks. Any state or non-state actor that considers attacking U.S. citizens, forces, or allies with NBC weapons faces enormous risks of punishment. The United States has an unrivaled capacity to punish its international adversaries through the use of force, up to and including nuclear bombardment. Even non-state actors, which use ally cannot be directly attacked by military means, face very severe risks, including relentless pursuit by U.S. and allied intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Any group or government competent enough to carry out an NBC attack against the United States is probably intelligent enough to understand that doing so will bring the full weight of the world's only superpower down upon it, assuming, of course, that the United States learns the identity of the attacker. This suggests that if deterrence of an NBC attack fails, it is likely to have failed not because the attacker underestimated the cost of conducting the attack, but because it, A, felt it could escape detection, B, felt that all alternative courses of action were worse, or, C, for reasons of fanatical motivation or dementia did not care about the prospect of punishment. The United States should work to maintain the perception that any government or group that used NBC weapons against American interests would suffer enormously. Fortunately, there is little reason to believe that this perception is in jeopardy, at least insofar as it concerns the U.S. willingness and ability to use overwhelming force. There are certain self-imposed constraints on U.S. action, such as the illegality of assassination, the non-use of chemical and biological weapons, and the general principle that individuals should be punished through the judicial process. But even within these constraints, which might not remain sacrosanct in the immediate aftermath of an NBC attack, the United States still has numerous options for conventional and nuclear punishment, and the prospect of criminal prosecution in the United States for mass murder is likely to be regarded by international terrorists as high punishment. U.S. leaders should occasionally state in public that the United States could and would retaliate forcefully against any NBC attacker, but the point is rather obvious. What is not obvious, however, is that the United States would be able to identify the party responsible for a covert NBC attack with sufficient confidence to trigger the effective use of force. This is the issue of attribution, which is primarily a function of the quality of U.S. intelligence, investigative, and forensic capabilities. U.S. leaders should periodically state in public, perhaps even with some deliberate exaggeration, that the United States has these capabilities and is constantly improving them. The other aspect of deterrence of covert NBC threats that needs work falls into the category of deterrence by denial. The United States is acutely vulnerable to covert NBC attacks, due to the difficulty of detecting these attacks in the first place, and due to its limited ability to mitigate the consequences of attacks that do occur. The recommendations made earlier in this chapter are aimed at correcting these deficiencies. This effort should be motivated in part by the desire to decrease the confidence of potential attackers in their own ability to carry out successful, massively destructive attacks against U.S. targets. As the quality of American preparedness for covert NBC attacks begins to improve, this progress should be subtly advertised, and perhaps even exaggerated, by the U.S. government. Decision makers do not rely exclusively on strategic or pragmatic calculation to determine what they should do. Most are also influenced by what they, and those around them, believe is right and wrong. U.S. policy should use this fact to advantage by strengthening international norms against all forms of NBC acquisition and use, and by trying to avoid actions that appear hypocritical or that otherwise weaken these norms. It is sometimes said that norms against NBC acquisition and use are simply irrelevant, since the individuals most likely to present real NBC threats are already beyond the bounds of moral behavior. This assertion represents a fundamental error. U.S. policy does not and should not rely solely on norms to influence the behavior of specific bad actors, such as Saddam Hussein. Non-normative policy instruments are available for this purpose. But the existence of a norm, or a law, can contribute to the objectives of U.S. policy by facilitating the formation of international coalitions against these actors. Norms against NBC weapons may also add moral disapprobation to the list of considerations that have discouraged the vast majority of national and non-state leaders from using, and a substantial majority from acquiring, weapons of mass destruction. Moreover, even if individual leaders are unaffected by these normative considerations, the broad delegitimization of NBC weapons may make a state's own citizens, or even the members of a terrorist organization, more inclined to reveal a secret procurement effort to the outside world. There is no inconsistency between an aggressive program to prepare for the likelihood that state and non-state adversaries will acquire and use NBC weapons, on the one hand, and the delegitimization of these activities, on the other. In fact, the two efforts are strongly reinforcing. Together with its international partners, the United States has made significant contributions to the strengthening of global norms against NBC weapons acquisition and use over the past decades. The United States could do still more, however. These norms are generally embodied in formal international legal agreements, most of which the United States has played an active role in negotiating. Among the most important of these normative agreements are the 1925 Geneva Protocol, which bans the use of chemical weapons in warfare, the 1968 Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, which permits only 5 member states to possess nuclear weapons, the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention, BWC, which bans biological weapons programs, and the 1993 Chemical Weapons Convention, CWC, which bans chemical weapons possession and requires the destruction of existing chemical weapons stockpiles. The existence of these agreements has helped establish the principle that the possession and use of chemical and biological weapons is beyond the bounds of civilized behavior, as is the possession of nuclear weapons by states that have voluntarily forsworn this option. The Geneva Protocol and the BWC, neither of which contains effective enforcement or verification provisions, and the NPT have been violated repeatedly, but the level of NBC activity in the international system over the past decades would almost certainly have been higher if there had been no treaties or principles to violate. Declaratory policy is another instrument that can be used to strengthen international norms against NBC acquisition and use, as well as the perceived disincentives to NBC use, better known as deterrence. U.S. national leaders can and do articulate the arguments, both moral and pragmatic, against NBC weapons. Iraq and North Korea, for example, were strongly condemned in the early 1990s for their violations of their own non-proliferation commitments, as was Iran for its clandestine NBC programs. Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan were persuaded to relinquish the nuclear weapons they inherited from the Soviet Union with a combination of pragmatic and ethical arguments. In general, however, the United States has difficulty making compelling ethical arguments against other states' possession of weapons of mass destruction, since it has never condemned its own massive weapons programs of either the past or present. We argue that the United States should strongly condemn all cases of NBC weapons use, and encourage others to do the same. It has missed opportunities to do so in the past. The Reagan administration, for example, issued only a mild statement against Iraq's use of chemical weapons against Iran and against Iraq's own Kurdish population during the 1980s. Far stronger language and action were called for, especially considering that, at the time, the United States was supporting the Iraqi regime. With respect to terrorist groups and other violent non-state actors, U.S. declaratory policy is clear and sound. First, the United States says that it does not make concessions to terrorist demands, an assertion that has usually, but not always, been true. Second, terrorists have always been strongly condemned by the United States, treated as criminals, and pursued relentlessly. U.S. law allows international terrorists who attack American citizens or property to be prosecuted in the United States even if they committed their crimes abroad, and were captured in a foreign country, even in a country not cooperating in the investigation, and brought forcibly to the United States. Third, by its own behavior, the United States sets an example for the rest of the world. Its example has in many cases strengthened the norms against NBC acquisition and use, but in a few cases has not. The United States renounced its offensive biological weapons program in 1969, clearing the way for the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention. In 1991, the United States similarly agreed, reciprocally with the Soviet Union, to eliminate its chemical weapons stockpile, leading to the signing of the CWC in 1993. Under the terms of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which was extended indefinitely in 1995, non-nuclear weapon states voluntarily forswore the acquisition of nuclear weapons, and accepted the application of international verification measures on their civilian nuclear activities. In return, the 5 treaty parties that possess nuclear weapons, including the United States, pledged peaceful nuclear cooperation and reductions in their nuclear arsenals, with the goal of the eventual elimination of nuclear weapons. While the United States has reaffirmed its commitment to work toward nuclear disarmament, all indications are that the required international negotiations will be slow, and the nuclear weapon states will retain their nuclear weapons for the near future, albeit in reduced numbers. U.S. policy on peaceful nuclear cooperation has been criticized by some other nations for being unduly discriminatory and for imposing restrictions that were not envisioned in the original NPT bargain. For example, the United States has strongly opposed nuclear cooperation with states that have complied with International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, safeguards but that are believed by U.S. intelligence to have clandestine nuclear weapons programs. This situation is clearest in the case of Iran. The United States maintains, correctly in our view, that the NPT does not require nuclear cooperation when there is good evidence to believe that the state in question is seeking nuclear weapons, in violation of the most fundamental purpose of the treaty. With respect to disarmament, the United States and Russia, following the initiatives of the Soviet Union, have made massive reductions in their levels of deployed tactical and strategic nuclear weapons since the late 1980s, and are in the process of dismantling thousands of excess nuclear warheads. The two states should go further still, and should dismantle the thousands of functional detached warheads that both currently intend to keep as a strategic reserve, but the non-nuclear weapon parties to the NPT can no longer argue that the two nuclear superpowers have disregarded their Article 4 commitment to deep and meaningful reductions. In general, we believe the United States has an appropriate policy posture toward the acquisition and use of weapons of mass destruction by states and non-state actors, and has worked constructively to delegitimize these weapons in the eyes of the world. Where there are deficiencies in this effort, they usually result from recognized policy trade-offs. The United States could, for example, strengthen the norm against nuclear weapons by renouncing and destroying its own nuclear arsenal, but such a step would be precipitous given the existence of large nuclear arsenals in other states, and many would argue that the diffuse benefits of such a step are unlikely to compensate for the specific military and psychological consequences of losing an ultimate deterrent. Likewise, in its nuclear weapons doctrine, the United States, and its NATO allies, have rejected the principle of no first use of nuclear weapons, at least against nuclear-armed adversaries, arguing that they must retain the option of initiating nuclear weapon use in order to maintain a strong deterrent. The United States has, however, extended no first use pledges to non-nuclear weapon states in a variety of contexts. Examples include the 1978 assurances offered by Secretary of State Cyrus Vance, in which the U.S. government pledged not to use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear weapon states party to the NPT that are not allied with nuclear weapon states, pledges embodied in the Latin American, South Pacific, and African nuclear weapon-free zone treaties, and the 1995 pledge that the United States, Britain, France, and Russia made to secure support for the indefinite extension of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. There is an inherent tension between no first-use pledges, which help strengthen the international norm against nuclear weapons, and the desire to use nuclear threats to deter regional adversaries, such as Iran or Iraq, from using chemical or biology. Chemical weapons. A degree of ambiguity has already entered into this aspect of U.S. declaratory policy. In 1991, George Bush told Saddam Hussein that he and the Iraqi people would pay a terrible price if Iraq used chemical or biological weapons, a statement that was widely interpreted as a veiled nuclear threat. This degree of ambiguity is justified by the needs of regional deterrence, and avoids most of the harm that explicitly abandoning past no-first-use pledges would do to the moral authority of the United States in multilateral non-proliferation diplomacy. The U.S. government is, however, missing a unique opportunity to strengthen the global norm against weapons of mass destruction, and that is to negotiate a new multilateral convention that would make the production, stockpiling, and use of biological weapons crimes under international law. Such an agreement would make individual participants in a biological weapons program subject to prosecution in other nations or international courts. The existing international legal agreements that ban the production and use of biological weapons apply only to states, while individuals are subject to the laws of the states that have jurisdiction over them. Many, but not all, states have national laws that make the acquisition and use of biological weapons criminal offenses. Some that do have such laws lack the ability to enforce them. A powerful state like the United States can assert extraterritorial jurisdiction over individuals that violate U.S. law outside of U.S. borders, but the legitimacy of this position under international law is open to question. Making the possession and use of biological weapons a crime under international law would have two positive effects and virtually no costs. First, the existence of a convention of this kind, if its enforcement seemed credible, might add to the list of pragmatic reasons weighing against a decision to acquire or use biological weapons, since the long-term risks of such an effort might seem greater to the individuals involved. Second, this convention could reinforce the strong position of the international community that the use of disease as a weapon, by anyone and for any purpose, is a basic moral wrong. Dealing with terrorists. Paul R. Pillar's sound counter-terrorist policy requires a long and broad perspective. Awareness of past efforts to fight terrorism provides a sense of what is, and just as important, what is not possible to accomplish in that fight. Sensitivity to other current national interests is needed to understand the immediate limits and complications of counterterrorism. An eye aimed at the future helps to prepare for threats yet to develop and possibilities yet to be exploited. A problem managed, never solved. The long history of terrorism is reason enough to expect that it will always be a problem, and usually a significant one. It is a product of such basic facts of human existence as the discontent that is sometimes strong enough to impel people toward violence, the asymmetries of the weak confronting the strong, and the vulnerability of almost every facet of civilization to physical harm at the hands of those who find a reason to inflict harm. If there is a war against terrorism, it is a war that cannot be won. Counterterrorism, even though it shares some attributes with warfare, is not accurately represented by the metaphor of a war. Unlike most wars, it has neither a fixed set of enemies nor the prospect of coming to closure, be it through a win or some other kind of denouement. Like the Cold War, it requires long, patient, persistent effort, but unlike it, it will never conclude with the internal collapse of an opponent. There will be victories and defeats, but not big, tide-turning victories. Counterterrorism is a fight and a struggle, but it is not a campaign with a beginning and an end. A central lesson of counterterrorism is that terrorism cannot be defeated, only reduced, attenuated, and to some degree controlled. Individual terrorists or terrorist groups sometimes are defeated, terrorism as a whole never will be. Expectations must be kept realistic. Unrealistically high hopes for counterterrorism lead to impatience that in turn leads to sweeping, and thus perhaps satisfying, but not necessarily effective measures, such as some of the legislation enacted in 1996. Such hopes also encourage despair when they cannot be achieved. Each terrorist attack becomes that much more of a discouraging set back, and the dashed hopes assist the terrorist in damaging public morale. Moreover, unrealistic striving for zero terrorist attacks, which might mean retrenchment overseas to reduce exposure to terrorism, would be no better for overall U.S. foreign policy interests than striving for zero unemployment, which would exacerbate inflation, would be for U.S. economic interests. Counter-terrorist programs will prevent many terrorist attacks but will not prevent them all. Terrorism happens. It should never be accepted, but it should always be expected. The impossibility of winning a war or inflicting an overall defeat raises the question of what standards to use in assessing the success or failure of counter-terrorist programs. Terrorist attacks, and people getting killed or wounded in them, are obvious and quantifiable indications of failure. But as noted, zero attacks would be an impossible standard. One could look at trends as a measure, that is, whether terrorism has been up or down lately, but the sporadic and uneven nature of terrorism means that short-term fluctuations have little significance, and the effects of other factors make longer-term trends only an imperfect gauge of the effectiveness of counter-terrorist programs. One might also look at counter-terrorist achievements such as renditions, prosecutions, or rolled-up plots, but this can never be more than a partial scorecard. Although there is no simple standard, any assessment of counter-terrorist policies should bear in mind that the purpose of counter-terrorism is to save lives, and limbs and property, without unduly compromising other national interests and objectives. This principle has two elements, one narrow and one broad. The narrow one is that as far as counter-terrorism is concerned, anything other than saving lives is but a means to that end. That goes for everything from prosecuting an individual terrorist to placing sanctions on a state sponsor. Some of those means may have come to be seen as ends in themselves for other reasons, such as the satisfaction of seeing justice done that comes from prosecuting a terrorist, but they are not counter-terrorist ends. They are good for counter-terrorism only if, given the circumstances in which they are used, they are likely to reduce terrorism and save lives. The broad element is that counter-terrorism constantly and inevitably impinges on other important U.S. interests, and so counter-terrorist policy must be judged according not only to how many lives it saves but also to how little damage it does to those other interests. This objective is partly a matter of not letting the fear of terrorism, or measures taken to avoid it, so disrupt the other business of the U.S. government or of U.S. citizens that it constitutes a victory of sorts for the terrorists. This means, for example, not making U.S. elements overseas so preoccupied with protecting themselves against terrorism that what is supposed to be their primary mission becomes secondary. The integral link between counterterrorism and other aspects of foreign policy suggests an even broader standard for assessing the success or failure of counterterrorist policy. Besides such measures as plots foiled and fugitives caught, the success of any administration's counterterrorist policy should also be measured according to how more or less effective it makes that administration's overall foreign policy. It is a counterterrorist success, for example, if the United States elicits more forthright cooperation from a foreign government because effective counterterrorist work has made that government less afraid of terrorist reprisals for doing business with Washington. It is a success if U.S. diplomats feel safe enough in a terrorism-prone area to stay focused on their primary mission of advancing U.S. economic and political interests in the country to which they are accredited. And it is a success if the United States enjoys a positive image in a culture, for example, the Islamic world, because the problem of extremists in that culture has been handled in a deft way that does not antagonize the non-extremists, or if alliances are harmonious because policies towards state sponsors of terrorism are handled in a constructive way that influences the state sponsor's behavior without antagonizing the allies. Recommendations. The principal recommendations are summarized in the form of the following precepts. Inject the counter-terrorist perspective into foreign policy decision-making. Foreign policy should be made with the awareness that many aspects of U.S. foreign relations, although they may not carry the counter-terrorist label, nonetheless bear on the threat that international terrorism poses to U.S. interests. U.S. initiatives overseas affect the resentments and motivations of those who might resort to terrorism. A U.S. posture overseas may entail increased vulnerability to terrorism, and in the worst case may involve a Lebanon-type trap in which withdrawals cannot be undertaken without the United States appearing to be defeated by terrorism. And the management of relations with many foreign governments whose cooperation is needed in combating terrorism has major consequences for the effectiveness of the whole U.S. counter-terrorist effort. Other important U.S. interests, often more important than counter-terrorism in any given case, are also at stake, but the question, what are the implications of this for terrorism, should at least be posed and analyzed as part of the decision-making process for many foreign policy issues. Those issues include any that involve a physical U.S. presence or a significant U.S. initiative overseas, and any that have significant bearing on U.S. relations with a state that poses terrorist problems or is an important U.S. partner in combating terrorism. Pay attention to the full range of terrorist threats. International terrorism's impact on U.S. interests covers a very wide range in terms of perpetrators, methods, and the interests affected. The United States cannot afford to focus narrowly on whatever segment of that range currently is in the headlines, given the diversion of attention and resources from other segments, or from terrorism as a whole, that entails. The United States should not become as preoccupied with any one terrorist as it has been with Osama bin Laden, even given his considerable influence, because in the fractionated world of international terrorism no single individual is responsible for more than a small part of the mayhem. The nation should not be as preoccupied with any one scenario as it has been with mass casualty chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear, CBRN, terrorism in the United States, even given the calamity that would be, if it occurred, because that is only one of many ways in which international terrorism can seriously affect U.S. interests, and it is not the most likely way. The allocation of counter-terrorist attention and resources should be guided not only by the prospect of dead American bodies but also by the harm that international terrorism by threatening foreigners does to U.S. interests by wrecking peace processes or by destabilizing or intimidating otherwise friendly regimes. And the United States should look not only for the current bin Laden but also for the next one, and for the circumstances that may cause such a threat to arise. Disrupt terrorist infrastructures worldwide. Counterterrorism needs to be as far-reaching, geographically and functionally, as international terrorism itself. With globe-girdling networks of cells, and peripatetic terrorists whom those networks support, most of the activity that could culminate in terrorist attacks on U.S. interests, including attacks in the United States, takes place far from U.S. shores, and most of it consists of such mundane but essential functions as recruitment, finance, and logistics. The United States should therefore devote a major effort to the piece-by-piece disruption of those terrorist infrastructures. It must rely on cooperative foreign governments to do most of this work, and it should take advantage of the enforcement by those governments of their own laws, including laws having nothing to do with terrorism, to make the terrorists' professional life as difficult as possible in as many places as possible. That this work is less visible and less publicly satisfying than the more dramatic counter-terrorist measures the United States sometimes takes should not detract from the priority given to it. Use all available methods to counter terrorism, while not relying heavily on any one of them. Even the disruption of terrorist infrastructures has shortcomings as well as advantages. The same is true of every other means available to the United States to combat terrorism. The shortcomings are found in basic elements of counterterrorism, such as attacking capabilities or influencing intentions, functional instruments, such as criminal law or military force, and more specific tools or policies, such as formally designating terrorist groups, or applying sanctions to state sponsors. The limitations may involve practical difficulties in implementation, for example, trying to identify terrorist financial accounts, undesirable side effects, for example, public resentment over a military strike, or the inapplicability of a measure to parts of the terrorist problem, true of many measures taken against state sponsors, which do not curb terrorism by independent groups. Some hope for effects may be inherently uncertain, such as the deterrent effect that a criminal prosecution may, or may not, have in the minds of other terrorists. Since no single measure can do the job, the United States must extract whatever advantage it can from each measure. This means the selective use of counter-terrorist tools and instruments, bearing in mind the applicability or inapplicability of an instrument to a particular case. Anyone who promotes a single method or approach as the key to counter-terrorism is selling not keys but snake oil. The instrument of criminal law, even though it is enshrined in one of the basic tenets of current U.S. policy, should not automatically be given precedence over other instruments. A prosecution in a U.S. court should be viewed as one possible means rather than an end, and should be foregone if in any case the use of other means, including, for example, the continued collection of intelligence on the activities of terrorists at large, seems likely to save more lives. The investigative resources of law enforcement agencies should be used to support not only criminal prosecutions but also other counter-terrorist measures, such as administrative actions to interdict flows of money. And the United States should be open to seeing justice served in reliable foreign courts even for some terrorists who may have violated U.S. law. Tailor different policies to meet different terrorist challenges. A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin not only of little minds, as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, but also of insufficiently flexible counter-terrorist policy. In some respects, consistency in counter-terrorism is indeed desirable, such as in upholding a reputation for firmness against terrorist coercion and in opposing terrorism no matter who is the victim, including adversaries of the United States. But beyond basic commitments, differences are at least as significant as similarities. The terrorist threat is not really a threat but rather a method used by an assortment of actors who threaten U.S. interests in varying ways and degrees. There are important differences in the roots of terrorism in various countries, the prospects for resolving conflicts with different terrorist organizations, the degree to which state sponsors are still behind terrorism, the salience of other issues in U.S. relations with states that sponsor or enable terrorism, and other pertinent variables. Such differences should form the basis for tailoring what is, in effect, a different counter-terrorist policy for each group or state. Foreign terrorist groups are incredibly diverse. The terrorist methods that each has used should be consistently opposed, and a counter-terrorist technique or two, such as catching leading members of a group, might be applied to each, but almost everything else about dealing with them needs to be shaped to meet individual circumstances. Such tailoring may be complicated, difficult, and rhetorically unsatisfying, because it defies generalization. But it is necessary to make counter-terrorism more effective and to protect other U.S. interests at stake. Give peace a chance. Although the objective regarding most terrorist groups should be to eradicate them, with others the most promising, or least unpromising, path toward ending the bloodshed is to enlist the group in a peace process aimed at resolving the underlying conflict. Determining whether this is so requires a careful assessment of the group's political and military strength, the nature of the issues and whether competing demands are bridgeable, and the availability of more moderate interlocutors to represent interests the terrorists claim to support. If engagement in a peace process seems more feasible than eradication, the United States should encourage the start of such a process or support even indirectly as an interested outsider any process that has already begun. The legacy of a group's past terrorism, the disruptions caused by its more recent attacks, and even the abhorrence of terrorism that touches U.S. interests directly should not lead the United States to reject peacemaking with a group out of hand. Any road to peace that involves organizations that have used terrorism will be rocky. Infractions should be penalized as appropriate but not allowed to kill a process that otherwise still has a chance to succeed. The label terrorist should not be a permanent disqualifier for doing business with the United States or for being part of a U.S. supported political process. Not only were Yasser Arafat and Gary Adams leaders of terrorist groups, so were Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir. Encourage reforming state sponsors to reform even more by engaging them, not just punishing them. The United States should seize the opportunity provided by the substantial decline in state sponsorship of terrorism during the past several years to nurture even more improvement on this front, as well as to advance other U.S. interests in the states in question. This means not only keeping lists of state sponsors up to date but also using positive and negative techniques to move bilateral relationships in the desired direction. The economic sanctions and other negative measures on which the United States has primarily relied, and the limitations of which have been amply demonstrated, have a role, but their effectiveness as an inducement to better behavior depends on U.S. willingness to change them when the behavior that was the reason for enacting them in the first place has changed. The United States needs to demonstrate this responsiveness to keep the state directly concerned on the right path and to convince others that supporting or reducing support for terrorism makes a difference in what kind of relations they will have with Washington. The United States should try to make it easier, not harder, for regimes trying to clean up their acts to clean them up further. This requires clear communication of what is expected, which is best done through direct dialogue. It also means not expecting the more difficult reforms to be accomplished quickly. And it means incrementally improving the relationship as terrorist-related behavior incrementally improves. Most important, the United States should avoid postures that lead decision-makers on the other side, or in other countries, to conclude that relations with Washington will remain poisoned no matter how much support for terrorism is reduced. Of every action, or inaction, regarding relations with state sponsors, the question should be asked, is this likely to reduce terrorism? The objective should not be to condemn people for the past but to save lives in the future. Changing a relationship with a foreign leader stained by sins of the past should not require any judgment that he has had a change of heart. What matters is change in his policies, and that might occur, as with Muammar Gaddafi or Fidel Castro, because the circumstances he faces have changed. Help other governments to help with counterterrorism. The dependence of the United States on a host of foreign governments for much of the counter-terrorist work that needs to be done, especially the disruption of terrorist infrastructures, should be recognized in the management of relations with those governments. The needed cooperation often includes measures that are difficult or, from the foreign government's viewpoint, risky, and U.S. assistance and reassurance should be furnished to make the other government willing and able to act. The overall warmth of a bilateral relationship obviously affects willingness, but so do efforts to educate the foreign partner that terrorism is a threat to both countries. Training and other forms of practical assistance to police and security services enhance the ability of many foreign governments, especially in less developed countries, to help, and the United States should be generous in providing such assistance, through anti-terrorism training assistance courses and other departmental training programs. The concerns of cooperating governments about terrorist reprisals should be respected by preserving the secrecy of joint operations, even if this means resisting the urge to trumpet counter-terrorist successes. Work with, not against, allies. With most Europeans and other close allies, what is needed is not technical assistance and reassurance but rather more comity and coordination. The United States should respect, and even learn something from, different perspectives toward countering terrorism and not try to change allied policies that experience and deeply felt national interests dictate will not be changed. It should exploit ways in which policies that are not uniform may nonetheless be coordinated to mutual benefit, especially regarding state sponsors. The United States should also end the use of secondary economic sanctions which have been ineffective and damaging to inter-alliance relations in futile efforts to bend allies to its will. When the counter-terrorist operations of allies raise human rights concerns, as they have at times with Israel and Turkey, the United States should work within the framework of continued close counter-terrorist cooperation. One of the most effective channels the United States has for influencing human rights practices to discourage such abuses. Use public diplomacy to elucidate terrorism without glamorizing terrorists. The reaching out for foreign help and cooperation must extend not only to governments but also to their citizens. An active program of public diplomacy should explain why terrorism hurts the interests of those citizens and why U.S. counter-terrorist efforts do not. The public diplomacy needs to be adroit, as well as active, to avoid the pitfall of making wanted terrorists appear more like Robin Hood than like malign criminals. Chapter 1 reprinted by permission from Security Studies, Volume 5, No. 4 published by Frank Cass and Company, 900 Eastern Avenue, Ilford, Essex, England. Copyright Frank Cass & Co. Ltd. Chapter 2 reprinted from the sources of Military Doctrine, France, Britain, and Germany Between the World Wars by Barry R. Posen. Copyright 1984 by Cornell University Press. Used by permission of the publisher, Cornell University Press. Chapter 3 reprinted by permission from International Security, Volume 22, No. 4 published by MIT Press. Copyright 1998 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 4 reprinted from Forceful Persuasion, Coercive Diplomacy as an Alternative to War by Alexander L. George. Copyright 1991 by the Endowment of the United States Institute of Peace. Used with permission of the United States Institute of Peace Press, Washington, D.C., 1991. Chapter 5 reprinted from David Carlton and Carlo Schaerf, eds, International Terrorism and World Security, New York, John Wiley & Sons, 1975, by permission of Croom Helm. Acknowledgements Chapter 6 reprinted by permission from The Choice, Nuclear Weapons vs. Security, edited by Gwyn Prince, published by Chatto and Windus. Used by permission of the Random House Group Limited. Chapter 7 reprinted by permission from International Security, Volume 13, No. 2, Fall 1988, published by MIT Press, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Copyright 1988 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 8 reprinted by permission from American Political Science Review, Volume 84, No. 3, September 1990, published by the American Political Science Association. Chapter 9 reprinted by permission from International Security, Volume 9, No. 1, Summer 1984, published by MIT Press. Copyright 1984 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 10 reprinted from John J. Mearsheimer, Conventional Deterrence. Copyright 1983 by Cornell University Press. Used by permission of the publisher, Cornell University Press. Chapter 11 This article first appeared in International Affairs, London, Volume 24, No. 4, October 1948 543-55, and is reproduced with permission. Chapter 12 reprinted by permission of Foreign Affairs, January 1957. Copyright 1956 by the Council on Foreign Relations, Inc. Chapter 13 reprinted from Limited War in the Nuclear Age by Morton H. Halperin by permission of the author. Chapter 14 reprinted by permission from International Security, Volume 14, No. 3, Winter 1989/90, published by MIT Press. Copyright 1989 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 15 from Strategies of Containment, A Critical Appraisal of Post-War American National Security Policy by John Lewis Gaddis. Copyright 1982 by Oxford University Press, Inc. Reprinted by permission of Oxford University Press. Chapter 16 from the United States and Coercive Diplomacy, edited by Robert J. Art and Patrick M. Cronin. Copyright 2003 by the Endowment of the United States Institute of Peace. Used with permission of the United States Institute of Peace Press, Washington, D.C., 2003. Chapter 17 reprinted by permission of Foreign Affairs Volume 81, No. 3, May/June 2002. Copyright 2002 by the Council on Foreign Relations, Incorporated. Chapter 18 reprinted by permission from International Security, Volume 22, No. 1, Summer 1997, published by MIT Press. Copyright 1997 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 19 reprinted by permission from International Security, Volume 23, No. 3, Winter 1998/99, published by MIT Press. Copyright 1998 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 20 reprinted by permission of Foreign Affairs Volume 81, No. 5, September/October 2002. Copyright 2002 by the Council on Foreign Relations, Incorporated. Chapter 21 reprinted from Survival Volume 44, No. 2, Summer 2002, by permission of the International Institute of Strategic Studies, London. Chapter 22 reprinted from The Spread of Nuclear Weapons, A Debate Renewed, edited by Scott D. Sagan and Kenneth N. Waltz. Copyright 2002 by W. Norton and Company, Inc. Used by permission of W. Norton and Company, Inc. Chapter 23 reprinted by permission from Security Studies 6, No. 3 published by Frank Cass and Company, 900 Eastern Avenue, Ilford, Essex, England. Copyright Frank Cass & Co., Ltd. Acknowledgements Chapter 24 from The Spread of Nuclear Weapons, A Debate Renewed, edited by Scott D. Sagan and Kenneth N. Waltz. Copyright 2002 by W. Norton and Company Incorporated. Used by permission of W. Norton and Company, Inc. Chapter 25 from The Spread of Nuclear Weapons, A Debate Renewed, edited by Scott D. Sagan and Kenneth N. Waltz. Copyright 2002 by W. Norton and Company, Inc. Used by permission of W. Norton and Company, Incorporated. Chapter 26 reprinted by permission from Security Studies, Volume 6, No. 1 published by Frank Cass and Company, 900 Eastern Avenue, Ilford, Essex, England. Copyright Frank Cass & Co., Ltd. Chapter 27 reprinted by permission from International Security, Volume 21, No. 1, Summer 1996, published by MIT Press. Copyright 1996 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 28 selected sections reprinted by permission from International Organization 51, No. 3, Summer 1997 335-41, 349-53, and 357-61. Copyright 1997 by the IO Foundation and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 29 From How Did This Happen? Terrorism and the New War, edited by James F. Hoke, Jr., and Gideon Rose. Copyright 2001 by the Council on Foreign Relations, Inc. Reprinted by the permission of Public Affairs, a member of Perseus Books, LLC. Chapter 30 reprinted by permission from International Security Volume 26, No. 3 published by MIT Press. Copyright 2001/2002 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 31 reprinted from America's Achilles Heel, Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Terrorism and Covert Attack, Richard A. Falkenrath, Robert D. Newman, and Bradley A. Thayer, Cambridge, MIT Press, 1998. Copyright 1998 by the President and Fellows of Harvard College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Chapter 32 reprinted from Terrorism and U.S. Foreign Policy by Paul R. Pillar, Washington, D.C., The Brookings Institution, 2001, by permission of the publisher. Bruce J. Allen is a former director of the Kennedy School Soviet Project on Crisis Prevention, Harvard University, and is now with the Monitor Company. Robert J. Art is professor of politics at Brandeis University. James G. Blight is professor of international relations, research, at the Thomas J. Watson, Jr., Institute of International Studies, Brown University. McGeorge Bundy is a former national security advisor to President Kennedy and professor of history emeritus at New York University. Stephen L. Berg is professor of politics at Brandeis University. Ramit Laney is professor of security studies at the Center for Policy Research in New Delhi. Richard A. Falkenrath is senior director for policy and programs in the Office of Homeland Security, the White House. John Lewis Gaddis is professor of history at Yale University. Alexander L. George is professor of political science emeritus at Stanford University. Morton H. Halperin is senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and director of the Washington office of the Open Society Institute. About the contributors: G. John Eikenberry is professor of international relations at the School of Foreign Service, Georgetown University. Brian M. Jenkins is a consultant to the president of the RAND Corporation. Robert Jervis is professor of political science at Columbia University. Chaim Kaufman is associate professor of international relations at Lehigh College. Walter Laquier is chairman of the Research Council of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Christopher Lane is visiting fellow in foreign policy studies at the Cato Institute. Lewis Morton was professor of history at Dartmouth College. John J. Mearsheimer is professor of political science at the University of Chicago. Robert D. Newman is an arms control specialist in Washington, D.C. Michael E. O'Hanlon is senior fellow in foreign policy studies at the Brookings Institution. Barry R. Posen is professor of political science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Paul R. Pillar was formerly deputy chief of the Counterterrorism Center at the Central Intelligence Agency and is currently the National Intelligence Officer for South Asia on the U.S. National Intelligence Council. Scott D. Sagan is professor of political science at Stanford University. Sir George Sansom was a writer and a British diplomat with extensive experience in East Asia. Jack Snyder is professor of political science at Columbia University. Bradley A. Thayer is assistant professor of political science at the University of Minnesota, Duluth. Victor A. Utgoff is deputy director of the Strategy, Forces, and Resource Division of the Institute for Defense Analyses. Stephen Van Evera is professor of political science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Barbara F. Walter is associate professor of political science at the University of California, San Diego. Kenneth N. Waltz is professor emeritus at the University of California, Berkeley, and adjunct professor at Columbia University. David A. Welch is associate professor of political science at the University of Toronto. International Studies, Military Studies. The use of force continues to offer a most stimulating blend of contemporary and traditional perspectives on international relations, very valuable for students new to the subject, but essential also for the experienced researcher trying to maintain his or her bearings. The contributions are chosen for their readability and their timelessness. The perspective is always realistic, in the best sense of the term. A very useful compendium of articles on critical questions of military force in world politics. A very useful and balanced collection that covers many facets of the problem, logically organized by two of the most sensible scholars in the field. This book is indispensable for courses that deal with security issues. Written by some of today's most well-known and established academics and foreign policy strategists. This book will make an excellent addition to the professional library of any Marine leader concerned with how the Corps can most effectively structure itself to remain a leading instrument in the implementation of American foreign policy. To some observers, this lesson became clear in the Allied bombing campaign over Kosovo. The sentiment was also expressed during the U.S. and Allied military actions in Afghanistan. Rumsfeld explained this point earlier this year, when he said, "The mission must determine the coalition must not determine the mission. If it does, the mission will be dumped down to the lowest common denominator, and we can't afford that." No one in the Bush administration argues that NATO or the U.S.-Japan alliance should be dismantled. Rather, these alliances are now seen as less useful to the United States as it confronts today's threats. Some officials argue that it is not that the United States chooses to depreciate alliance partnerships, but that the Europeans are unwilling to keep up. Whether that is true, the upgrading of the American military, along with its sheer size relative to the forces of the rest of the world, leaves the United States in a class by itself. In these circumstances, it is increasingly difficult to maintain the illusion of true alliance partnership. America's allies become merely strategic assets that are useful depending on the circumstance. The United States still finds attractive the logistical reach that its global alliance system provides, but the pacts with countries in Asia and Europe become more contingent and less premised on a vision of a common security community. Finally, the new grand strategy attaches little value to international stability. There is an unsentimental view in the unilateralist camp that the traditions of the past must be shed. Whether it is withdrawal from the anti-ballistic missile treaty, become more contingent and less premised on a vision of a common security community. Finally, the new grand strategy attaches little value to international stability. There is an unsentimental view in the unilateralist camp that the traditions of the past must be shed. Whether it is withdrawal from the anti-ballistic missile treaty, or the resistance to signing other formal arms control treaties, policymakers are convinced that the United States needs to move beyond outmoded Cold War thinking. Administration officials have noted with some satisfaction that America's withdrawal from the ABM treaty did not lead to a global arms race but actually paved the way for a historic arms reduction agreement between the United States and Russia. This move is seen as a validation that moving beyond the old paradigm of great power relations will not bring the international house down. The world can withstand radically new security approaches, and it will accommodate American unilateralism as well. But stability is not an end in itself. The administration's new hawkish policy toward North Korea, for example, might be destabilizing to the region, but such instability might be the necessary price for dislodging a dangerous and evil regime in Pyongyang. In this brave new world, neo-imperial thinkers contend that the older realist and liberal grand strategies are not very helpful. American security will not be ensured, as realist grand strategy assumes, by the preservation of deterrence and stable relations among the major powers. In a world of asymmetrical threats, the global balance of power is not the linchpin of war and peace. Likewise, liberal strategies of building order around open trade and democratic institutions might have some long-term impact on terrorism, but they do not address the immediacy of the threats. Apocalyptic violence is at our doorstep, so efforts at strengthening the rules and institutions of the international community are of little practical value. If we accept the worst-case imagining of we don't know what we don't know, everything else is secondary: international rules, traditions of partnership, and standards of legitimacy. It is a war. And as Clausewitz famously remarked, war is such a dangerous business that the mistakes which come from kindness are the very worst. Imperial dangers pitfalls accompany this neo-imperial grand strategy, however.